Chapter 223. Origin City was small and old-fashioned. Rather than calling it a small city, it was better to call it a slightly larger town. No one could remember what era it was built in. The reddish-brown city walls were full of traces of the passage of time, many cracks appearing. As Yi Fan walked through the city, he could feel the accumulation of time, the ancientness of the passage of time. The stone slabs on the streets were all caved in from being stepped on, cultivators coming and going everywhere. Little brother, it's your first time in Origin City, right? Do you want to purchase origin stones? Come take a look inside our stone shop. I guarantee that there will be a strange stone you like. Does little Taoist need good materials that were transported from the edge of Origin Ancient Mine? The goods are genuine, there is no harm in taking a look. There were many shops on both sides of the street, selling all types of origin stones, enthusiastically greeting the cultivators coming and going. Yi Fan didn't dare look down on these people. Even though the shops were small, they all had quite the background, having countless connections with the great sage's land. He walked into a stone shop and chatted with the owner. The price of the stones here was ridiculously high. The stone shop wasn't large, just a single room that faced the street. There was only a red sandalwood shelf inside, on it only a dozen or so stones. Yi Fan was speechless. These stones were worth 10 times the origin source of the same weight. This is just too expensive. These aren't ordinary stones, but precious materials that are to be sent to the holy city. They are contaminated with origin energy. The owner introduced. With how expensive they were, what they were gambling on was already not origin source, but rather the even more precious things sealed within the stones. After comprehending the Origin Heavenly Book, Yi Fan's eyesight was extraordinary. He only chose a single piece of material, and then didn't take any more. The gains of gambling on stones here didn't make up for the losses. Things even more precious than origin source could only be encountered and not sought after, so how could he randomly see them? The reason he took action was just to get on good terms with the owner. Old bro, is there any way? I want to take a look at Origin Ancient Mine. He wanted to go to Origin Ancient Mine, but he encountered trouble. The mining areas outside Origin Ancient Mine were all divided up by the Great Sage's land. The other areas were still fine, but the regions near the life-restricted areas were difficult for outsiders to pass through. Yi Fan was not a descendant of a holy land. If there was no other way, a rogue cultivator like him would not be able to pass through those regions. I say, little brother, you absolutely cannot go to that place. Even the great sage lords couldn't do anything after entering. Shizai's master advised. Yi Fan smiled and said, I'm not going to throw my life away. I just want to watch from afar. I've long heard of Taichu's great name, yet I can't see him in person. It truly is a type of regret. The shopkeeper smiled and said, I completely understand. There are often young people like you who want to observe from afar, but in the end, they can't control themselves. It's as if they were summoned by a demon lord and walked into the depths of the forbidden area. Every year, many people go missing. Does that mean there's a way to get to absolute beginning? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Little Taoist, I advise you not to take the risk. Curiosity can really kill you. The owner of the stone house advised him kindly. I still have to ask old brother for help. I know the severity of the matter. Yi Fan insisted on going. Since that's the case, you should go look for someone called Old Blade Honcho. However, the price isn't cheap, it's quite a scam. The shopkeeper gave Yi Fan this piece of information. Then he wandered around this stone city a bit, understanding what kind of person this Old Blade Honcho was. This was a local tyrant. Of course, he wasn't a ruffian among mortals, but rather a troublemaker among cultivators. His network in this region was quite extensive, and he accepted all types of business, such as escorting origin stones, and even assassinations. Old Blade Honcho lived in the southern part of the city. There were only 5 short green-tiled houses that looked rather shabby. He didn't have the demeanor of an old tyrant at all. He looked more like a dutiful old farmer. His face was full of wrinkles. One of his hands was rough and calloused. He squatted on the ground, puffing on his tobacco pipe. It was impossible to see the depth of his cultivation. Really evil. Every year there are people who go to their own death. Old Blade Honcho mumbled with an almost inaudible voice. Then he raised his head and looked at Yi Fan, saying, "Let's wait for a few days, gather enough people before we go." "Old sir, are these all the business you accepted?" Yi Fan noticed that there were a lot of notices on one of the walls. "I'm a dutiful man, I won't kill people. These are all entrustment letters. I'm just a middleman. Those who want to take a job will come to me to accept the mission." Old Blade Honcho puffed on his tobacco pipe and said, "If you want to take a job, I can also help you contact them. As for the reward, I want to increase it by 20%. Yi Fan casually browsed through them, and his eyebrows suddenly jumped. Some of these missions actually involved him. He picked up a golden piece of paper, on which his appearance was clearly drawn. Just providing a clue would give him 100 kilograms of origin source. Killing him would give him 500 kilograms, and capturing him alive would give him 1,000 kilograms. This was really a high price. They didn't hesitate to pay a heavy price to drag him out. The employer didn't hide his identity. It clearly wrote a large character, G. You motherf asterisk cur. Although Yi Fan was already mentally prepared, he still felt some waves. He escaped to the northern region, but the Ji family still didn't want to let him go, so they issued an arrest warrant. Yao Guang's people knew that he came to the northern region, so it was impossible that the Ji family didn't know about it. "I think I've seen this kind of arrest warrant in other cities." Yi Fan probed. Old Blade Honcho puffed out a mouthful of smoke and said, "He provoked someone he shouldn't have. This kid won't live for long." Many people from the younger generation of the Ji family came, and there are also some youngsters from Yao Guang with them. Yi Fan didn't pay attention. He checked other commission missions, and saw a few more about him, arrest warrants. Not only were there the signatures of the top young masters of the Ji family, but there was also an arrest warrant issued by a disciple of Yao Guang. Yi Fan learned the Great Void technique and burned the Ji family's great supreme elder to death, so this family wouldn't let him go. Why would a disciple of Yao Guang whom he had never met do this? He immediately thought of Yao Shi. It was probably her idea. "Arrest me? I'd like to see how you're going to drag me out." Yi Fan sneered in his heart. He cultivated the Book of Source Heaven, and could change his aura, making it difficult for the enemy to find him. "I'd like to see the young masters." Yi Fan's strength had been increasing recently, and he was quite tempted to find some people to test his blade on. He didn't believe that everyone was like Ji Haoyue and Yao Guang's son. If they were young cultivators in the second or third tier of the Holy Ji Palace, he felt he could kill them. How strong is this Yi Fan? Why are they mobilizing so many people? Yi Fan asked casually. "I heard that he was a cultivator in the Sea of Reincarnation half a year ago. In such a short time he shouldn't have changed too much." Old Blade Honcho blew out a smoke ring, stared at him with his muddy eyes and said, "Are you interested in taking on this mission? I'll only take 15% of the reward, the rest is yours." "Okay, I'll take it. Please tell me the details." Half an hour later, Yi Fan left the southern district. "How was it? Did you make the deal? Did you get ripped off by that old thing?" When they passed by the stone house, the owner asked enthusiastically. "I'll take 25 pounds of source stone and we'll leave in 2 days, Yi Fan answered. "Although the price is high, I didn't rip you off too much." The owner of the stone house recommended, "Buy a stone coat from me. It's an old stone skin peeled off from the source stone. It has the effect of warding off evil." Wild beasts roared, and a group of people rushed into the origin city. They were a group of young people. All of them looked to be in their 20s. Their mounts were extraordinary. They were 3 feet off the ground and rushed through the streets. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He was still pondering just now, but he didn't expect to meet people from the Ji family so soon. He didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble. 2 days later, Yi Fan arrived in front of Old Blade Honcho's shabby tile-roofed house in the southern district. There were already a dozen people waiting there. Most of them were young people. It's been half a month. The number of people is finally almost here. Old Blade Honcho held a tobacco pipe in his mouth and said, "Let me make it clear first. I'm only responsible for leading the way. I'm responsible for my own life and death. If I'm really summoned into the old mine, it has nothing to do with me." These people already knew the rules. No one said anything else and only urged him to go on his way. Why bother? What's so good about an old mine? Every year many people die there. Old Blade Honcho grumbled. Some people didn't like what he said and said, "I say, old man, can't you say something more festive? It's as if you're cursing us to throw away our lives." "All right, I wish us a safe journey." Old Blade Honcho didn't say anything else. For this mission he never let others do it, always taking care of it himself. When they walked out of Origin City, Yi Fan saw those youngsters from the Ji family again. They seemed to be in a hurry, riding on their savage beasts as they galloped away. Even though those strange beasts' feet didn't touch the ground, the violent winds still stirred up quite a bit of dust and sand, making these people who wanted to enter the Origin ancient mine glare at them angrily. What is there to be so arrogant about? Do you really think this city is your temporary imperial residence? She'll lower your voice. Do you know who those people are? They are from the Ji family. They will bring about a great disaster. A few of the people who rushed out turned their heads around and glared at them. One of them revealed a hint of a sneer and said, "Disaster comes from a loose tongue. Control your own mouths." They didn't stop and left as if they were flying. Truly too arrogant. What's so great about the Huanggu family? There were some people who were unconvinced, but they only dared to mutter in a low voice after those people left. Old Blade Honcho was worthy of having walked this path for several decades, actually avoiding the Holy Land sealed region, following the secret path to enter. Everyone walked and stopped from time to time. 10 days later, they made their way through a large uninhabited region, passing through the boundless Great Desert. Old Blade Honcho brought everyone to the outskirts of the Origin Ancient Mine. They were already less than 1,000 li from the so-called Origin Ancient Mine's border. They arrived outside the legendary life-restricted region. "We can only advance another 800 li, or else we will be in danger. You all must control yourselves, don't act rashly, and even more so, don't speak irresponsibly." Old Blade Honcho warned seriously. There was nothing here. The Great Earth was scarlet like blood, having been like this since the ancient times. Desolation was the eternal theme. Sand and gravel covered the ground. The occasional rocky mountain that could be seen was also scarlet like blood, silent like a tombstone. "This place really is desolate. Not even a ghost's shadow can be seen." Someone sighed. "Don't speak irresponsibly." Old Blade Honcho angrily berated. "Is there a need to be like this? There's nothing here. What's there to be afraid of if you speak irresponsibly?" A youngster was very dissatisfied, believing that they were being overly cautious. Old Blade Honcho continuously muttered. No one knew what he was saying. At the same time, he bowed to the front again and again. Only then did he turn his head around and angrily glare at him, shouting, "If you want to die, leave by yourself, don't follow us. Since I am the leader, you must listen to everything I say." "Old Blade Honcho, aren't you going too far? We paid you the source. How can you have this kind of attitude?" That youngster was unconvinced, coldly questioning. "I can return the source to you. Then you can leave by yourself." Old Blade Honcho indifferently replied. "Forget it, let's all cool down. In any case, we are almost at the destination, let's all talk a bit less." Someone at the side advised. Old Blade Honcho coldly said, "I am doing this for your own good. Speaking irresponsibly in this region can lead to death." "Is it that serious?" The people at the side didn't believe him. Old Blade Honcho coldly snorted and said, 3 years ago, because there was one person in our team who spoke irresponsibly, as a result, he provoked a big disaster. More than 20 people. In the end, only me and 2 others survived." "So scary what happened, the others, all died?" A few more timid people carefully asked. "No one knows what happened, at that time. All of us were blind, we couldn't sense anything, only heard blood-curdling screams. When we regained our spiritual sense, there were only 20 or so pools of blood on the ground." Old Blade Honcho calmly said. The vast land was a vast expanse of emptiness, 1,000 li of crimson, with no end in sight. Occasionally, sand and dust would roll up. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of them were skeptical. But the youngster just now obviously didn't believe him. He sneered and said, "We are all cultivators. How could we be afraid of demonic ghosts? I believe that as long as we don't enter the forbidden area for life, nothing bad will happen outside." Pa. Old Blade Honcho threw a pouch of source on the ground and said, You can go, this is your source, you can't walk together with us anymore. Forget it, everyone, don't talk irresponsibly, let's continue forward. Someone advised. Alright, I won't talk anymore, okay? Seeing Old Blade Honcho's serious face, the youngster also felt a bit scared. Remember, no one is allowed to talk irresponsibly. Old Blade Honcho solemnly warned with a gloomy face. Chapter 224. The group of people flew at a low altitude, advancing into the depths of this great earth. After traveling for less than 100 li, they saw a few stone pillars one after another, some of them incomparably thick. It was unknown just how many years had passed, but they still towered over the great earth. From time to time, they would also see some vast foundations. Every single one of those stones was several meters in length, the foundations thick and wide, extremely astonishing. What kind of historical remains are these? If they are buildings, then isn't this a bit too grand? Is this the residence of giants? Someone said in shock. Look, there are some diagrams on this stone pillar, some strange creatures carved on them. They are truly sinister, even uglier than ghosts. Why are you speaking nonsense again? Old Saber Honcho became anxious, glaring at that youngster. Even this is a taboo. That youngster was also a bit angry. You have to know what kind of place you've arrived at. Origin Ancient Mine is even more inconceivable than you can imagine. Old Saber Honcho angrily berated, saying, 5 years ago, I personally saw 30 or so cultivators die a violent death in front of these historical remains, their blood dyeing Origin Ancient Mine red. What happened? The others were alarmed. I don't know either. I only saw from the distance that those people were evaporated, blood rushing into the sky, their bodies turning into ashes. Old Saber Honcho seemed to still have lingering fears. Let's go, let's continue forward. The others were a bit uncomfortable. Old Saber Honcho released a heavy cold snort, distancing himself from that youngster as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, not walking together with him. When Yi Fan saw this, he followed behind Old Saber Honcho, also leaving that fella. It was better to believe it than not. Everyone advanced several hundred li. Already less than 100 li from the so-called border. Old Saber Honcho slowed down, saying, I suggest you all better not advance any further, just fly high up into the sky, use your divine abilities, and then take a good look. Isn't there still more than 100 li? It's still within a safe range, why aren't we advancing any further? Old sir, let's go another few dozen li, we can't see anything from here. All right. Old Saber Honcho replied. After advancing another 50 li, approaching the border of Origin Ancient Mine, he wasn't willing to continue no matter what. Walking another few dozen li isn't a problem, I still want to dig up a few stones at the border of Origin Ancient Mine. Who knows, my luck might be good, and I might even obtain a great harvest. What did you say? Old Saber Honcho's eyes were wide open, and his hair and beard were standing on end. He looked like a lion. After coming here, don't tell me you all don't want to bring back a few pieces of stone materials. If you can cut them out, wouldn't you all be able to obtain endless benefits? That youngster said. You. Old Saber Honcho did not say anything, he turned around and walked away. Sir, don't go. We still need you to lead the way, the others urged. He will kill everyone. Old Saber Honcho's complexion was extremely gloomy. I'm just telling the truth, Old Saber Honcho, you're being too cautious. The young man had been suppressing his anger, and at this moment he could not hold it in any longer. Unbeknownst to him, a gale had already begun to blow. Sand and dust filled the air, and the sound of the wind could be heard from afar. Why is the wind blowing? The sun was shining brightly just now. So what if it's just a bit of wind? We are all cultivators. Why would we care about a gust of wind? Can you shut up? Old Saber Honcho glowered at the young man. With a dignified expression he looked straight ahead. The red sand filled the air like a faint layer of blood mist. It approached from afar, and enveloped everyone. Woo-woo. The sound of the wind was frightening, as if a malicious spirit was crying. The sand filled the sky, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Black whirlwind. Old Saber Honcho's complexion changed miserably. In the distant sky, a large number of shadows were approaching at lightning speed, forming a whirlpool. It was as if a dark cloud was pressing down from all directions. The red sand was covered by the black whirlwind, dyed black, and shadows were everywhere. What kind of ghost wind is this? Why is it coming from all directions? Everyone was shocked. All of them were restless. Woo-woo! The black whirlwind rolled the sand all over the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. The ground was pitch black. The whirlwind had color, and it created a big whirlpool. A blood-curdling scream was heard. The body of the young man who always opposed old Saber Honcho seemed to be cut open by a sharp blade, leaving a big pool of blood on the ground. His whole body was crushed in the black whirlwind. Yi Fan's eyes immediately stood up. He sensed a terrifying aura from those black whirlwinds. He used his divine sense to observe, but he did not see anything. The center of each black whirlwind was pitch black, as if it could swallow everything. Another person was crushed by the black whirlwind, and he only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Even now, Yi Fan was a little scared. He did not expect that coming to the absolute beginning forbidden area would be so dangerous, and he could easily lose his life. At this moment, saving his life was the most important. He took out the cauldron made of myriad origin energy and hid inside. Then, he used the leaf fire divine cauldron to collect the cauldron. Dang dang dang. The black whirlwind blew over like a sharp sword slashing down on the leaf fire divine cauldron, emitting a sky-shaking sound. An incomparably dazzling radiance was emitted. The copper cauldron was sparkling and translucent, and the sun engraved on it shone with vigorous vitality and brilliance. Phoenix cries shook the sky. Several indistinct divine birds danced around the cauldron. Raging flames surged, igniting a monstrous fire. The black whirlwind whistled as it swept past. Several more people were crushed, turning into wisps of mist. Dang dang, a sky-shaking sound rang out. Yi Fan felt as if a huge palm was violently slapping the copper cauldron, making him feel a terrifying power inside the cauldron. Is this really a black whirlwind? How can it have such power? He was bewildered, but he did not dare to take the risk. He could only hide inside and let the ear-splitting sound outside. In a trance, Yi Fan seemed to hear heavy breathing, as well as the sound of a huge body stepping forward. The earth seemed to be trembling slightly. Is it a black whirlwind or some kind of creature? After an unknown period of time, the wind outside stopped. The world calmed down, and no special sounds could be heard. Yi Fan put away the cauldron made of myriad origin energy. He did not want others to see it, or it would cause great trouble. Then, he flew out of the leaf fire divine cauldron and landed on the ground. What surprised him was that the copper cauldron was not damaged. Although it was full of holes, it was slowly recovering, as if it would be restored soon. This weapon is strange. Yi Fan knew that this was definitely not the real divine sun cauldron. An extreme Dao weapon could even kill almighty beings. It was countless times more terrifying than this, and it was impossible for it to be dented. Swoosh. With a flash of light, the leaf fire divine cauldron recovered. It possessed an indestructible ability, which made him deeply shocked. How could a normal weapon have such a miraculous performance? It was difficult for him to determine what level this copper cauldron was. The copper cauldron turned into an inch tall, and looked like a multicolored crystal. It appeared in his palm. Yi Fan did not put it away and held it in his palm to defend himself, ready to use it at any time. The scenery before his eyes changed greatly. He did not know where the black wind had blown him to. Rocks were strewn everywhere, and red sand was everywhere. Not far away, there was a figure standing. Old Saber Honcho silently held a tobacco pipe in his mouth, his brows deeply furrowed. In addition, there were 7 people unconscious on the ground. They were not killed by the black whirlwind. What is going on? Where are we? Yi Fan asked. Looking into the distance, the surroundings were spacious and extremely quiet. This was a great blood-colored plain dotted with a few large rocks. I'm afraid we have entered the origin ancient mine. Old Saber Honcho heavily spat out a mouthful of smoke. Impossible. Yi Fan was shocked. Don't worry, we did not fall into that divine mine. Old Saber Honcho's wrinkled face squeezed together. He paced back and forth a few steps and said, Everyone says that the restricted area of origin ancient mine is several hundred li in circumference, Some say several thousand li. Most of us are in the restricted area. How could it be like this? Yi Fan frowned. The 7 people who had fainted on the ground woke up. Their faces were deathly pale, all of them filled with endless fear. Even the great sage can only return to the red earth after entering. Won't we die here? The faces of the people who had just woken up were full of despair. They walked towards the origin ancient mine. Naturally, they won't be able to return. Like I said, this region is extremely large. We did not enter the central region. Perhaps there is still a chance of survival. Old Saber Honcho gazed at the distant horizon. Really, the chances are a bit slim, but there is still some hope. Similar things have happened before. Some people have walked out alive. What is that black whirlwind? Yi Fan asked. I don't know either. Old Saber Honcho shook his head and said, in this restricted region, there will often be some special winds. The black whirlwind can already be considered the mildest. The 9 of them continued on their way. Old Saber Honcho determined a direction based on his intuition, and then took the lead to walk forward. Sir, you have to remember the right path, or else we might directly walk into Origin Ancient Mine. A survivor said while trembling with fear. Old Saber Honcho didn't say anything, directly leading the way. Even though they weren't truly standing in front of Origin Ancient Mine, they still didn't dare fly. There were all types of legends regarding Origin Ancient Mine. It was said that even birds couldn't cross, but those who leapt into the air would definitely be wiped out. After walking for more than 10 li, an enormous ravine stretched horizontally in front of them. Extending for several li. Yi Fan frowned, carefully observing it, a chill running down his spine. He never expected to really see this type of landscape. It was completely the same as what was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book. Don't go down. He saw a cultivator try to look into the ravine, wishing to stop him, but it was already too late. That cultivator standing at the edge of the ravine. In just a split second, all of the blood in his body evaporated, turning into a streak of scarlet light. Entering the ravine, his body disintegrated into scattered ashes. How could it be like this? The others turned pale with fright, all of them backing up, their faces completely pale. That person only took a few more steps than them. Yet he immediately turned into ashes. Seeing this with their own eyes made their scalps go numb. Even Old Saber Honcho's expression changed. He sensed danger ahead of time, but he never expected it to be this terrifying. This was simply a demonic land. Chills continuously ran down Yi Fan's back. This restricted region was too terrifying, completely exceeding his imagination. They were far from that divine mine, not even entering the central region. Yet they already saw this type of legendary landscape, making him couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. This huge ravine was long and vigorous. Looking carefully, it was shaped like a crouching dragon. It was so similar that it could be passed off as the real deal. It was as if there really was a dragon sleeping here, crushing the great earth, forming this type of great ravine. It was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book that this was a great vicious land, the legendary fire dragon tomb. A place where dragons were buried. Yi Fan had previously carefully studied those words, but he didn't know if it was a place where true dragons were buried, or if it was a place where dragon veins were buried. He still hadn't comprehended them, because those ancient texts were too difficult. According to what was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book, Fire Dragon Tomb definitely had a divine source, definitely an exceptional treasure within the source. However, there was also a strict warning that one had to avoid Fire Dragon Tomb upon encountering it. Unless absolutely necessary, they definitely couldn't dig it up, or else there would definitely be a great disaster. Origin Ancient Mine, what kind of place is it exactly? Yi Fan found it hard to calm down, great waves surging within him. He saw this type of landscape from the outside. It truly was hard to imagine what kind of mountain and river terrain that ancient mine's surroundings were like. Let's make a detour. Do not approach the great ravine. He seriously reminded. Correct, this is a death trap. I feel like no matter how many powerful cultivators enter, they will all die. Old Saber Honcho nodded, his expression serious, expressing his agreement. The 8 of them unanimously agreed to make a detour around the dragon's head. They walked several li, and then finally arrived at the dragon's head. It was vivid and lifelike as expected. as if there really was a dragon corpse lying on the ground. This place. Old Saber Honcho frowned, his innate spiritual perception making him shudder inwardly. Not good, hurry and retreat. Hurry and leave this place. Yi Fan felt his fine hairs all stand on end. In front of the dragon's head was an extremely small lake, its circumference only a dozen or so zhang. It was a bright red expanse, the water like blood, making one's heart tremble. Even if it was a normal person who saw this, they would still be shocked. There wasn't even a blade of grass growing in the desolate restricted area. There shouldn't be any water, so how could there be a lake like this? Meanwhile, when it entered Yi Fan's eyes, it became even more extraordinary. His entire body went cold. Fire Dragon Tomb was already terrifying enough. If this blood lake was added on, then it would be a great disaster among great disasters. Based on what was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book, this was a dragon's blood, rarely seen in this world. There was a blood divine source buried here, almost impossible to obtain. Touching it would result in death. Fire Dragon Tomb and dragon's blood. These types of landforms were linked together. If they were touched, even the Eastern Wasteland's matchless divine kings wouldn't be able to escape disaster. Chapter 225. Learning from the previous example, everyone quickly retreated far away from the lake, fearing that they would perish here. After retreating for several hundred meters, the 8 people looked back. The more they looked, the more frightened they became. The blood was like smoke, rising in spirals like strands of malicious spirits. The lake was less than 100 meters in circumference, but it was so red that it made people's hearts palpitate, so beautiful that it was suffocating. That pool of water seemed to be able to swallow the world. What kind of lake is this? Why is it so frightening? One of them was trembling, not because he was timid, but because the atmosphere here was really not right. Facing the blood lake, it made people involuntarily tremble. Far away from the fiery dragon grave and dragon's bloodbath, standing on higher ground, the others also saw the abnormality. Looking at the Great Rift Valley and the Blood Lake, they immediately recognized their shapes. This is a F** king dragon that's spitting blood. How can there be such a terrain? A person cried out in fear, his body drenched in cold sweat. It was really too similar. It could be said to be the work of the gods. This kind of mountain and river terrain seemed to be meticulously carved out. It did not look like a natural product at all. Several cultivators were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing such a terrain, they were a little dazed, but more afraid. Yi Fan looked at the sky. The sun was setting in the west. The sunset glow was sprinkling down. His expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "We still need to retreat." In the Book of Origin of Heaven, it was recorded that the fiery dragon grave and dragon's bloodbath were the most terrifying when day and night alternated. Seeing Yi Fan like this, the others all changed their expressions and ran madly behind him. After running for several li, the setting sun brushed past the horizon. When it was about to sink, a horrifying muffled sound rang out. The great crevice was shaking, and the blood lake's water was rising. It rushed out of the ground and surged into the air. The 8 lucky survivors had high and low levels of cultivation. The weakest one was at least 1 li behind, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The 7 people looked back and saw him flying backwards, pulled by a mysterious force, directly falling into the blood lake, disappearing without even making a ripple. The others were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to fly. They ran like the wind, chasing after Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho, who were about to disappear into the horizon. Yi Fan didn't stop until he was more than 10 li away. The people behind him arrived one after another, all of them sweating profusely. It wasn't because they were tired, but because they were scared. If I can choose again, I will never come to this damned place. Even if you give me a Genesis mountain, I will not be tempted, said a young cultivator with a sobbing tone. The others also felt sorrowful in their hearts. All of their faces were snow white, and they seemed to be filled with regret. This absolute beginning forbidden area is too unusual. We're still very far from the ancient mine, but we've already encountered such a demonic land. If we had recklessly advanced just now, I'm afraid we would have all died there, one of them said with a trembling voice. That's an extremely ominous terrain, a true dragon coughing blood. Old Saber Honcho's face was solemn. Sir, have you heard of it? Yi Fan was surprised. but his face was calm. I think, little brother, you know more than me. If it weren't for your reminder, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many of us left. Old Saber Honcho glanced at him. I'm just relying on my intuition to sense the danger. I don't understand it. Sir, please explain it to us in detail. Yifan asked. I'm not very clear either. I've only heard a few words. Old Saber Honcho shook his head and said, I don't know how long ago it was. I think it's at least 7 or 8,000 years, or even 10,000 years. In the past, someone had discovered such a terrain in the northern region. At that time, it was unknown how many people had died, and many of them were the big shots of that era. In the end, a Yuan Taoist master came into being and solved that kind of mountainous terrain. However, he paid a huge price and almost lost his life. In less than half a year, that Yuan Taoist master had mysteriously disappeared. Why must they break through this kind of mountainous terrain? Could it be that there's something down there? One of the cultivators was very sharp. Of course, otherwise who would go and die? Old Saber Honcho stopped talking and didn't say anything else. Yifan sighed in his heart. Both Fire Dragon's grave and Dragon's bloodbath contained the source of God. There were at least 2 pieces, and they were just a dozen or so li away. Unfortunately, he had no way to get them. This was the first time he clearly sensed the source of God. If he had world-shaking battle prowess and completely comprehended the Book of Source of Heaven, perhaps he could come here and give it a try. Right now he could only concentrate. Being able to walk out of here alive would be the greatest success. The sky was dark. The group of 7 walked very slowly. Even though they weren't weak, they didn't dare to walk too fast. They all looked around and carefully observed the terrain for fear of accidentally entering a dangerous place. This was because Fire Dragon's grave and Dragon's bloodbath were definitely not the only mountainous terrain. There were definitely other demonic lands. Old Saber Honcho, are you sure this is the path to the outside of the restricted area? Why do I feel like we're walking towards an ancient mine? A cultivator said while trembling with fear. The setting sun had already disappeared. The sky was dark, without the moon or stars. A faint mist rose from the boundless crimson land, making it difficult for people to distinguish their direction. Old Saber Honcho also frowned. The more he walked, the more he lost his sense of direction. This was like a maze. Everywhere was quiet, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Red sand and stones covered the ground. When one lightly stepped on them, caw-caw sounds would be released. Under this quiet and spacious night sky, the sound would travel extremely far. The 7 of them didn't dare act carelessly, all of their feet not touching the ground out of fear of startling something. It was because there were too many legends regarding Origin Ancient Mine. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they completely lost their sense of direction, as if they entered a maze. The sky became darker and darker. Mist curled about. At first, it was like a thin veil fluttering about, but in the end, it became thicker and thicker, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. I say we can't go anymore. A cultivator stopped his footsteps. His heart was pounding as he said, I just feel like the direction isn't right. I also have this feeling. This doesn't seem to be the way out. Another person chimed in, his eyes revealing fear as he said, if we walk towards Origin Ancient Mine, then we really won't be able to call for help even if we cry for help. Everyone's minds were heavy. They lost their way, unable to find their way back. This absolute beginning restricted area was equivalent to losing half their lives. Old Saber Honcho remained silent for a long time. He sighed and said, we have no choice but to go. Otherwise, I'm worried that some things might happen. We definitely can't go any further. Otherwise, we might really end up stepping into the ancient mine. At that time, we won't have a chance to regret it. Let's just wait until tomorrow's sunrise. Stopping isn't appropriate. This place makes one go crazy. These individuals all had different viewpoints, starting to argue. Little brother, what do you think? Someone asked Yifan. Old Saber Honcho also looked over. Let me think about it a bit. Yifan was worried, finding it difficult to calm down. He just felt like this region was strange. When he raised his head, he couldn't see the stars or moon, everything dusky, as if a black cloth covered the sky. When he looked into the distance, he couldn't see the great earth, only mists rising and falling. It was as if they were stored in a box. This was extremely similar to the ghost mist recorded in the Heavenly Origin book. Humans could stabilize mountains, rivers, and dragon veins, locking down divine source. On the other hand, evil source could also seal heaven and earth, trap people to death. The rising ghost mist was a great omen. It was very likely that they had entered the demon land and would be sealed here. If the source locked people, it was the most dangerous, a fatal trap. Yi Fan cursed. After learning the Heavenly Origin book, he still hadn't searched for the source to lock meridians, but he didn't want to be sealed instead. Ghostly mist filled the air, and killing intent was hidden within. Once triggered, everyone would immediately turn into a pool of blood. It could be said that the gates of hell were already open for them. Now he finally understood why there were only 5 Yuan Taoist masters in the northern region since ancient times. The dangers they had to face were too terrifying, and this profession almost never had a good ending. Everyone were in big trouble. Who can go back the way we came? Everyone's hearts were heavy. They were most afraid to hear this kind of news. This place is like a maze. We've long lost our sense of direction. How can we find our way back? I did leave some marks, but unfortunately, when I turned around to sense them, I found that I'd lost contact with them. Old Saber Hancho sighed. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. Being trapped and killed by the evil source was very difficult to break out of. It was almost a dead end. He didn't have the ability to lock meridians in this life, but he was going to be sealed. This really made him feel angry. He was probably the most unlucky disciple of the Yuan Taoist master in history. Yi Fan squatted down and drew on the ground as if calculating something. He said, "There's still a chance of survival. We haven't entered the central area, only the edge. There's only ghost mist and nothing else. Maybe we can get out." "Little brother, what are you talking about? We still have a chance of survival?" "Little Taoist master, we're all depending on you. You have to think of a way." Everyone gathered around. Yi Fan looked at them seriously and said, "Think carefully. Everyone draw a map for me. According to your feelings, draw out the areas we've passed through." The others felt the seriousness of the situation and didn't dare to delay. They squatted down and drew on the red sand. Sure enough, as Yi Fan expected, everyone's map was very different. It was like they didn't walk together but came from different directions. Yi Fan put the 7 maps together and seriously pondered. Occasionally he would stand up and measure the area within 100 zhang, walking from one position to another. Only after an hour did he let out a long sigh. They still hadn't fallen into a dead end. He thought of a way to get out of this predicament. However, when he stood up, he was stunned. Not far away sat 7 figures. Including him, there should only be 7 people. How come there was one more person? Who is that? Hearing him shout in such a low voice, everyone was shocked. 5 figures stood up and quickly dodged, leaving that place. Swoosh! The 6th figure rushed up. It was as fast as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the thick fog. Its trace was indistinct. Even its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Everyone's face was pale. Cold sweat flowed down. In a short moment, their clothes were all wet. What was that? They couldn't see it clearly. One of the people's teeth were chattering. His whole body was trembling as he said, "I vaguely saw it. It wasn't a human, it was covered in beast fur." When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. That thing with beast fur was sitting not far away from them, but it was completely unaware. This made everyone terrified. What happened to him? There was one person who hadn't stood up all along. He was sitting on the ground like a weathered stone statue. Several people stepped forward and arrived in front of him. None of them didn't change their expressions. It was truly a tragic sight. This person's skull had been opened. The brain inside was like tofu pudding, white and sticky. Most of it had been swallowed, leaving only a small amount. Chi. Old Saber Hancho pointed his finger. A 7-colored rainbow shot out, piercing into the thick fog. There, a shadow quickly disappeared, rushing into the depths of the darkness. Several people rushed over together and found a small puddle of brain with 2 strands of black beast fur. It was obvious that the brain was dripping from the creature's mouth. It belonged to the dead person. Only the beast's fur belonged to the unknown creature. Let's leave this place and ignore it. Yifan took a step forward. The most important thing right now was to leave this maze. There was a divine source buried underground. If they stayed here for too long, they might not be able to leave. Chapter 226. The mist became even thicker. As a cultivator, they couldn't see anything beyond 100 meters. The mist contained a strange power. The boundless earth was completely swallowed up by darkness. Little brother, do you have any methods? Can you really bring us out? Taoist priest, we're all relying on you. If we can get out alive, I'll set up a longevity tablet for you. Trapped in the absolute beginning forbidden area, no one could remain calm. They were all restless, surrounding Yifan's side. Do you have source on you? I need it to change the terrain of the mountains and rivers. Yifan asked the other 5. Old Saber Honcho didn't say anything, directly handing over a dozen or so bags. Each bag contained 25 kilograms of source, precisely the remuneration he received. Seeing him like this, the other 4 also opened their bags, gathering another 300 or so kilograms. None of them were ordinary people, or else they wouldn't have spent 25 kilograms of source to come to absolute beginning ancient mine. Is it enough? Old Saber Honcho asked. Yifan also took out 250 kilograms of source, saying, it's barely enough. Don't force yourself, we still have more. When they heard him say this, they gathered another 300 or so kilograms. This time they were completely out. Yifan took out 108 flags, carefully carving them, carving mysterious patterns one after another according to the Origin Heavenly Book's records. He wanted to use offense as defense, stabilize the earth's veins, seal the divine source, and forcefully open up a path. Of course, he understood that with his current strength, it was impossible to stabilize the divine source. Unless he completely comprehended the Origin Heavenly Book, he was still far from it. However, he still had 20% confidence in changing the terrain within a small area. He prepared to beat the grass and startle the snake, frightening away the psychic evil source. 2 hours later, only then did Yifan finish carving 108 flags. Then he warned the others in secret, saying, stay by my side, do not leave no matter what. Hearing his warning, apart from Old Saber Honcho, the other 4 were extremely nervous. Yifan inserted a large flag into the ground, using his finger as a blade, carving a starry sky diagram around the flagpole. Then he embedded a dozen or so kilograms of source within. Is this really effective? One of them was doubtful, he couldn't see anything. Look, the mist around the flags has become much weaker. Another one was more attentive, sensing this change. Everyone was overjoyed. Yifan quickly arranged everything. He didn't dare to tarry for fear that something unexpected would happen. Not long after, he had already planted more than 10 banners, fluttering in the mist. The area immediately became much clearer. The fog was forced away, and the scenery was no longer blurry. Not far away, light blossomed. The starry sky chart under a large flag was extremely bright, exceptionally eye-catching in the night. Not good, that creature is trying to pull out the flag, someone cried out in alarm. Kacha. A huge flag was broken, and a hazy figure flew over, twisting and breaking a huge flag. Kacha. In the distance, the second flag was broken and fell to the ground. All that could be seen was a furry silhouette that flashed and disappeared. What should we do? The moment we set up the flag, it immediately destroyed it. Old Saber Honcho knitted his brows. This is bad. This is bad. Yifan's heart sank. He already had a premonition that this creature had a great background. Now he was even more certain that this was a spiritual creature that protected the divine source. What should we do? The others asked. We must not injure it. Yifan warned solemnly. This was only the most peripheral spiritual creature. According to the Heavenly Book of Source, this was the lowest level guardian. There must be something sealed inside this divine source. There was most likely a living, terrifying creature inside. Or else there wouldn't be such a powerful spiritual creature protecting a king. Normally, the powerful spiritual creatures would all be in deep sleep, leaving only the weakest to protect the divine source. If this one was injured, it would definitely alarm even more terrifying creatures, and they would definitely be unable to deal with it. A divine source with a living body sealed inside. It is definitely a treasure among divine sources. We can't really be close to the origin ancient mine, right? Yi Fan muttered. He was truly troubled. This divine source was protected by a spiritual creature, so he probably couldn't carry out the so-called beating the grass to scare the snake. Not to mention the thing inside the divine source. Even a tyrannical guardian would jump out and wipe them all out. If the Yuan Taoist master encountered this kind of situation, what would he do? Yi Fan muttered to himself, thinking for a while. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Fan inserted all of the great banners into the same spot, engraving a large star diagram, embedding a full 500 kilograms of origin. Everyone, we only have one chance. Yi Fan transmitted sound. In a while, the mountains and rivers here will shake. The dense fog will be broken in an instant. The time is very short, and if we can't escape, we will undoubtedly die. What he said was the truth. In a while there would be an earthquake here, and it might startle out some even more tyrannical spiritual creatures. If they couldn't rush out, they would be completely locked in here. Everyone, prepare yourselves, I am about to take action. Yi Fan threw the last 50 kilograms of origin into the star diagram's central region, immediately embedding it inside. In that instant, radiance rushed into the heavens, tearing apart the black fog, and starlight scattered down from the sky. This place shook violently. More than 100 great banners burned fiercely. The 500 kilograms of origin on the ground turned into endless essence energy, cracking the great earth. The star diagram that was carved corresponded to the celestial bodies in the sky, drawing in specks of star power. The ground shook violently. Let's go. Yi Fan was the first to rush out, and old Saber Honcho followed closely behind, fleeing for their lives into the distance. Behind them, there was a low roar, as if something was awakening. Miserable screams could be heard, and a rain of blood swirled in the air, but they didn't look back, and all of them rushed forward with all their might. Not long after, Yi Fan and old Saber Honcho both rushed out, followed by 2 more people. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment, and directly ran towards the fiery dragon's grave. The fog behind them surged, and that area was once again sealed. Only when they were close to the fiery dragon's grave did the remaining 4 people let out a long sigh of relief. That place was too strange. Looking from afar, the clouds were surging, covering everything, and the light couldn't pass through. Outside, the moonlight was bright, and stars filled the sky. The color of the night was like water. Fortunately, there's dragon's blood here, or else we'll be in big trouble. Yi Fan and the others stood by the small blood-colored lake, and discovered that no creatures were chasing after them. The thing sealed in that piece of divine source must be very terrifying. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, and understood one step further. Even if he became the Yuan Taoist master, he might still have to pay with his life if he didn't do well. One day, when I'm strong enough to comprehend the Book of Source of Heaven, I'll definitely dig you out. Yi Fan looked at the dense fog. It had only been a few hours, and he had already discovered 3 pieces of divine source. This absolute beginning forbidden area was indeed mysterious, and he really didn't know why it was like this. Let's go, let's quickly leave this place. Although there's nothing alive here, this Dragon Rift Valley and the Lake of Blood are enough to make one's hair stand on end. One of the surviving cultivators suggested. Yi Fan nodded. Although it wasn't the time of day and night, staying in front of the fiery dragon's grave and the dragon's blood was still very dangerous. They took a detour for dozens of miles, and avoided the area of fog from afar. They concealed their own auras, afraid that they would attract a disaster. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and its pure white radiance sprinkled over the red earth like a thin mist. This scene was extremely tranquil. It didn't look like a terrifying forbidden area at all, but more like a quiet moonlit night suitable for a stroll. Can we get out of here alive? According to our position, we should be heading out, but why do I feel like we're approaching the absolute beginning ancient mine step by step? I also have this uneasy feeling. 2 of the 4 said the same thing. Yi Fan was also bewildered, and said, there seems to be an indescribable strange power that's giving us a misconception. Old Saber Honcho was also uncertain, and said, could it be that the power of the ancient mine is summoning us, leading us onto the wrong path. It was difficult for the four to find a way back. They climbed up a high ground and gazed into the distance. It's over. We're all going to die. Heavens, humanoid creatures, forbidden deities. The two cultivators' teeth were chattering, and their arms were pointing in the same direction, trembling. When Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho heard this, they turned around and looked forward. They were also petrified on the spot. It was hard to say how far away they were. There were 3 figures standing on the horizon. Even though they were far away, they could still make out their indistinct outlines. The moonlight was like water, the boundless great earth peaceful. The figures on the horizon were extremely hazy, a bit indistinct. It was clear that the other party also noticed the 4 of them. One of them released blazing radiance from his entire body, dazzling and dazzling. He stood on the horizon like a golden sun, but also like a deity. The other person had a tall and slender figure, clothes white like snow, long hair fluttering about, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens, giving off a feeling of emptiness. Sparkling light flickered about. As for the one in the middle, he was plain and hazy, indistinct and unreal, giving off an extremely illusory feeling. These 3 figures stood in the life-restricted region. The more they looked like deities, the more it made one's hair stand on end, feeling waves of horror. After walking through the night for an entire lifetime, I finally ran into a ghost. Old Saber Honcho sighed with emotion. He had been in and out of absolute beginning ancient mine for several decades, always feeling more scared than hurt, but right now he felt that things didn't bode well for him. The distance was just too great, he couldn't see the other party's appearance at all. However, that type of deity-like halo was enough to explain everything. Yi Fan's mind was also beating like a drum, saying, "Let's run." The other 2 were sobbing, their legs and stomachs cramping. There were too many legends regarding absolute beginning ancient mine. When they encountered this type of situation, they felt like there was no way out. A humanoid creature that is like a deity. They definitely arrived at the center of absolute beginning ancient mine. Yi Fan was the first to move, walking down from the high ground. When he couldn't see those 3 figures anymore, he lowered his body, and then began to run. Even though Old Saber Honcho looked old, his legs were extremely nimble, not much slower than Yi Fan's, also running as fast as he could. The bodies of the 2 in the back were shaking, frantically crawling as they chased after him, fleeing for their lives. Yi Fan ran several dozen li in a single breath, and only then did he stop. Old Saber Honcho wasn't that far behind, also stopping here. Only after a long time had passed did those 2 catch up. The 2's bodies were like sifting chaff, sitting down on the ground. It wasn't because they were exhausted, but rather because they were scared. Taboo, we encountered this type of thing. The 2's words were unclear, their entire bodies drenched in cold sweat. It didn't come to take our lives, why is that? Old Saber Honcho was doubtful. The 4 of them were a bit confused. If they encountered a deity-like creature here, it was the same as being declared dead. Even the various great sage lords couldn't escape. Being able to live is always a good thing, we should hurry and leave. Yi Fan urged. No matter what, they couldn't advance from that direction anymore. The 4 of them collected their thoughts, changing directions to search for a path of survival. After walking for roughly 2 hours, they all felt that something wasn't right. We are approaching absolute beginning ancient mine. Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho spoke at the same time. Pressure, alarm, grief rippled over from up ahead. This was a type of emotion that made one lose control. They used their divine eyes to look into the distance, only seeing that at the limits of the great earth, endless starlight scattered down, like a stream, falling onto the ground. The starlight that filled the sky converged into a river, a vast expanse of whiteness, flowing into the limits of heaven and earth. The mysterious fluctuation came precisely from that place. It was definitely absolute beginning ancient mine. The 4 of them came to the same conclusion, their hearts thumping madly. Perhaps the distance between them wasn't more than 100 li. Since ancient times, Eastern Wasteland's Holy Lord, Central Continent's Emperor, as long as they entered, not a single one had ever returned alive. Just now those 3 deity-like existences didn't take action against us. Don't tell me it was to force us into absolute beginning ancient mine. Chapter 227. The moonlight was like water, and the earth was empty and quiet. The red sand beneath their feet, the boulders that were several hundred jong away, and the stone mountains that were even further away were all covered by the misty moonlight. Yi Fan, Old Saber Honcho, and the others didn't have this kind of tranquil state of mind. Right now they were definitely close to Origin Ancient Mine. As they stood on the blood-colored sandy ground, their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. The two cultivators named Li Dashing and Chen Huayuan were trembling, and almost couldn't stand straight. Their hearts were filled with fear. Origin Ancient Mine was one of the Eastern Wasteland's 7 Great Life-restricted areas. Its ferocious name spread throughout the world. Since ancient times, too many terrifying things had happened. Who can save us? I really don't want to die. How can we escape from here? Old Saber Honcho, do you have any idea? Taoist priest, can you find a way out? Their voices were trembling, and their faces were as pale as paper. They were already less than 50 kilometers away from the Origin Ancient Mine. Once they reached this range, they would probably be doomed. Why are you panicking? We haven't entered the Divine Mine yet. Aren't we still 80 or 90 kilometers away? We can still make it if we retreat quickly. Old Saber Honcho shouted in a low voice. Didn't they say that encountering Tai Chu means certain death? We have almost seen it. Is there still a way out? The two of them looked at Old Saber Honcho, as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. They looked at Old Saber Honcho nervously and hopefully. That is because we are close to Origin Ancient Mine. We are still far away, so we have a chance of escaping. Old Saber Honcho didn't want to say anything more. He turned around and ran away. He couldn't stay in this dangerous place for too long, otherwise he definitely wouldn't be able to live for long. Yi Fen also turned around and left. He ran after Old Saber Honcho. He felt that recently he was really unlucky. He just wanted to watch Absolute beginning from afar. He didn't want to be blown by the black whirlwind. Li Dashing and Chen Huayuan's complexion was deathly pale. They chased from behind. The two of them were already confused. They had lost their mind, and could only passively follow Old Saber Honcho and Yi Fan. In one breath Yi Fan, Old Saber Honcho, and the others ran for 50 li before they stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. But immediately after, their countenance changed again. That's not right. How can we still look at Origin Ancient Mine? Old Saber Honcho cried out in alarm in a low voice. Yi Fen also felt that something was amiss. He activated his divine eyes and looked into the distance. At the limits of heaven and earth, the starlight was like water, a vast expanse of whiteness. It fell onto the ground, converging towards a single place. Without a doubt, that was Origin Ancient Mine, and it was still less than 80 to 90 li away from them. Uneasiness, fear, anger, grief, and all sorts of other emotions rippled from afar, almost affecting them just like before. How could this be? We've clearly fled for 25 kilometers, so why hasn't the distance changed? We clearly ran in the opposite direction, Chen said. Saber, we Saber, and we ran. We were run, we run, we run. This result made everyone's hair stand on end, and the four of them lost confidence in their hearts. Aren't we still alive? Keep running. Old Saber Honcho's voice was deep and low. Grabbing his tobacco pipe, he ran as if he was flying, and in the blink of an eye he had already dashed several hundred meters away. Yi Fan couldn't be blamed for being cowardly. Since the ancient times, it was unknown just how many holy lords had fallen here. Compared to them, the two of them really weren't enough. Yi Fan also felt apprehensive. This situation was a bit similar to what was recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Unfortunately, that part was too profound, not something he could understand. After running for 50 li, they had just stopped. They discovered that it was the same as before. They still didn't run, still running around Origin Ancient Mine. It really is inconceivable. I just can't understand it. Old Saber Honcho was a bit stupefied. When he ran, he discovered that he was leaving Origin Ancient Mine. Once he stopped, he discovered that he was going around, and not going further. He squatted on the ground. He fished out his tobacco pipe and began to smoke, his brows deeply furrowed. Old Saber Honcho, you still have the mood to smoke? Li Dushing said sullenly. Hurry and think of a way. Chen Huayuan was worried. He sat on the ground, gasping for air. Yi Fan was now sure that it was definitely the situation recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Divine Spring formed field energy, distorting space and interfering with time. This type of situation was the most terrifying. It wasn't done deliberately, but rather naturally produced by Divine Spring. It was almost equivalent to changing the rules and order of this world. Right now, their situation could still be considered good, not entering a dangerous region. Otherwise, if they touched upon the unknown laws of heaven and earth, it might result in destruction. Taoist priest, did you see through something? Li Dushing looked towards him hopefully. Chen Huayuan also moved over, saying, Little brother, if you can think of a way to bring us out, I will definitely reward you generously. I only saw some clues. This place is too complex and profound. Yi Fan spoke the truth. The field energy that appeared to disturb this world was because there was more than one piece of Divine Spring. The origin energy interacted with each other, naturally producing it. However, if there were other factors, then it would be hard to predict, unless the Yuan Taoist master personally came. The origin ancient mind contains Divine Spring. It has most likely already gained intelligence. Old Saber Honcho sighed at the side. If that's the case, then it's even more troublesome. It can evolve into a killing situation on its own, giving rise to unpredictable and terrifying consequences. Yi Fan frowned. What was worse was that these were all speculations on the surface. No one knew what was actually there. Let's continue running and see if we can find a way. Yi Fan stood up. He wanted to measure this area. Just like that, the four of them started running again. 2 hours later, Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan were almost foaming at the mouth, paralyzed on the ground. They didn't know how many 50 li they had run, but they still couldn't get far. How could this be? The two of them were panting heavily, on the verge of collapse. There shouldn't be a living being sealed in the Divine Spring here, right? Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself in an inaudible voice. Yi Fan was silent. The probability of this happening was very high. Moreover, the sealed race must be extraordinarily powerful, adding another variable to this place. I heard people say that a Holy Spirit was born in the ancient mine. Even a great eastern wasteland's divine king would die after entering. There is another saying that there is an immortal race inside. Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan also sat on the ground and spoke like this. After running for such a long time, they were drenched in sweat. They were already no longer that scared. These sayings were all on the surface. No one knew the true secrets. All of these legends could completely be considered a primer. According to the later records of the Origin Heavenly Book, one could derive more than 10 times more terrifying speculations. Yi Fan had only studied a small portion of the Origin Heavenly Book's later stages. Through what he saw before his eyes, he already felt endless reverence towards Origin Ancient Mine. This was already the case when he first saw the primer. He hadn't seen through the true clues yet. According to his speculations, even if he completely comprehended the Origin Heavenly Book, he still might not necessarily be able to understand Origin Ancient Mine's main text. This place might be far more terrifying than he had imagined. There was likely a shocking secret. Otherwise, why wouldn't even the true Yuan Taoist master dare enter? The Zhang family's first ancestor could be considered a genius of a generation. Yet he was helpless, never daring to enter Origin Ancient Mine his entire life, viewing this as his life's greatest regret. Could it be that we really are going to die here? Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan's expressions were ugly. When they saw that Yi Fan didn't say anything, they thought that there was no way. Death might not necessarily be the case. Yi Fan stood up and said, In another few dozen li, we'll have already made a circle around the ancient mine. We should be able to figure out a bit of the situation. What he felt reverence towards was Origin Ancient Mine, but he didn't approach that place. There was still 80 to 90 li between them. He felt like he might be able to find a path of life, have a way to break through it. After all, this was the border, not the true core region. After running for another 20 or so li, they returned to their starting point as expected. Arriving at the starting point. Taoist priest, I can tell with a single glance that you are a noble, a genius in this field. You have to think of a way. When Yi Fan heard Chen Huayuan say this, he couldn't help but become speechless. The so-called noble was just digging grandpa, another form of address for Yuan Taoist master's disciples. The people of this profession dug mountains and caves when they grew up, roaming about the great earth, never seeing the light of day. Those who dug up origin veins were jokingly called digging grandpa. Taoist priest digging grandpa. Have you figured out a way to escape? Li Dusheng also asked nervously. There is a way, but we need to take a risk. What kind of risk? Old Sword Honcho took a puff of his pipe and asked. This time, we need to advance several li towards Origin Ancient Mine. We need to better understand this place's field energy, and only then will we have a way to escape, Yi Fan said calmly. Digging grandpa, have you gone mad? Chen Huayuan immediately jumped up, incomparably excited. Who would throw away their lives towards Origin Ancient Mine? Even those sacred masters only fought with their lives on the line when their lifespans were about to run out. Yi Fan drew and calculated on the ground, not even raising his head as he said. Only by continuously measuring like this can we understand the situation. Find a way out. All right, let's do it like this. Old Sword Honcho took a deep breath, knocked the tobacco pipe on the ground, and then stood up. For the sake of caution, we will only advance 5 li. Don't go too far. Yi Fan took the lead and walked forward. Li Dusheng and Chen Huayuan had long faces, extremely unwilling, but they didn't dare stay here alone. Right now, they could only rely on this digging grandpa. When they stopped 5 li in, they were shocked to discover that the earth had retreated with a schwa sound. This is... Even Old Sword Honcho jumped in fright, his fine hairs all standing on end. They had clearly only walked 5 li, but after stopping, they immediately went 10 li in. The starlight converging towards Origin Ancient Mine could be seen, like a vast expanse of white waterfall in front of them. Taoist priest, you are going to kill us, Chen Huayuan said in alarm. Don't worry, let's go back the way we came. Yi Fan was also very surprised. The rules and order of this place were very distorted. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. In a short 20 li, the 4 of them struggled for no less than 2 hours, not even going back, but constantly going around. If not for Yi Fan engraving special patterns on the road according to the Book of Origin, they wouldn't have been able to walk out at all. The imprints left by Old Sword Honcho and the others were all obliterated, mysteriously disappearing. Only the traces of the original heaven pattern left by Yi Fan still remained. Why do I feel that we didn't walk in a straight line at all, but rather left and right turns, and took many detours before coming out? Old Sword Honcho was puzzled. This is caused by the natural field energy produced by the divine spring. Fortunately, we are only at the edge. There are no complicated changes occurring here. We can still be considered lucky. Yi Fan answered. Can we escape? Li Dusheng asked urgently. We still have to probe from many directions, otherwise, I don't have the confidence. We still have to try. Chen Huayuan was nervous. Do you have a better idea? Old Sword Honcho gave him a sidelong glance. In the next 2 hours, Yi Fan probed a few more times. Among them the last time was the most dangerous. They actually advanced 30 li in one go. Even Old Sword Honcho's face turned pale. At this moment, they were already less than 50 to 60 li away from the Origin Ancient Mine. They could clearly see the silver river flowing down from the sky. The pure white radiance completely submerged that place, appearing gentle and holy. What is that? Yi Fan was shocked. The Origin Ancient Mine was underground. It was impossible to see, but everything in the sky could be reflected in their eyes. There were some dazzling things rushing out from the ancient mine, bobbing up and down. The starlight in the sky formed a river, falling down like a waterfall. But those things were even more dazzling. One moment they rose into the sky, the next moment they sunk into the ground. It might be the divine spring. Old Sword Honcho squinted his eyes, shooting out 2 sharp rays of light. Divine spring? Yi Fan was shocked. It wasn't wrapped by the rock skin, devouring the starlight. Could it be that those springs had developed intelligence? There was definitely more than one. There were 4 or 5 specks of light bobbing up and down. And this was only what he could see. I saw corpses. Li Dusheng's lips trembled, his face turning green. What, where? Yi Fan was shocked. In the sky above the origin ancient mine, bobbing up and down, sometimes submerging into the ground, sometimes rising into the starlight. Li Dushing trembled. Nonsense. Old Sword Honcho rebuked. There is a mysterious power in the origin ancient mine. Even I can't see it clearly, only some specks of light. How can you see it? My left eye is an innate underworld eye. I can occasionally see some special things. Li Dushing was incomparably frightened. The left eye is underworld eye. Old Sword Honcho was shocked. Yi Fan was also shaken. He had heard of this kind of eye before. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was innate. It could see through the underworld. Hurry and speak. What else did you see? Yi Fan and Old Sword Honcho urged at the same time. Those corpses continuously rose, entering the starlight, and then slowly sunk, entering the great earth. There were quite a few of them. Li Dushing was almost sleep-talking, his face devoid of color. He couldn't see anything else, to the extent where he couldn't even see the divine source. His cultivation wasn't high enough. His left eye could only occasionally see the underworld. According to what he said, Yi Fan and Old Sword Honcho could already imagine the scene 60 li out. Origin ancient mine. Within the silver waterfall that poured down from the sky, corpses were bathing in the pure and holy starlight, rising and falling. This scene, just the thought of it made them shiver inwardly. What exactly was going on? Apart from this, there were specks of light, as well as other things rising and falling. They could vaguely see. No wonder even the great figure of a generation, Zhang family's Yuan Taoist master, didn't dare enter origin ancient mine. Yi Fan said to himself inwardly. This place was too mysterious. Wang. Suddenly, a wave of tremendous suction force erupted from origin ancient mine. The starlight in the sky was immediately sucked dry. The entire sky pitch black, so dark one couldn't even see their own fingers. On the ground, it was as if there was an enormous black hole that could devour everything. Chapter 228. The sky was like ink, the stars and moon disappearing, as if this place entered eternal darkness. Origin ancient mine's surroundings were deathly still. An indescribable pressure, endless fear, and a terrifying sense of suffocation. It was as if many black mountains were descending, sinking into one's heart. What is going on? The four of them were shocked. Their hearts were heavy, not understanding what was going on at all. What happened to origin ancient mine? We won't die, right? Chen Huayuan asked with a trembling voice. Li Dushing was also trembling. His left eye released dark light. The underworld eye widened, gazing in origin ancient mine's direction. What did you see? Yi Fan asked. How is the origin ancient mine? Old Saber Honcho also hurriedly asked. I can't see anything. It's so dark that it's terrifying. It's swallowing everything. My eyes. Li Dushing suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes. This sudden turn of events caused the other three to feel a chill run down their spines. They quickly helped him up. What's wrong with you? Yi Fan asked. The corner of Li Dushing's left eye cracked and a trickle of blood flowed out. The underworld eye was empty and extremely swollen. Fortunately, the pupil was not injured and only the white of the eye was injured. It hurt so much. Tears and mucus flowed down his face. He continuously used his spirit power to attack the underworld eye. It took him a long time to recover. What happened? Old Saber Honcho asked. Black hole. A huge black hole. It seems like it can swallow the heavens. Li Dushing was terrified. His underworld eye almost cracked. Whoosh! After a while, the starlight and moonlight in the sky appeared again. It was so sudden. The gentle radiance was like smoke and mist, exceptionally pure and holy. It gave people a feeling of light and warmth, sweeping away the loneliness from before. The blood-red land was plain and simple. The gravel, rocks, and hills were covered with a thin layer of gauze, like a shallow landscape painting. That scared me to death. What happened just now? Chen Huayuan patted his chest. Light reappeared, and it was as if nothing had happened. The starlight in the sky converged into water, and flowed towards the primordial ancient mine. However, the huge black hole that could devour everything had disappeared. It was no different from before. It really feels like an illusion. Yi Fan sighed. However, not long after, there There was another buzzing sound, and all the holy radiance was sucked dry. The surroundings were boundless, pitch black, no one to be seen on the other side. This was especially the case with Origin Ancient Mine. That place seemed to have become an abyss, even darker than other places. Why is it dark again? Right, it's almost midnight now. The legends are just like this. Origin Ancient Mine swallows the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing everything. Old Saber Honcho was alarmed, saying, "We have to leave quickly, or else we might not be able to leave." "Let's go," Yi Fan shouted in a low voice. He had already roughly understood the situation here, so he led the three of them to retreat. Of course, the so-called retreat referred to turning left and right, constantly changing directions, and not advancing in a straight line. Yi Fan constantly calculated according to what was recorded in the Book of Origin. He even paid attention to every step he took. The three people behind him followed his footprints as they advanced. This was a circuitous route. Even if it wasn't 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, it was more or less the same. It was very erratic, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. From time to time, Yi Fan would even stop and make some calculations on the ground. He carefully evaluated and compared the surrounding terrain, and then he would choose a direction to advance. Indiana. "I say, Grandpa Digger, you have to bring us out." Chen Huayuan dawdled while walking, saying, "I've always admired people like you. I've always wanted to enter this line of work. Unfortunately, I only learned a bit of superficial knowledge." "Stay on the side. Don't add to the chaos." Old Saber Honcho pulled him to the side, afraid that he would disturb Yi Fan. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Fan brought them back to their starting point, about 80 to 90 li from Origin Ancient Mine. During this process, muffled sounds could be heard from behind them from time to time. An enormous black hole swallowed the essence of heaven and earth like a whale, as if an archaic vicious beast had opened its mouth to devour the heavens. Yi Fan was affected several times. Every time heaven and earth lost all light, completely sinking into darkness, he had no choice but to stop and calmly deduce. Just like this, they walked and stopped, feeling as if they had made a detour for over 1,000 li. They finally left this strange region, appearing 150 li away. "We're finally out." The 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief, especially Yi Fan, as if he had collapsed. He sat on the ground on his butt. Unceasingly deducing made him a little exhausted. He took out the pristine jade bottle, and poured the dried-up divine spring into his mouth, finally recovering quickly. If he hadn't comprehended the Book of Source Heavenly Scripture, Yi Fan felt that he would have definitely been sealed inside, and it would have been almost impossible for him to escape. "Grandpa Digger, when we get back, I'll erect a long life memorial arch for you. I'm a man of my word." Chen Huayuan looked deeply grateful. "Stop dreaming. We're only a little away from the divine mine. We're still in the absolute beginning forbidden area. There's also a terrain similar to true dragon coughing blood. We could lose our lives at any time." Old Saber Honcho poured cold water on him. Yi Fan also heaved a sigh. The absolute beginning forbidden area was extremely dangerous. There was definitely more than one terrain like Fire Dragon Mark and True Dragon Coughing Blood. If they were careless, they might fall into a dangerous zone. Under the auspicious moonlight, the few of them walked very slowly and carefully, for fear of accidentally falling into a dangerous zone. "What did the corpses you saw in the absolute beginning ancient mine look like?" Yi Fan asked Li Dusheng. "Were they humans?" Old Saber Honcho also asked. "They were all humanoid, but it's hard to say whether they were human corpses or not. After all, they were too far away. Even my netherworld eyes could only see their silhouettes. There were males and females. Their clothes were very ancient." Li Dusheng still had lingering fears. "Perhaps there are corpses of ancient divine masters and emperors. Of course, it's also possible that they originally existed in the absolute beginning ancient mine." Old Saber Honcho said to himself. "Fortunately, I didn't see any living existences." Yi Fan rejoiced. There were too many legends regarding the absolute beginning ancient mine, each more terrifying than the last. Living existences, how many people have seen them since ancient times? Old Saber Honcho said to himself. "I wonder if those 3 deity-like existences are still nearby." Li Dusheng said in a low voice. Strictly speaking, it was precisely because of the appearance of those three creatures surrounded by halos that they were forced to flee, almost being trapped in absolute beginning ancient mine. We definitely can't meet them again, Chen Huayuan muttered. I say, can you two shut your crow mouths? Old Saber Honcho's eyes widened, speaking these words extremely taboo. Not good. Yi Fan gazed towards the distant horizon, his mind immediately sinking. These two crow mouths really hit the nail on the head. Even though it was midnight, it wasn't dark. The bright moon hung high in the sky, the boundless blood-colored great earth hazy and indistinct. On the horizon, three figures appeared, currently looking in this direction. There were halos surrounding them, as if three deities were standing there. The one at the center was plain and illusory, giving off an unreal feeling. The one on the left had divine radiance covering his body, blazing and dazzling like a blazing sun, as if a sun god descended into this world. The one on the right had white clothes and fine black hair fluttering about, as if a lunar fairy descended into this world, sparkling and translucent. Three taboos. They really want to force us into absolute beginning ancient mine. Chen Huayuan and Li Dushing had just calmed down not too long ago, but now, they began to tremble again. The two really wanted to run, but right now their legs were extremely weak, trembling, unable to budge an inch. Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho wanted to run, but absolute beginning ancient mine was right behind them, so it really wasn't easy to turn around. However, something shocking and incomprehensible happened. The three deities on the horizon suddenly turned around and ran, as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, as if they encountered malicious spirits, quickly fleeing inconceivably fast. Old Saber Honcho was stupefied, extremely confused. Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan were also stupefied, stammering as they spoke. Taboo existences are scared of us. What is going on? Deities are running. I am not seeing things right. Even though the distance was far, only a blurry silhouette visible, Yi Fan still felt that it was a bit familiar. In that instant, a streak of light flashed past his mind. Fuck you. He ran as if he was flying, running in pursuit. He dares to curse the living existences of absolute beginning forbidden area. Chen Huayuan was shocked. Crazy, he's really crazy. This grandpa is possessed, actually chasing after three deities. Li Dushing also cried out in alarm. Old Saber Honcho was stunned at first, then he suddenly jumped up and said, Chase, those aren't absolute beginning ancient minds deities, they're people like us. What, they're people? Chen Huayuan's courage was immediately boosted, cursing loudly. Fuck, it's the three of them who caused us to run all over the place, almost dying in absolute beginning ancient mine. They're actually also humans. Li Dushing also cursed, saying, Fuck your grandpa, they're also humans, yet they almost caused us to die. #yin yen. They quickly recalled that when they first met, the four of them stood on high ground, only retreating to a low-lying area. Only when they couldn't see those three did they start to run. Thinking about it this way, the other party most likely also chose to run at that time, just that they didn't see them because of the high ground. Yi Fan rushed at the very front, Old Saber Honcho was second, Chen Huayuan and Li Dushing were at the bottom, chasing relentlessly. The four of them were extremely calm, not a single one shouting, all of them chasing in silence. Even though the three in front were extremely fast, extremely swift, they couldn't completely let go, not daring to use all of their strength out of fear of accidentally entering a dangerous area. As a result, they didn't shake off the four behind them. Even though they could only see blurry silhouettes, Yi Fan could almost confirm that they were the Jade Lake Saintess, Yaoxi and Yaoguang Saint. He already knew that these three Holy Lands inheritors came to the edge of absolute beginning ancient mine to transport stone materials, but he never expected that they would also lose their way here. These three almost caused us to lose our lives in absolute beginning ancient mine. If we don't scare them half to death, will really be letting us down. Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan both clenched their teeth. Yi Fan even more so took action, chasing after the three Holy Lands inheritors, not daring to stop for even a moment. The glorious saint and saintess were always calm and composed, but now they were in a sorry state, treating the people behind them as taboo existences in absolute beginning ancient mine. Why do I feel like they are humans, not some unknown creature? Indeed, Their sleeves are fluttering. The one at the very front seems like a Taoist priest, and he looks a bit familiar. They are most likely humans. If they were terrifying creatures, they should have already caught up to us. The Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Shi and Yao Guang Saint weren't ordinary people after all. Even though they were trapped in the absolute beginning forbidden area, they didn't panic too much. They quickly came to a conclusion, and then all of them stopping. Boundless celestial being. Are there some old friends in front? When Yi Fan saw them stop, he quickly rushed forward saying, "Not good, not good." Not long after, the two sides met up. The silver moon hung high in the sky, the moonlight bright and clear, the rays gentle. When they arrived before their eyes, they could clearly see each other. Yao Guang Saint's hair was shining with golden light, and his whole body was shining brilliantly. Although he wasn't angry, he didn't have his usual peaceful smile, either, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Yao Shi's clothes were whiter than snow, and she looked like an otherworldly fairy. She frowned and said, "Taoist priest, I didn't expect to meet you here. You really are worthy of being Taoist priest Duan's senior uncle." Duanda was called an immoral Taoist, or a wicked Taoist priest. Yao Shi was very tactful, and her words had a hidden meaning. Being chased like this in the absolute beginning forbidden area, no one would be happy. However, she had good self-control, so she didn't explode. Boundless celestial being. Yi Fan recited the Taoist name and explained, "This is all a misunderstanding." The Jade Lake Saintess didn't say anything. After a while she said, "Taoist priest, why are you here?" "It's a long story." At this time, Chen Huayuan and Li Dushing arrived, saying, "Who are you? You almost made us die in the absolute beginning ancient mine." The two of them didn't care about the consequences, and they started a series of complaints. Yao Guang Saint's son, Yao Shi, and the Jade Lake Saintess immediately lost their temper. After hearing what the two of them said, the three of them realized that it was indeed a misunderstanding for both sides to scare each other. After the grudge disappeared, Yao Shi complained, "Taoist priest, you are really comparable to that immoral Taoist priest. You clearly recognized us, but you still chased after us without saying a word." Yao Guang Saint's son also said, "Taoist brother, this joke is a bit too much." The Jade Lake Saintess let out a melodious voice and said, "Taoist priest, we were almost chased into a dead end by you. Everything is a misunderstanding." Yi Fan changed the topic and asked, "How did you also get lost in the absolute beginning forbidden area?" "We were originally at the edge of the absolute beginning forbidden area." According to the three of them, their experience was almost the same as Yi Fan's. A strange black wind blew outside the life forbidden area, and many people were killed or injured. The three of them were swept into the absolute beginning forbidden area. After learning that the three of them were Holy Land inheritors, Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan didn't dare make a fuss. Old Saber Hancho, on the other hand, was quite calm from start to finish. When they understood each other's reasons for entering, the seven of them all sighed with emotion. It was actually all because of that strange black wind. "Taoist priest, you really, for the sake of seeing Origin Ancient Mine, you actually ran all the way here." Yao Guang Saint's son shook his head. Both sides gathered together. After learning about each other's experiences in the forbidden area, the Jade Lake Saintess and the other two were quite shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so outstanding, breaking through the perilous situation. "I feel that as long as we walk through the bloody plains in front of us, we will be able to leave the forbidden area," Old Saber Hancho said. Yi Fan and the three Holy Land inheritors all nodded. They also felt the same way. The seven of them walked for 60 li, and then they unexpectedly saw a pine forest in front of them. The bright moon shone on the pine trees. Clear spring flowed over rocks. This was the true portrayal of the scene before their eyes. The pine forest swayed. Clear spring gurgled. The moon reflected on the stream, quiet and beautiful. Origin Ancient Mine was a life-forbidden area. Not even a blade of grass grew here. How could there be such a place? Everyone was confused, feeling greatly surprised and shocked. "There is something shining." Yao Guang's eyes were deep, as if he could see the entire pine forest. The stream murmured, flowing over the blue stone, pure and clean like silk. The seven of them walked into the forest. Sure enough, they saw light flickering, an object shining. This is a skeleton. Everyone was shocked. Below an ancient pine tree was a pure white skeleton, its entire body sparkling and sparkling, releasing brilliance under the moonlight. This person definitely had world-shocking cultivation when he was alive. For his bones to still be this smooth even after so many years, unimaginable. There is a jade pendant here. Yao Shi found a warm jade in the stream, carved into the shape of a dragon, flickering with precious splendor. This is an emperor from Great Xia. The Jade Lake Saintess was shocked. This type of jade pendant was something only Great Xia's emperor could possess, a type of status symbol. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. An emperor with world-shocking cultivation from an undying dynasty that had existed for more than 100,000 years actually died here. As expected, Origin Ancient Mind sent a holy lord and emperor to their deaths. Yao Guang's holy child sighed. He didn't know if he would also head here in the future. He died before entering Origin Ancient Mind, so there is definitely some type of unfathomable danger here. We need to hurry and leave. Yao Shi's exceptional appearance revealed great fluctuations, her beautiful eyes sweeping towards the depths of the pine forest. Everyone shivered inwardly. An emperor of an undying dynasty whose cultivation was profound, yet he died here. This place wasn't as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Hurry and leave. Yi Fan thought of something, the first to withdraw. Right now these people all viewed him as a grave robber. When they saw this, they felt even more uneasy, all of them moving in retreat. Daoist, is there anything wrong with this place? Did you see anything? The Jade Lake Saintess asked softly, waves of fragrance wafting from her jade-like body. There shouldn't be a pine forest or clear spring here. It should be a desolate land. Things will always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Yi Fan felt uneasy. There was a warning in the Heavenly Origin book. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Quickly withdraw upon seeing it. That wasn't something said to normal people, but rather a warning for the Yuan Taoist master. The latter half of the Heavenly Origin book had mentioned this type of mountain and river terrain. It didn't conform to common sense, a landform that shouldn't exist. There was definitely something inconceivable underground, something even the Yuan Taoist master had to withdraw from. Yi Fan's heart was pounding madly. This was an earth vein that could kill the Yuan Taoist master. A demonic earth that had to be avoided. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to speculate what was underground. I actually really did see a landform like, things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. This is recorded in the latter half of the Heavenly Origin book. He said to himself inwardly. He definitely couldn't break through it right now. Even if the Zhang family's first ancestor, that Yuan Taoist master, was reborn, he might not necessarily be able to break through. Yi Fan broke out in cold sweat, backing up step by step. The clothes on his back were all drenched. Everyone could feel his nervousness, all of them holding their breaths, backing up as well. Nothing bad happened all the way until they left the pine forest. The clear spring's gurgling sounds were pleasing to the ears, passing through the forest. It was extremely peaceful. Even the world-shaking Emperor Lord died here. So how could there not be any dangers? This was definitely a demonic earth dyed in blood. However, everyone already backed up several hundred zhang away, yet they still didn't see anything. So, Yi Fan displayed his extreme speed, leaving behind an afterimage, rushing out in the blink of an eye. Slowly retreating wasn't a solution. Everyone, we will rely on our luck. If we don't die, then we will meet up 50 li away. The digging grandpa, who could walk out from Origin Ancient Mine, was actually like this, leaving the remaining 6 horrified. The sound of space shattering rang through the air. They all displayed their various methods, doing everything they could to escape. Yi Fan fled for his life, a chill running down his back. The absolute beginning forbidden area was too terrifying, danger zones everywhere. He felt like this place wasn't much worse than that ancient mine. Chapter 229. Yi Fan's speed could not be said to be slow. Although he was not the only one in the Holy Ji Palace, he was almost there. After he took a step forward, he felt as if time and space had changed. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed out several miles. But when he looked up, his body felt cold. The bright moon shone through the pine trees. and the clear spring flowed over the rocks. A plain and peaceful scene was right in front of him. He could not escape, and was about to rush into the pine forest. How can this be? He suddenly stopped. It was peaceful in front of him. Thin smoke rose from the pine forest, gentle and clean. The pine forest should have been behind him. How could it be in front of him? He looked back. The 6 people behind him were faint. It was empty. There was nothing. The red land was far away. Why is it like this? When things reach an extreme, they will always move in the opposite direction. This sort of terrain could even kill the Grand Xia Royal Lord. Yi Fan had no way to break it. His heart pounded. He changed his direction once more and flew away. Whoosh! The stars moved, and the heaven and earth rotated. In front of him, the stream flowed, and the pine forest was picturesque. It was like a place of immortals. The peaceful scenery was in front of him again, blocking his way. It was as if he was rushing in himself. Why is this forest moving? Yi Fan was shocked. He did not feel any fluctuations of field energy. Everything was as calm as water. Why is it like this? He changed direction again. He hadn't gone far when he encountered the same scene. The tranquil and elegant pine forest seemed to have always been in front of him, blocking his path. It was he himself who was seeking the tranquil and seeking victory. He strode forward. Yi Fan stopped and silently calculated, using what he had learned to analyze the abnormality in front of him. But after a while he could not find the reason or solution. This place was definitely not caused by the so-called field energy. The forest seemed to really be moving. Now Yi Fan did not trust his senses. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense to explore his surroundings. The result was still the same. There was no change. It seems that I am trapped here and cannot escape. He did not know if it was the same for the others. He was only 100 feet away from the pine forest and the clear spring. It would be unrealistic for Yi Fan to say that he was not nervous. This concerned his life and death. No one could remain calm in such a situation. What should we do? No one was willing to die in the prime of their life. He took out the cauldron made from the source energy of all things, and it floated above his head. Wisps of mysterious yellow energy fell down. Then he took out the Li-Fire Divine Cauldron and held it in his palm, ready to strike at any time. In the middle of the night, everything was quiet. Other than the gentle sound of the stream, there was nothing else. It was exceptionally peaceful. Yi Fan stood there for more than an hour, but nothing happened. Where did they go? Why is there no sound? Could it be that they've escaped? Yi Fan's heart was filled with doubt. Continuing to stand like this wasn't a solution at all. In the end, he took out the Book of Source Heaven and prepared himself for a last-minute battle. The mysterious book flickered with silver light and felt heavy in his hand. Under the moonlight, it was exceptionally sparkling and translucent. The words Book of Source Heavenly Source shone brightly on the cover. After he opened it, he immediately flipped to the second half of the book. He searched for the few pages where, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction, and searched for a way to break it. After reading for a long time, Yi Fan broke out in a cold sweat. This was almost unsolvable. The book suggested retreating as soon as possible, but he was currently trapped here, and had no way of retreating. Force observation technique. He sighed. In the end, his comprehension wasn't thorough enough, and he hadn't been able to learn the force observation technique to a profound level. Otherwise, he would have been able to seek fortune and avoid calamity. He would have discovered this dangerous place first, and wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. It was too late to say anything now. In such a short period of time, it was already very astonishing that he had achieved what he had now. It was impossible for him to comprehend the heavenly scroll in one go. After repeatedly studying it and seriously analyzing it, Yi Fan discovered that there were 1 or 2 methods he could try, but he couldn't use them at all because they involved extremely profound source techniques. Moreover, even if he used them, he might not be able to break it. There was only a 50% chance of success. As expected of the demonic earth that killed the Yuan Taoist master. He was close to despair. Buzz. Suddenly, Yi Fan's ears rang, and he felt as if a large hammer had smashed into his body. Blood flowed from his ears and nose at the same time, and his body was flung away like a scarecrow. Bang! He fell to the ground all of a sudden. His whole body was in pain, and even his powerful treasured body almost collapsed. What is attacking me? Yi Fan was horrified. The cauldron above his head quickly enlarged and enveloped him. The leaf-fired divine furnace in his hand surged into the sky, burning fiercely in front of him. The surroundings were quiet and he didn't see anything. He didn't know what had attacked him. Buzz. It was coming again. His ears were ringing, and his eyes were blurred. His divine sense was in intense pain as if it was being pricked by needles. His senses were almost out of commission, and an inexplicable strange force smashed into his body. Boom. This time he wasn't hit. The cauldron made of myriad source chi sucked him in. The mysterious yellow mist fell, making heavy sounds. At the same time, the lid of the leaf-fired divine furnace opened, and flames burned in all directions, engulfing the sky. Damn it! Yi Fan was furious. He had suffered a great loss, and he still didn't know what had attacked him. Inside the cauldron made of myriad source chi, he checked his body's condition and was deeply shocked. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his bones were almost broken. Bloody cracks appeared on his skin. If it was someone else, even a cultivator of the third secret realm would have been killed. This kind of attack was too terrifying. His physical body surpassed spirit treasures, and even swords couldn't harm him. Yet he was almost broken. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. Buzz. Another wave of vibrations resounded. This time, Yi Fan was inside the cauldron, and he didn't look as miserable as before. He could clearly see a strange light wave vibrating. It seemed gentle, but its power was astonishing, and it made his palms break out in cold sweat. Dang! The gentle light wave vibrated like a ripple. It was very gentle, but when it hit the leaf-fired divine furnace, it immediately created a deep dent. In the past, when he used the battle saint technique and used all his strength, he could only leave a palm print on the furnace. However, this ripple-like light wave caused a large part of the furnace to shrink. This was too shocking. No wonder his physical body almost collapsed. With this kind of power, if he were to be hit a few more times, his body and soul would have been destroyed. The light wave was emitted from the pine forest, and it rippled continuously. Under the moonlight, it seemed exceptionally graceful. As expected, it was the demonic earth, and its terror was beginning to show. Swoosh! Yi Fan put the leaf-fired divine furnace back into the cauldron. In a short period of time, there were already 4 or 5 deep marks on it, as if it had been lashed by the heavenly emperor's whip. Fortunately, this furnace was very mysterious and almost indestructible. Not long after, it slowly swelled up and became transparent like a crystal. It quickly repaired itself. This furnace has the power of immortality. Yi Fan's eyes were clear, but now was not the time to be distracted. If he didn't solve the crisis outside, he would definitely die here. What made him feel a little relieved was that this cauldron made of myriad source chi, although it didn't have a spirit or special ability, it was rare in this world in terms of toughness. Although the ripples hit the furnace and produced sonorous sounds, they didn't leave any marks. Wisps of mysterious yellow chi fell down and crushed one of the light waves. Yi Fan controlled the precious cauldron and tore through the air. He didn't want to give up and tried again. Unfortunately, the result was still the same. Moreover, it provoked even more light waves that covered the sky. They were like streaks of light rain, multicolored and dazzling as they enveloped downwards. Dang dang! Piercing through metal and splitting stone, the sound deafening. The cauldron made of myriad source chi was sent flying in all directions. Chi. Suddenly, the light waves disappeared. A black line seeped out from the forest and lightly streaked across the sky. However, it made Yi Fan's heart tremble. That black line actually tore apart the void. This made his blood run cold. He was worried that his own cauldron wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of attack. Things will always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. It looks peaceful, but it is actually so terrifying. Dang! The cauldron made of myriad source chi shook violently but didn't shatter. However, Yi Fan who was inside felt extremely uncomfortable. The powerful force shook his entire body until it was in pain. However, what made his scalp go numb was that the pine forest that was enveloped in silver moonlight was actually overflowing with countless black lines that lightly brushed over. Yi Fan controlled the cauldron to escape. With so many black lines, the myriad source chi cauldron definitely couldn't handle them. Even if it didn't shatter, it was enough to shake him to death. There's really no way out. He was in despair. This pine forest was tranquil and clean. Even though it resembled the immortal forest, it was even more terrifying than the ghost forest. However, with the Great Dipper transposition, he couldn't escape. Wherever he rushed to, it would obstruct him. At this time, Yi Fan discovered that there were black lines everywhere in the air. They were densely packed, but there were none in the lower parts of the pine forest. It was all hazy. Whatever, if I die then I die. He clenched his teeth and controlled the precious cauldron. He moved close to the ground and rushed into the pine forest. According to the description of the Book of Origin, once activated, it would be very difficult to come out alive as long as one entered the forest. However, Yi Fan had no choice. If he didn't rush in, he would die immediately. In the sky, the black lines danced like demonic hands. Not long after, they disappeared. The forest was very peaceful. Yi Fan waited in the cauldron for a long time, but he didn't see any changes. Am I really going to be trapped here? He came out of the cauldron and stood on the ground. He rubbed the Book of Origin with his hand. Suddenly, the Book of Origin automatically flipped its pages and shot out rays of auspicious light. There were also auspicious lights flickering in the pine forest. Yi Fan's expression changed as he walked forward with the Book of Origin in his hand. He was rather surprised. He saw the original heaven pattern network on the ground. It was a rune unique to the Book of Origin. It was sparkling on the ground and attracted the Book of Origin. Yi Fan walked over in large strides. The first original heaven pattern network was profound and complex. He couldn't understand it at all. There were hundreds of runes that formed a six-pointed star diagram. They were all engraved on origin stones and buried underground. At this moment, they were overflowing with colorful lights and appeared. In front of him, auspicious lights flickered in more than one place. They led to the deepest part of the pine forest like bright lamps guiding the way. Why is this? Could it be that the Yuan Taoist master has been here before? Yi Fan's heart immediately became excited. He had already fallen into a state of despair, but now there was a ray of hope. He walked forward with the Book of Origin in his hand. He slowly walked forward and observed carefully as he walked towards the deepest part of the pine forest. Suddenly his expression froze. He was incomparably shocked. Not far away, there was an ancient building. It was old and dilapidated, but it didn't collapse. It stood in the shadows. It was a divine temple. When he dug out the green iron pyramid in the Yaoguang Holy Land's mining area, he had seen the lush and luxuriant primordial land. He had seen some races and even different divine temples. What he saw in front of him was definitely a primordial divine temple. Countless years had passed. Although it was ancient, it hadn't collapsed. Yi Fan's heart trembled. No wonder this place was special. It was clearly not an ordinary land. In the primordial era, it was a sacred land. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Was probably just a representation. There was most likely something else. Yi Fan didn't walk over because the origin pattern on the ground didn't point there. Instead, it pointed to the front. He continued forward without any distractions. Along the way, he saw dozens of inscriptions. They were all incomparably profound, but he couldn't understand a single one. Some were shaped like true dragons, twisting and turning. Some were shaped like turtles, condensed and agile. There were also many star diagrams that corresponded to the stars in the sky. This was the origin pattern. It was the pattern laid down by the person with the highest achievement recorded in the Book of Origin. Without a doubt, this must be the work of the Yuan Taoist master. No one else could do this. In the depths of the pine forest, the moonlight was like a pure white feather, sprinkling down in large patches. The sound of flowing water could be heard. A pavilion stood quietly in front of him. This pavilion was overflowing with an ancient aura. It was completely made of origin stones, and was engraved with the passage of time. There were many ancient characters carved on the 4 pillars. Yi Fan was stunned after just looking at the first stone pillar. The Holy Master died, the Imperial Lord died, the Divine King died. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. This place really surpassed his imagination. He carefully read the records. This was the personal record of a Yuan Taoist master. Chapter 230. The moonlight was like water. The great earth was empty and tranquil. The red gravel beneath their feet, the boulders several hundred zhang away, and the stone mountains even further away were all covered by the thin smoke-like moonlight, hazy and indistinct. Yi Fan, Old Saber Honcho, and the others didn't have this type of tranquil mood. They were definitely close to Origin Ancient Mine. As they stood on the blood-colored sand and stone, their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. The two cultivators named Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan were trembling, almost unable to stand steadily. Their hearts were filled with alarm and fear. Origin Ancient Mine was one of the Eastern Wasteland's 7 great life-restricted regions. Its vicious reputation was known throughout the world. Since ancient times, too many terrifying things had happened here. Who can save us? I really don't want to die. How can we escape this place? Old Saber Honcho, do you have a way? Taoist priest, can you find a way out? The two individuals' voices were trembling, close to despair. Their faces were as white as paper. They were already less than 100 li from Origin Ancient Mine. Once they reached this range, they might not have much luck. What are you panicking for? It's not like we entered the Divine Mine. Isn't there still 80 to 90 li left? We can still make it if we hurry up and leave. Old Saber Honcho shouted in a low voice. Didn't they say that encountering Origin Ancient Mine will result in death? We almost saw it. Is there still a path of life to speak of? The two individuals seemed to have grabbed onto their last hope, nervously and hopefully looking at Old Saber Honcho. That is because we are close to Origin Ancient Mine. We are still far away. There is still a chance to escape. Old Saber Honcho didn't want to say anything else. He turned around and ran. This was a dangerous place that couldn't be left for too long, or else they definitely wouldn't live for long. Yi Fen also turned around and ran, chasing after Old Saber Honcho. He felt that his luck had been really bad recently. He only wanted to look at Origin Ancient Mine from afar. He didn't expect to be blown in by the black whirlwind. Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan's complexion were pale as they chased from behind. The two of them were already in a state of confusion. They lost their minds and passively followed Old Saber Honcho and Yi Fan. Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho's group of 4 ran for 50 li in a single breath. Only then did they stop and heave a sigh of relief. However, immediately afterwards their expressions changed again. This isn't right. How can we still look at Origin Ancient Mine? Old Saber Honcho cried out in alarm in a low voice. Yi Fan also felt that something wasn't right. He used his divine eyes to look into the distance. At the limits of heaven and earth, the starlight was like water, a vast expanse of whiteness. It descended onto the ground, converging towards a single place. Without a doubt, that place was Origin Ancient Mine. It was still less than 80 to 90 li away from them. Uneasiness, alarm, anger, grief, and all types of emotions surged over from the distance, almost affecting them just like before. How could it be like this? We clearly ran for 50 li. Why hasn't the distance changed? Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan's faces immediately turned green. From head to toe, apart from their eyeballs, almost every inch of their skin was trembling. We were clearly fleeing in the opposite direction. Why does it seem like we're going around it? This result made them shiver in fear. The 4 of them all lost confidence. Aren't we still alive? Continue running. Old Saber Honcho's voice was overcast. He grabbed his tobacco pipe, running as if he was flying, rushing out several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Now Li Dushing and Chen Huayuan really were rolling and crawling, their legs extremely weak. Only after falling several times did they run out. This couldn't be blamed on them being cowardly. One had to understand that since the ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many holy lords had fallen here. Compared to them, the 2 of them really weren't enough. Yi Fan also felt apprehension inwardly. This situation was a bit similar to what was recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Unfortunately, that part was too profound, not something he could understand. After running for 50 li, as soon as they stopped, they discovered that it was just like before, still not running, still running around Origin Ancient Mine. It really is inconceivable. I just can't understand it. Old Saber Honcho was a bit stupefied. When he ran, he discovered that he was leaving Origin Ancient Mine, but once he stopped, he discovered that he was making a detour and not running far away. He squatted on the ground, fished out his tobacco pipe, starting to smoke it with pada-pada sounds, his brows deeply furrowed. Old Saber Honcho, you still have the mood to smoke? Li Dashing said with a sullen expression. Hurry and think of a way. Chen Huayuan was anxious and uneasy, sitting on the ground while breathing heavily. Yi Fan was now sure that it was definitely the situation recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Divine Spring formed field energy, distorting space, interfering with time. This type of situation was the most terrifying. It wasn't done deliberately, but rather naturally produced by Divine Spring, almost equivalent to changing the rules and order of this world. Right now, their situation could still be considered good. They didn't walk into a dangerous area. Otherwise, if they touched upon the unknown laws of heaven and earth, it might be devastating. Taoist priest, did you see through something? Li Dashing looked towards him hopefully. Chen Huayuan also moved over, saying, Little bro, if you can think of a way to bring us out, I will definitely reward you generously. I only saw a few clues. This place is too complicated and profound. What Yi Fan said was the truth. The field energy that appeared to disturb this world was because there was more than one piece of Divine Spring, the Origin power interacting, naturally producing it. This could be seen. However, if there were other factors, then it would be hard to predict, unless the Yuan Taoist master personally came. Origin Ancient Mine contains Divine Spring, most likely already developed intelligence. Old Saber Honcho sighed from the side. If that's the case, then it's even more troublesome. It can evolve into a killing situation on its own, producing unforeseeable and terrifying consequences. Yi Fan frowned. What was even worse was that these were all speculations on the surface. No one knew what was actually there. Let's continue running, see if we can find a way. Yi Fan stood up. He wanted to measure this area. Just like that, the four of them began to run again. 2 hours later, Li Dashing and Chen Huayuan were almost foaming at the mouth, paralyzed on the ground. They didn't know how many 50 li they ran, but they still couldn't get far. How could this be? The two of them were gasping for breath, on the verge of collapse. There shouldn't be a living creature sealed in the Divine Spring here, right? Old Saber Honcho said to himself with an almost inaudible voice. Yi Fan was silent. The probability of this happening was very high, and the race sealed inside must be extraordinarily powerful, adding another variable to this place. I heard that a Holy Spirit was born in the ancient mine, and even a divine king of the eastern wilderness who had reached the advanced level would die inside. There's also another saying that there are immortals inside. Li Dashing and Chen Huayuan also sat on the ground and said so. After running for such a long time, they were sweating like rain, and they were no longer as afraid as before. These sayings were all on the surface, and no one knew the real secret. All these legends could be regarded as a primer. According to the later records in the Book of Origin of Heavenly Source, terrifying speculations could be derived that were more than 10 times more likely. Yi Fan had only studied a small portion of the Book of Origin of Heavenly Source. Through what he saw before his eyes, he already felt endless reverence towards Origin Ancient Mine. This was already the case when he first saw the primer. Not even the true clues were seen through. According to his speculations, even if he completely comprehended the Book of Origin, he still might not necessarily be able to understand Origin Ancient Mine's main text. This place might be far more terrifying than what he imagined. There was likely a heaven-shocking secret. Otherwise, why wouldn't even the true Yuan Taoist master dare enter? The Zhang family's first ancestor could be considered a genius of a generation. Yet he was helpless, never daring to enter Origin Ancient Mine his entire life, viewing this as his life's greatest regret. Could it be that we really are going to die here? Li Dashing and Chen Huayuan's expressions were ugly. When they saw that Yi Fan didn't say anything, they thought that there was no other way. Death might not necessarily be the case. Yi Fan stood up and said, In another few dozen li, we'll have already made a circle around the ancient mine. We can more or less figure out a bit of the situation. What he feared was Origin Ancient Mine, but he didn't approach that place. There was still 80 to 90 li between them. He felt like he might be able to find a path of life, have a way to break through it. After all, this was the border, not the true core region. After running for another 20 or so li, they returned to their starting point as expected. Arriving at the starting point. Taoist priest, I can tell with a single glance that you are a noble, a genius in this field. You definitely have to think of a way. When Yi Fan heard Chen Huayuan say this, he couldn't help but become speechless. The so-called noble was actually digging grandpa, another form of address for the Yuan Taoist master's disciples. The people of this field dug holes in the mountains when they grew up, roaming about underground, never seeing the light of day. Those who dug veins of origin were jokingly called digging grandpa. Taoist priest, grandpa digging, have you figured out a way to escape? Li Dusheng also asked nervously. There is a way, but we need to take a risk. What kind of risk? Old Saber Honcho took a drag of his pipe and asked. This time, we need to advance several li in the direction of Origin Ancient Mine. We need to better understand this place's field. Only then can we find a way to escape. Yi Fan said calmly. Grandpa digging, are you crazy? Chen Huayuan immediately jumped up, incomparably excited. Who would send themselves to death in Origin Ancient Mine? Even those holy masters only fought with their lives on the line when their lifespans were about to run out. Yi Fan was drawing and calculating on the ground, not even raising his head. Only by continuously measuring like this can we understand the situation and find a way out. All right, let's do it this way. Old Saber Honcho took a deep drag of his pipe, knocked the tobacco pipe on the ground, and stood up. For the sake of caution, we will only advance 5 li, don't go too far. Yi Fan took the lead and walked forward. Li Dusheng and Chen Huayuan's faces were sullen, extremely unwilling, but they didn't dare stay here alone. Right now, they could only rely on this grandpa digging. After advancing 5 li, when they stopped, they were shocked to discover that the great earth retreated with a schwa sound. This is... Even old Saber Honcho jumped in fright, all of his fine hairs standing on end. They clearly only walked 5 li, but when they stopped, they immediately advanced 20 li. The starlight converging towards Origin Ancient Mine was clearly visible, as if a great white waterfall lay in front of them. Taoist priest, you are going to kill us. Chen Huayuan said in alarm. No matter, let's go back the way we came. Yi Fan was also extremely shocked. The natural laws and order of this place were extremely distorted. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. In a short 20 li, the 4 of them struggled for no less than 2 hours. They basically didn't go back, but instead continuously went around. If not for Yi Fan engraving special patterns and markings on the road according to the Heavenly Book of Origin, they wouldn't have been able to walk out at all. The markings left behind by old Saber Honcho and the others were all obliterated, mysteriously disappearing. Only the heavenly origin pattern left behind by Yi Fan still remained. Why do I feel that we didn't walk in a straight line at all, but rather left and right turns, and took a lot of detours before we came out? Old Saber Honcho was puzzled. This is caused by the natural growth of the divine origins field energy. Fortunately, we were only at the periphery, and this place didn't produce any complicated changes. We can still be considered relatively lucky. Yi Fan answered. Can we escape? Li Dusheng hurriedly asked. We still have to probe from different directions a few times, otherwise, I don't have the confidence. We still have to try again. Chen Huayuan was nervous. Do you have a better idea? Old Saber Honcho gave him a sidelong glance. In the next 2 hours, Yi Fan tried several more times. Among them, the last time was the most dangerous. They actually advanced 30 li in one go. Even old Saber Honcho's face turned pale. At this moment, they were already less than 50 to 60 li away from the origin ancient mine. They could clearly see the silver river flowing down from the sky. The pure white radiance completely submerged that place, appearing gentle and holy. What is that? Yi Fan was shocked. The origin ancient mine was underground, so it was impossible to see it. However, everything in the sky could be reflected in their eyes. There were a few dazzling things rushing out from the ancient mine, bobbing up and down. The starlight in the sky formed a river, pouring down like a waterfall. However, Those things were even more dazzling than the starlight. One moment they would rise into the sky, the next moment, they would sink into the ground. It might be divine origin. Old Saber Honcho narrowed his eyes, releasing 2 sharp rays of light. Divine origin. Yi Fan was shocked. It wasn't wrapped by the rock skin and swallowed the starlight. Could it be that those origins had gained intelligence? There was definitely more than one piece. There were 4 or 5 specks of light bobbing up and down, and this was only what he could see. I saw corpses. Li Dusheng's lips trembled, his complexion turning green. What? Where? Yi Fan was shocked. They are in origin ancient mind's sky, rising and falling, one moment entering the ground, the next rising into the starlight. Li Dusheng trembled. Nonsense. Old Saber Honcho berated. Origin ancient mind is separated by a mysterious force. Not even I can see clearly, only a few specks of light. How can you see them? My left eye is an innate underworld eye. It can occasionally see a few special things. Li Dusheng was currently incomparably alarmed. The left eye is underworld eye. Old Saber Honcho was shocked. Yi Fan was also shaken. He had heard of this type of eye before. It was extremely difficult to cultivate this type of eye after birth. It was innate, able to see through the underworld. Hurry and speak, what else did you see? Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho urged at the same time. Those corpses continuously rose, entering the starlight, and then slowly sank, entering the great earth. There are quite a few of them. Li Dusheng was almost sleep-talking, his face without the slightest trace of color. He couldn't see anything else, to the extent where he couldn't even see the divine source. His cultivation wasn't high enough, his left eye could only occasionally see the underworld. According to the situation he described, Yi Fan and Old Saber Honcho could already imagine the scene 30 li out. Origin ancient mine, within the silver waterfall that poured down from the sky. Corpses were bathing in the pure and holy starlight, rising and falling. This scene, just thinking about it made them shudder with fear. What exactly was going on? Apart from this, there were also specks of light, as well as other things rising and falling. They could vaguely see. No wonder even the great figure of a generation, Zhang family's Yuan Taoist master, didn't dare enter origin ancient mine. Yi Fan said to himself inwardly. This place was too mysterious. Wang. Suddenly, a wave of tremendous suction force appeared in origin ancient mine. The starlight in the sky was immediately sucked dry. The entire sky pitch black. One couldn't even see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. On the ground, it was as if there was an enormous black hole that could devour everything. Chapter 231. Ancient saints are buried in mountains and rivers. Yi Fan muttered to himself. According to the stone pillar, this should be the case. Before this, he had never seen the ancient coffin in the forest, but he believed that it did exist. The 4th-generation ancestor would not carve it carelessly. According to his conjecture, buried in the depths of the immortal forest, this should be the great tomb vaguely mentioned on the stone pillar. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of existence was this? The person buried in such a mountainous terrain was definitely not ordinary. The fiery dragon tomb was connected to the pine forest and carried the coffin. It was too similar to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Could there be some inexplicable connection? Otherwise, why were the lines of the ancient coffin so similar? The difference was that the 9 dragon corpses were real while this place was just a terrain with only one fiery dragon tomb. Yi Fan believed that there was some kind of inheritance or civilization between the two. Otherwise, the ancient coffin would not be so similar. It was just that he didn't know who had inherited it from whom. Yi Fan's thoughts ran wild, and it took him a while to recover. It was useless to think so much now. Escaping the primordial forbidden zone was the right thing to do. There were many runes on the stone slab regarding the fiery dragon tomb, the dragon's blood, and the pine forest. They were all marked by the heavenly origin pattern network. Yi Fan's head was spinning. He could not comprehend the heavenly origin book, and could not understand the 4th-generation ancestors' annotations. What shocked him the most was that a large part of the stone slab had been erased. The carvings should have been very big and included a wider terrain, but they were all destroyed. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Those smoothed carvings should have drawn the various terrains of this area. It was like a map of the outer area of the absolute beginning forbidden zone. He believed that there were many dangerous places like the Dragon's Blood. If the carvings were complete, one could avoid these dangerous places. The absolute beginning forbidden zone is too big. Even the fourth-generation ancestor could only carve a part of it. What a pity that it was destroyed. Yi Fan was regretful, but he could not do anything. The carvings had been lost, leaving only stone fragments. Things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. This kind of terrain, and the unimaginable existence underground made Yi Fan's imagination run wild. He wanted to dig a kilometer underground and dig it out. He shook his head. Even the Yuan Taoist master could not understand this place. And even the old Eastern Wilderness Divine King had fallen here. He had no hope at all. Origin Ancient Mine. Yi Fan sighed. This wasn't a secret land, but rather an expanse that stretched out continuously. As for the ancient mine in the innermost part, he didn't even need to think about it. Even if Crazy Ol went there, he wouldn't be able to come out. As for the places outside the absolute beginning forbidden land, they were also extremely dangerous. It was a place of great evil. No matter how many people came here, they would die. Yi Fan stood up and looked into the temple. The scenery was blurry. This temple was many times larger than the ones they saw along the way. It was clearly an important place, possessing a special status in the past. However, time flew by, taking away everything. Now, only ruins and desolation remained. Yi Fan walked in with the Book of Origin in hand. He looked around carefully, and his powerful divine sense spread out to capture every inch of space. If there was an artifact here, it would definitely be extraordinary. Unfortunately, it was empty inside. Nothing was left. There was a thick layer of stone fragments on the ground, and the high platform at the center was the same. Apart from dust, there was nothing else. Right, it's all been destroyed in the passage of time. Nothing is left. Yi Fan understood. This ancient temple didn't collapse because there were shocking Tao patterns here. As for the divine statues inside, they had naturally all decayed. Dating back to the archaic era, 100,000 years could only be a unit of measurement. It was far from a length. After such a long period of time, even if there were treasures, they should have already decayed. Unless it was an extreme Tao weapon refined by a great emperor that was immortal and could exist forever in this world, there wouldn't be anything left. Yi Fan searched through the spacious and empty main hall. He found a rusty metal piece in a pile of flying ash. The divine metal has all decayed. The metal piece was snow white. There were cracks on its surface, and there were even more traces of rust. It had long lost its spirituality and value. He had seen this type of divine metal before. In the 8th level of the fire domain, when the Crow Daoist refined his weapon, he used this mutton-fat jade-like divine metal as the material. It was said that it was extremely rare in the world. The Alcade Saint's weapon also had this kind of divine metal. Only powerful cultivators could find some. Ordinary people couldn't get them at all. This should be a big piece, but only a little bit is left after the passage of time. Yi Fan believed that such a grand ancient temple must have been an important place in the past. From the divine metal, he could tell that many precious items had been left behind. Unfortunately, they had all been destroyed in the passage of time. As he had expected, he saw pieces of scrap metal in the ashes. There was purple thorn divine copper, Daoyuo silver essence, and celestial tear green gold. Yi Fan felt that it was a pity. These were all top-grade divine materials in the world. They were the first choice for refining extreme Tao weapons, but they had all been used up and were almost useless. Especially that celestial tear green gold. Even now it was still the size of a fist. There were tear stains on it. Legend said that it was the tears of immortals. Unfortunately, the green gold was not as clear as jade. It had long become dim. Such a pity. Were such materials common in the archaic era? Now I can't find many even if I search the entire eastern wasteland. Leaving it to rot in the dust was an extremely extravagant waste. Yi Fan found dozens of pieces, but he didn't see a single one that could be used. What a pity. Even the great sage would feel heartache if he saw this. Yi Fan walked around the main hall, and didn't find anything useful. There were divine materials, but they had all rotted. Finally, He sensed an object under the divine platform in the center of the main hall. He pushed away the thick dust and removed the dust of history, allowing it to see the light of day again. Yi Fan was originally in high spirits, but when he saw this object, the corner of his mouth twitched. He thought that it was a magic treasure that had taken shape. Even if its essence had been used up, he might be able to see some Tao patterns that he had never seen before. This object didn't have the so-called Tao patterns. It was a jade artifact that was used to play with. It was completely green, but it was the size of a walnut. This was a green jade tortoise. It was vivid and lifelike, almost like a real tortoise. It was very warm in his hands. This was a top-grade jade material. That's not right. Even the Daluo silver essence and immortal tear green gold have been destroyed. How could this green jade tortoise be preserved? Yi Fan felt strange. He turned it around and looked. This was a black tortoise. Its neck was similar to a snake's and a dragon's, and its back was like the 8 trigrams. This jade material's color was also dim, and it had lost all its essence energy. Although it was green, it had long since lost its spiritual energy. This thing was definitely not an extreme weapon. He couldn't even sense the existence of the Tao patterns on it. Yi Fan couldn't understand how it could be preserved. His fingers turned golden. He squeezed the jade stone with force, but it actually didn't break. This shocked him. This green jade tortoise was definitely not ordinary. Its hardness was beyond imagination. He had to look at it seriously and use his powerful divine sense to sense it. What's going on? There seems to be something inside. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that there was something sealed inside the green jade. He could faintly sense it. The divine materials on the ground had been destroyed. Had he picked up a treasure in the end? He carefully observed it, but he couldn't understand. This green jade tortoise wasn't a weapon, but it hadn't been destroyed by time. It's buried in the dust under the altar in the center of the ancient temple. Could it have some history? Yi Fan casually played with it, but he couldn't figure it out. He passed through the grand ancient temple and arrived at the back. The pine forest was quiet, and there were hundreds of heaven origin patterns in the forest. They were all flickering and resonating with the strange book in his hand. Yi Fan felt dizzy. He slowly saw some clues. This was a profound and unfathomable heaven origin diagram. It could stabilize the dragon vein, lock the divine source, and change the general situation of the mountains and rivers. Is the 4th generation patriarch crazy? Yi Fan was shocked. This was a super heaven origin diagram. It should have been laid out in dozens of miles of mountains and rivers, but it was concentrated in a radius of 300 meters. It was so tightly packed that the sky and earth might collapse if not handled properly. Even as the Yuan Taoist master, he couldn't lay out such a terrifying heaven origin diagram more than a few times in his life. What is he doing? Yi Fan looked for a while and said in surprise, borrowing power. Without a doubt, it was borrowing power from the opposite direction. A ray of light flashed across his mind. He thought of the stone inscription in front of the ancient temple. The ancient coffin marked in the pine forest seemed to be here. Yes, it must be buried under this forest. Yi Fan was instantly horrified. The 4th generation patriarch had left behind a death inscription to warn his descendants not to recklessly touch the general situation of the pine forest, or else they would be killed. But he himself was borrowing the general situation underground. This was too risky. One wrong step and he would be smashed to pieces. It was hard to predict whether an ancient saint was buried in this ominous land. Yi Fan felt his heart palpitate. One had to know that this was the true center of the pine forest, and there was a great disaster buried underground. Within the radius of 300 meters, there were a total of 365 heaven origin patterns. True dragons in the sky, vermilion birds dancing, black tortoises like mountains. The patterns here were not simple runes. All of them formed a diagram, and when combined together, it was like a celestial painting or a celestial phenomenon. The patriarch is throwing caution to the wind. He wants to use this to protect himself and change his fate in his later years. Yi Fan didn't dare to go in. If he went in, he might not be able to come out in this lifetime. Within a radius of 300 meters, he could draw the killing intent of heaven and earth, and he could borrow the general situation of this place for his own use. He stood outside the heaven origin diagram, and he could see it clearly within a radius of 300 meters. Upon closer inspection, there was a broken stone ruler on the ground, as well as some broken stone clothes. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. That ruler was made from the old skin of the source of God, and it was called the heaven measuring ruler. It was extremely precious and was a must-have item when exploring divine mines. As for the broken stone clothes, he was no stranger to it. He had worn it when exploring the Purple Mountain. It was also made from the old skin of the source of God, and it could isolate all auras. Red hair. He saw a few strands on the broken stone clothes. This place was sealed by the heaven origin diagram, and everything of the past had been preserved. Red hair. He saw a few strands on the broken stone clothes. This place was sealed by the heaven origin diagram, and everything of the past had been preserved. Did he grow the red hair himself, or? He thought of the first ancestor of the Zhang family. Regardless of this, something must have found this place and caused the disaster. What exactly was this thing? Even this kind of terrain couldn't stop it? Even the burial ground of an ancient saint couldn't stop it? If there were no corpses, there would be misfortune, and it would mean failure. These were the words left behind by the fourth-generation patriarch. Yi Fan saw a lying rock in the pine forest, and there were many words carved on it. He sighed. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were truly terrifying. The fourth-generation patriarch tried his best to hide in the absolute beginning forbidden zone, but he still couldn't escape. Borrowing the power of this place, he still couldn't change anything. The most terrifying thing was the psychological torture. It was easy to imagine that it must have been like purgatory. Yi Fan carefully read the words on the rock. He found a way to escape, and this surprised him. The surface of the pine forest had indeed been sealed by the fourth-generation patriarch. However, if one held the heaven origin diagram, they would definitely be trapped here. This was caused by the heaven origin diagram network laid down by the fourth-generation patriarch. It was for the descendants to come in and accept the inheritance, and to sublimate their life's work. Yi Fan silently bowed towards the depths of the pine forest. It was a pity that a genius of a generation with world-shaking talent couldn't change his fate in the end. I don't want to experience such torment in my later years. An hour later, Yi Fan followed the stone carvings left by the fourth-generation patriarch and successfully walked out of the pine forest. He didn't encounter any danger. Looking back, the moonlight was like water, and the pine forest was picturesque. Yi Fan sighed softly. The dignified fourth-generation patriarch didn't even leave behind his bones. What happened? He flew away, turning into a wisp of smoke on the blood-colored ground, and left this dangerous place. A few dozen li was nothing to him, and he soon left it behind. In front of him, a few figures stood under the moonlight, their bodies shrouded in a hazy glow. There were a total of 6 of them. Yi Fan almost met with a mishap, but the 6 of them were safe and sound, waiting here leisurely. These were really 2 different experiences, but he didn't have much to complain about. After all, he had obtained the origin technique. I say, little brother, you're really daring. You told us to run, but you rushed into the pine forest without any regard for your life. That's right, Taoist priest, we all thought you sacrificed yourself to help us. Li Duxing and Chen Huayuan were surprised to see him come back alive. Yi Fan's mouth twitched. He really couldn't explain it. How could he not go when the patriarch summoned him? Taoist priest, what ferocious thing do you have on you? The Jade Lake Holy Maiden asked in surprise. She was shrouded in mist and her face couldn't be seen, but one could feel her seriousness. Nothing. Yi Fan didn't understand and looked at her. No, there must be a ferocious thing. My secret treasure sensed it. It's extremely dangerous. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's voice was like the sound of nature. She asked solemnly, "Did you get something from the absolute beginning forbidden area?" Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of the green jade profound tortoise. Apart from that, he didn't get anything else. With a flash, Yi Fan took out the tortoise and held it in his palm. Under the moonlight, it looked a bit translucent. Seeing this, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden quickly retreated. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she said in surprise, "What a terrifying aura. This is a ferocious thing." Yao Guang's saint and Yao Shi also retreated. They believed in the Jade Lake Holy Maiden's judgment. I think I've heard of this thing before. Old Saber Honcho revealed a serious expression. This is a divine source. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden made this judgment. What? This is a divine source? Yi Fan was quite surprised. He immediately shook his head. He had studied the Book of Source for some time. How could he not recognize the characteristics of a divine source? This is a dried-up divine source. Its essence has been sucked dry. It's just an empty shell. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden explained. The Jade Lake Saintess explained. Someone used a supreme magic power to refine it into an empty body. There's something terrifying sealed inside. That's right. I know. There is such a saying. Old Saber Honcho nodded and said, the empty shell of a divine source is the best material to seal a peerless, ferocious thing. You mean there's an extremely terrifying thing sealed inside this profound tortoise? Yi Fan was in a daze. He felt like this was a hot potato. Where did you get it? Old Saber Honcho asked. At the same time, he also took a few steps back. He seemed to be very afraid of this profound tortoise. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. This profound tortoise was only the size of an infant's fist. It actually sealed an unimaginably terrifying thing. It was really beyond his expectations. He didn't want to tell them the origin of this thing. If he told them that he took it out from the ashes under the altar of a grand ancient temple, they would probably be even more shocked. I picked this up from the pine forest. How many years do you think it has existed for? Did the thing sealed inside turn into ashes long ago? At this moment, Li Dusheng shouted. A strand of blood flowed out of his left eye. He pointed at the profound tortoise with a trembling finger and said, there's demonic power inside. His left eye was an innate netherworld eye. Occasionally, he could see through the netherworld and see some special things. When he said this, everyone became very nervous. Yi Fan almost threw it out. This was too inconceivable. How many years had passed? What could live for so long? This was too unreal. What did you see? They asked Li Dusheng. I couldn't see clearly. It was too hazy, but it was very terrifying. My netherworld eye was injured. Li Dusheng shook his head. Everyone, do you think this is realistic? Yi Fan shook his head and said, I saw an empty divine source shell in the absolute beginning forbidden area. Even if it was left here by the human race, I'm afraid it has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. What kind of thing could survive after being sealed for such a long time? Do you really think you're an Eastern Wasteland divine king? You can't be immortal for 4,000 years. Don't worry, we'll take a closer look later. Yaoguang Saint Child's entire body flickered with auspicious colors. A strand of holy light rushed out and entered Li Dusheng's left eye. In just a moment, his netherworld eye was restored and no longer bleeding. This made everyone's hearts tremble. This impenetrable holy light was indeed powerful. Yi Fan also wanted to understand this. He didn't want to bring a vicious creature with him. If he were to lose his life, then it would truly be lifting a rock to drop it on his own feet. Li Dusheng's pitch-black netherworld eye shot out a beam of dark light as he looked at the lush green-black tortoise. At the same time, Yaoguang Saint Child covered him with holy light to prevent him from being injured again. Li Dusheng's netherworld eye flashed one last time before the dark light disappeared. In just a short time, even with Yaoguang Saint Child's help, he still shed more than 10 drops of blood. What did you see? Yi Fan asked. I saw a vague corpse. It's already rotten and shrouded in a black mist. There's a demonic power moving around. Li Dusheng's face was extremely pale as if he was frightened. Yi Fan felt unlucky. He had obtained an item from the immemorial godly temple with great difficulty, but there was actually a corpse sealed inside. The corners of his mouth twitched. At this moment, the Jade Lake Saint Daughter, Yao Shi and Yaoguang Saint Child changed their faces. Even Old Saber Honcho was astonished. This seal must not be opened. Otherwise, the demonic aura is enough to kill all the people in a small city. Is it that terrifying? Yi Fan asked. Of course. The creature sealed in the empty shell of divine source must be a peerless expert. Even if it's dead, the demonic aura hasn't dispersed. Once it rushes out, it will be devastating. I advise Taoist priests to quickly throw it away. Otherwise, if it's damaged, the first one to get hurt will be Taoist priest himself. Indeed. Yifan rubbed his chin as he pondered. It was impossible to throw it away. This was more or less a deterrent item. It was worth treasuring. If they were to be chased in the future, it didn't matter if they were Yaoguang Saint Child's Grand Supreme Elder or Ji family's Grand Supreme Elder. If they could kill such a big shot, everything would be worth it. Moreover, since the creature sealed in the empty shell of divine source was usually a peerless expert, there might be some great tools and treasures on them. The 7 of them set out again. This time, they went around the pine forest and walked towards the outside of the Scarlet Plain. They felt that they were about to leave the absolute beginning forbidden area. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps was heard. Everyone turned their heads. Under the moonlight, a child with soft hair draped over his shoulders skipped over. He looked to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. He was chubby, fair, and chubby. He was very pretty. It was impossible for him to be a human child because there was a pair of pure white wings on his back. Moreover, there were 2 pupils in his eyes. A living existence. Old Saber Honcho's expression changed. The Jade Lake Saint daughter, Yaoguang Saint Child, and Yaoshi were also shocked. It was hard for them to remain calm. Since ancient times, not many people had seen a living creature in the absolute beginning ancient mine. Those who did would definitely die. Chapter 232. The origin ancient mine had existed for a very long time, and no one knew how many years it had existed. Since ancient times, heroes and geniuses were like bright lamps that illuminated the skies of history. However, no one had ever sealed or destroyed the origin mine. This was enough to explain everything. It had existed in the world just like that. Generation after generation of geniuses grew old and turned into dust, becoming a thing of the past. It was the only thing that hadn't changed. The origin ancient mine was a living existence. Since ancient times, not many people had seen it. On the scarlet earth flowing with pure moonlight, a pink and jade carved child was bouncing up and down. He was very beautiful and adorable. His soft black hair fluttered in the wind, and his pure white wings were constantly flapping. He was like a little elf dancing under the night moon. The 7 people were shocked and slowly retreated. If it was somewhere else, it would definitely cause people to sigh in admiration. Anyone would like such a cute and adorable child. But here, no one would have that kind of feeling. They were all prepared to fight as if they were facing a great enemy. This little boy walked forward and looked at them curiously. He tilted his head and looked at them without the slightest sign of danger. Perhaps we can kill it in one strike and make it disappear in a puff of smoke. Yao Guang's usual smile was brilliant, but at this moment, it was full of killing intent. Do you have the confidence to kill it in one strike? Otherwise, I'm afraid it will alarm the big guys. Old Saber Honcho said in a low voice. Yao Guang's Saint Child didn't answer. He was silently sensing something. His entire body suddenly blossomed with holy light as he said, "Something's wrong. There's something strange." "Fake, this is fake," Li Dusheng cried out in a low voice. His netherworld eyes flickered with eerie light. His face was pale as he continuously retreated. "What did you see?" Yaoshi asked. "This isn't its true body. It's formed from nether energy. I saw a huge monster. It's not a child at all." Li Dusheng's voice trembled. "Attack!" Boss Honcho shouted. The tobacco pipe in his hand was turned upside down. The seemingly ordinary tobacco pipe suddenly rose up and covered downwards like a large funnel. Flames flickered inside, and smoke and dust filled the air. Roar! A shrill cry rang out. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant to hear. Immediately after, that pink child suddenly rose up, and all the clothes on his body burst apart. In an instant, it was 5 meters tall, and its green skin was like that of a lizard. It was full of lumps and bumps, and the pure white wings on its back had turned into a pile of white bones with spikes growing out of them. His gray hair fluttered in the wind, reaching more than 2 meters in length. His eyes were fierce, turning into the color of blood. It didn't look cute at all. This huge creature was full of hostility, and its whole body was covered in hair. It was obviously an evil creature. Clang! It raised its right arm to the sky to block. The huge tobacco pipe was over 100 feet long and had a heavy momentum, but it was smashed away by it in an instant, sending sparks flying in all directions. Strength that could prop up the heavens. It released a muffled roar and immediately pounced over. It didn't seem clumsy at all. On the contrary, it was extremely fast, bringing with it a gust of wind. Everyone attacked one after another. They were about to leave the absolute beginning forbidden area, but they had encountered such an evil creature. They had to fight with their lives on the line. Otherwise, all of their efforts would be in vain. Yaoxi's body was like a bright moon, bright and pure. Her delicate hand lightly shook, and an expanse of clear radiance blossomed, transforming into a screen of light that blocked in front of her, cutting off this enormous monster that was like a devil, blocking the way forward. Bang! This unknown creature was too tyrannical. The dustpan-sized cyan hand smashed through the light barrier and easily broke through. Everyone's expression changed. Yaoxi was so powerful. As the Yao Guang Saintess, she cultivated earth-shattering secret techniques. She was only 20 years old, but she was already an expert in the third secret realm. Not many people in the same generation could rival her. Unexpectedly, she couldn't even block one attack from the unknown creature. The screen of light in the sky exploded like a crystal, shattering in all directions, dazzling people's eyes. The cyan fingernails on the cyan hand were several feet long, curved like heavenly hooks. They were frighteningly sharp, flashing with a cold light as they slashed forward. Chen Huayuan took out the azure lotus lamp. The cyan halo flickered, and the lamp was lit up. The wick of the lamp emitted beams of sword energy that turned into beams of silver light that slashed forward. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sword energy slashed on the cyan hand, but sparks flew everywhere. It was as if it had slashed on the great Luo silver essence. It couldn't move at all. Crack! The cyan and sharp fingernails slashed forward. The azure lotus lamp had only flickered a few times before it was crushed into powder. At the same time, the unknown creature rushed forward like a ghost. Pfft! A rain of blood scattered in all directions. It was too fast, and no one had time to stop it. In a flash, it had cut open Chen Huayuan's chest. Red and green, all of his internal organs flowed out. Crack! It was like a wild beast. It grabbed the corpse and stuffed it into its mouth. In a short while it had bitten off half of the body. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, and the sound of bones being crushed could be heard. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was so fast that people could only change their expressions. They were powerless to stop the tragedy. This was definitely a demon. Its strength was great, and its methods were terrifying. It had a cruel temperament, and life was nothing to it. It treated Chen Huayuan like a chicken or duck. Now no one was holding back. Regardless of whether they had grievances or not, they had no choice but to work together. Otherwise, they might all die here. Buzz. The 1-inch-tall Li-Fire Divine Furnace in Yi Fan's palm became larger in the wind. It didn't look like it was cast from copper essence, but rather refined from multicolored crystals. It was extremely beautiful and sparkling. In a flash, the divine furnace grew to a height of more than 30 meters. It smashed towards the unknown creature with the weight of a mountain. This green creature spread its snow-white wings and suddenly rushed up, dodging the furnace's frontal attack. It swung its dustpan-like hand and smashed down ruthlessly. Clang! With a flash of green light, it suddenly slammed into the copper furnace. The deafening sound was like a tsunami, almost deafening people. The 30-meter-tall copper furnace was like a broken ball. It was immediately sent flying. The multicolored crystal quickly dimmed, and a large pit appeared on the huge furnace body. It was no longer in shape. It was like an egg that had been bitten off, missing a piece. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had only used the Battle Saint technique to leave a palm print on the furnace body, but now it was dented. This kind of power would shatter anything. Fortunately, the Li-Fire Divine Furnace was special and almost indestructible. Otherwise it would have turned into powder. The 5-meter-tall unknown creature spread its wings and swooped down, bringing with it a gust of wind. It pounced towards Yi Fan like a mountain crashing down. Yi Fan felt his blood flow restlessly. The blood in his body seemed to have been ignited, as if it was burning. The huge creature in the sky was full of pressure, and its heat was like the sea. Yi Fan took 9 steps across the sky. It was incomparably strange. He changed 9 positions, disturbing the change of time and space, and finally escaped the fatal attack. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block it. This unknown creature was too powerful. Not to mention a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Even if he was in the 3rd secret realm, for extremities, he would not be able to resist it. Boom! The Cloaked Saint attacked. Tens of thousands of divine lights shot out, as if it could break mountains and rivers. He was no different from the sun, and people could not look at him directly. Roar! The unknown creature let out a loud roar and took a few steps back, which surprised everyone. The sacred light technique is impervious to all spells. Maybe it can restrain him, Old Saber Honcho shouted. As expected, the unknown creature seemed to be afraid, and did not immediately pounce forward. The Cloaked Saint's body was burning like a god of light. Sacred light burned fiercely, illuminating the sky. He stepped in the void and struck forward. Boom! He usually looked gentle, but when he attacked, it was terrifying beyond compare. It was like a divine furnace was burning. His fist erupted with endless golden light, covering the unknown creature below. The terrifying creature that was like a demon growled. Although it was afraid of the sacred light, it was not absolutely afraid. The large cyan hand struck out, and its wings flapped as it fiercely counterattacked. The brilliance was blinding. The Cloaked Saint was bathed in the sacred light. The large golden hand and the cyan hand fiercely clashed 3 times. Divine light covered the sky, and the stars and moon were dim. With the Cloaked Saint at the center, the world was filled with eternal light. Too powerful. It's said that the Cloaked Saint has a heaven-warping talent that can contend with a divine king. Seeing it today, it is indeed terrifying. Old Saber Honcho revealed an astonished expression. Yi Fan was also shocked. This Yao Guang Saint child should have entered the 3rd secret realm, the 4 extremities, but he was too strong, wasn't he? He was evenly matched with this monster. If the Eastern Wasteland divine body displayed its most powerful image, it could cross a large secret realm to contend with experts. This was the most frightening thing to rely on. It could be said to be invincible within the same realm. Even peerless geniuses would have to face a gloomy ending. That was why it was called a divine king. And before them, the Cloaked Saint clearly displayed a divine power that surpassed the 3rd secret realm. Like the sun god, his entire body was resplendent, and the sacred light illuminated all directions. He was indeed comparable to a divine king. Bang bang! He fiercely fought against the monster, and it was enough to contend with it. The demon roared again and again, and its huge body swayed continuously. It seemed like it would fall from the sky at any time. The more the Cloaked Saint fought, the more valiant he became. Every move he made emitted tens of thousands of rays of sacred light. A dazzling disk appeared behind his head. It flickered with life, and it was even more real and clear than the halo of a god. He's practically the second mad old man. In the future, he might suppress a divine king with his mortal body. What a heaven-warping talent! Old Saber Honcho muttered. A faint smile appeared on Yaoshi's peerless face as she said, "Everyone, let's attack together and kill this fiend as soon as possible." The Jade Lake Saintess watched the battlefield with an extraordinary splendor in her eyes. She said, "All right, let's end the battle earlier and leave quickly." The Cloaked Saint's performance was too powerful. No one could remain calm, and their emotions were all different. The few of them attacked together. This unknown creature's wings covered the sky, and its body expanded rapidly. In an instant, it became many times larger, reaching a height of 30 meters. At the same time, the sky distorted. Everyone seemed to have been bound, and they were all fixed in the air. Heavens, this is the true devil domain! Old Saber Honcho cried out in alarm. He struggled with great difficulty, but his movements were extremely slow. Immemorial true devil domain. The Jade Lake Saintess was also shocked. She also found it difficult to move. Even the godlike Cloaked Saint was affected. With every step he took, holy light shot into the heavens, and a large amount of divine power was consumed. Otherwise his movements would be slow. As for Li Dushing, he was directly fixed in place. Even though he was a cultivator of the Dao Palace's secret realm, he couldn't move at all. In midair, the 30-meter-tall green creature was incomparably malevolent. It slowly stretched out its large hand and grabbed forward. The immemorial true devil domain was extremely terrifying. Even it itself was affected, and it became much slower. However, it was far stronger than the others. If this continued, it would definitely be disastrous for them. They would be torn apart one by one. Damn you, why are you targeting me? Yi Fan cursed his bad luck. The unknown creature was the closest to him, and it grabbed at him, wanting to crush him. However, he was the calmest person present because the true devil domain didn't affect him. His sea of reincarnation and the Tao Palace shook with a mysterious power, dissolving the true devil domain's influence on him. Yi Fan instantly understood. The true devil domain was equivalent to a human cultivator's phenomenon. His divine body was very special, and it innately restrained phenomena. Back then, even the Ji family's divine body couldn't do anything to him. In a sense, that was the strongest phenomenon of the human race at the same level. Although the true devil domain was terrifying, it was still within the scope of a phenomenon, and it couldn't stop him. Yi Fan rushed out like lightning, and it immediately shocked everyone. They felt that it was inconceivable. He wasn't affected by the true devil domain at all. This was too unbelievable. He directly summoned the Li Fire Divine Cauldron and quickly took it out. The copper cauldron suddenly rose to a height of 100 meters. Clang! The cauldron lid was opened, and the cauldron more than doubled in size. Li flames shot into the sky, burning towards the unknown creature. At the side, the others were dumbfounded. This was too shocking. The true devil domain was famous, and it wasn't something ordinary phenomena could compare to. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been restricted and slowed down. Yi Fan's cultivation was clearly not as deep as theirs, but not only could he move, but he could also use divine power and take out the strange cauldron. The raging flames covered the sky and burned fiercely, drowning the monster. At this moment, the true devil domain was in effect, and even the creature's own movement was restricted. It couldn't dodge and was immediately covered by the flames. Violent rage. Its roar pierced through the clouds. It waved its huge claws and slapped towards the cauldron, but its speed was a bit slow. Yi Fan's divine will moved, and the huge cauldron suddenly changed its position. The flames surged and surrounded the unknown creature, burning it until it crackled. However, it couldn't burn its body, and could only make it feel pain. Taoist priest, please use all your methods. The true devil domain is extremely unpredictable and terrifying, but once it is used, the caster can't casually withdraw it, and needs time to buffer. Old Saber Honcho reminded. Yi Fan focused his mind. He had to eliminate this creature, or else it would definitely be difficult to survive if it recovered. Buzz! The Li Fire Divine Cauldron fiercely shook. The cauldron's mouth was pitch black, and it produced a heaven-devouring power. He activated the Divine Cauldron, but he couldn't suck the powerful green creature inside. In the end, he made the Divine Cauldron turn upside down like a cup. Since he couldn't suck it in, he would take the initiative to do so. The tyrannical unknown creature roared again and again, but its movements were too slow. It couldn't dodge and was immediately trapped inside the cauldron. It could be said that it had spun its own cocoon, and the true devil domain restricted itself. The cauldron turned around, and the mouth faced upwards. Clang! The cauldron lid flew over and sealed the black hole. It was tightly sealed, and the demon was suppressed. At the same time, the true devil domain was actually isolated, and everyone regained their freedom. Everyone was shocked. What kind of cauldron was this? It was beaten down, but it could still block the true devil domain. Taoist priest, you really are astonishing. Even the true devil domain can't seal you. It's too inconceivable. Li Dushing exclaimed. If you didn't rely on a treasure to do all this, it's really astonishing. Old Saber Honcho also sighed. Clang, clang. Inside the cauldron, the unknown creature's violent power shook the heavens, and the cauldron's walls were deformed. There were bulges here and there, and there were palm prints all over. It seemed like the cauldron would shatter at any time. Wavering light Saint-Child descended from the sky. Divine light rushed into the heavens, and like an immortal king, he stood at the cauldron's mouth and suppressed the cauldron lid. He activated the sacred light technique, and began to refine the creature inside the cauldron. Desperate roars and terrifying screams came through the cauldron's walls. The leaf-fired divine cauldron was crooked and completely deformed. Everyone was alarmed, and they thought that it would quickly collapse. However, time passed slowly. The cauldron was constantly deformed, but it was still missing and not destroyed. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. This broken cauldron was too sturdy. Chapter 233. Clang! The leaf-fired divine furnace's flames soared to the sky, producing clanging sounds like a burning, sparkling divine mountain. The furnace body was constantly being beaten out of shape. The unknown creature's power was astonishing, causing the furnace to become crooked, emitting earth-shattering sounds as it bulged out many protrusions. The 100-meter-tall leaf-fired divine furnace burned fiercely, dyeing half of the sky crimson. It shook violently, but it could be knocked over at any time. The sound was incessant. The furnace body was sometimes beaten into a shriveled persimmon, and sometimes into a broken teacup. It was in all sorts of shapes. This kind of power made people shiver. Even a cultivator in the third secret realm couldn't withstand it. It could be said to be a violent force that shook the heavens. The leaf-fired divine furnace was like a piece of mud. It could be squeezed however it wanted, changing into various shapes, but it just couldn't break. Taoist, what kind of furnace is this? It's almost indestructible. Yaoshi couldn't help but ask. This broken furnace was too sturdy. It was beaten crookedly and out of shape. It looked a little ridiculous, but it didn't break. It was inconceivable. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly and said, I picked it up when I was traveling around the world. Jade Lake Saintess looked pensive. She looked at the deformed leaf-fired divine furnace and said, It looks like the divine sun furnace replica, but it's not powerful enough. Does this broken furnace have a great background? Li Dushing was speechless. It's not as powerful as the divine sun furnace replica, but its sturdiness far surpasses it. It can't be broken at all. Old Saber Honcho muttered. Wavering Light Saint Child stood on the lid of the furnace like an immortal king. Tens of thousands of rays of holy light shot out, and with him as the center, there was an eternal light that completely suppressed the furnace. The unknown creature inside the furnace roared in fear, but it couldn't rush out at all. Everyone, let's hurry up and refine this furnace. We shouldn't stay here for long. Old Saber Honcho suggested. The five of them helped Yao Guang at the same time. Streams of divine power rushed into the furnace, making it glitter and translucent. Although it kept changing shape and wasn't very powerful, it could absorb all the divine power of the six of them without any signs of breaking. Roar! The despairing roar became weaker and weaker. The bronze furnace flickered, and the sun on the furnace body and a few blurry divine birds shone brilliantly. The pattern on the furnace body has disappeared. Li Dushing cried out in alarm. On the leaf-fired divine cauldron, the sun and the divine birds shone brightly before completely disappearing. This broken furnace is quite extraordinary. Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself. The sun and the divine bird imprints have entered the furnace to participate in the refinement of the demon. Everyone sensed that the temperature of the furnace was rising rapidly. Their divine power was like a river entering the ocean as it was sucked in. The furnace shone with boundless radiance. The unknown creature screamed again and again. In the end, it completely weakened and returned to silence. At the same time, the furnace also quieted down, and the blurry diagram on the furnace body reappeared. At this moment, the copper cauldron looked like a multi-headed gourd. The lid was deformed and sealed. It was very difficult to open. Yi Fan spent a long time to open it. The furnace spun, and black ashes scattered out. The powerful unknown creature was turned into ashes, leaving everyone speechless. This thing needs to be repaired, right? Li Dushing wanted to laugh. The appearance of the furnace was too strange. Yi Fan waved his hand. The furnace turned 1 inch tall and appeared in his palm. Although it looked like a rotten persimmon, it was still sparkling and translucent. Taoist priest, can you part with this furnace? I am willing to exchange it for a precious treasure. Yao Guang Saint Child gently smiled as he landed on the ground. Yi Fan shook his head. As long as the furnace was not extinguished, it could always recover on its own. He couldn't exchange it either. He needed time to figure it out. Old Saber Honcho suggested. We should leave quickly. The creature being refined is most likely just a pawn. I'm afraid it's a soldier of some terrifying existence. It's very possible. The surrounding area is most likely not friendly. The Jade Lake Saintess nodded. The existences living in the absolute beginning forbidden area were all extremely terrifying. It was almost impossible to survive if one encountered them. Although this creature was powerful, it was far from being comparable to the legends. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. It was very likely that there was an immemorial royal family sleeping underground. This creature was only a guardian. Let's go. The 6 of them flew away as if they were flying. They didn't dare to tarry for even a moment. Under normal circumstances, they would leave a weakling to guard the sleeping area. Once the strong woke up or alerted the immemorial royal family, even the great sage lords would have to suffer a grievance if they came. At this moment, it was already the latter half of the night. They had only run for a few li when they heard a deep roar coming from behind them. Moreover, an intense murderous aura was rushing over. They were startled. Sure enough, an even more tyrannical creature had awoken. However, what made them feel a little relieved was that the creature didn't immediately chase after them. Huh. What's that ahead? At the end of the horizon, a huge shadow was faintly discernible. It's a vestige, a huge ruin. This was an extremely vast vestige with a gloomy atmosphere. Broken walls and ruins lay in front of them. Let's go around it. They didn't want any accidents to happen. If something were to be startled, it would bring them endless trouble. The 6 of them chose the barren land on the right, wanting to go around the ruins. All of a sudden, an eerie murderous aura rushed over, sending chills down their spines. The hair on their bodies stood on end. That thing is chasing after us. Li Dusheng's hair stood on end, his face pale. The 6 of them turned around to look. A li away, there was a black shadow with disheveled hair. It was as tall as a normal person, and its gray hair fell to the ground, covering its true appearance. Its entire body was covered in hair. A pair of empty eyes swallowed the moonlight. Strands of moonlight penetrated the gray hair that fell to the ground and entered its empty eyes. What is this thing? A heavy panting sound came from a li away. It matched the low roar from not long ago. It was the same creature. Run. This creature was many times stronger than the one from not long ago. Everyone felt their hairs stand on end. They couldn't even muster the will to fight. Right now, they could only run for their lives. They definitely couldn't beat it. Rushing over would be suicide. A fierce murderous aura surged over. It was as sharp as a knife, causing goosebumps to appear on everyone's skin. The 6 of them madly ran, their feet not touching the ground. Under the moonlight, they were like 6 shadows. That unknown creature let out a low roar and chased after them. However, what puzzled them was that it only advanced a few hundred zhang before stopping. Why did it stop? Everyone was puzzled. Wait, stop. Yi Fan's heart sank as he stopped them. He felt very uneasy. Although the road ahead was smooth, it gave him a bad feeling. Behind them, the gray hair that fell to the ground and the murderous aura caused people to tremble stared at them for a moment. Then, it turned around and disappeared into the darkness. It actually left and didn't chase after us. Why is that? Li Dusheng was puzzled. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He used the observation method recorded in the Heavenly Book of Origin to scan the area. Grandpa Digger, what did you see? Li Dusheng was quite convinced of Yi Fan's knowledge in this area. I also feel that something is wrong. Yaoshi frowned. It's really strange. The extremely yin and soft aura is extremely dangerous. Yao Guang's Saint Sun's spirit sense was very sharp. He instinctively sensed the danger. Everyone, we are in big trouble. At this time, Yi Fan's expression changed. He was frightened. He had never thought that they would encounter such a terrain. Aren't we almost out of the absolute beginning forbidden area? Could it be that we are in danger again? Li Dusheng asked. Correct. Moreover, it's a very terrifying danger. This is a very rare terrain. Yi Fan pointed ahead and said, if you look carefully you will definitely notice the abnormality. A blood moon. Jade Lake Saintess cried out in alarm. A blood moon, extremely yin and soft. Yaoshi's beautiful face revealed a surprised expression. What's so special about this? Old Saber Honcho asked. This is the legendary Blood Red Cave. Underneath it is an extremely yin and soft demonic land. Yifan answered. It was completely silent ahead. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to sense anything. However, if they calmed down and carefully sensed, they would quickly discover the strange phenomenon. On the ground, there was a blood moon that resonated with the bright moon in the sky, drawing in a clear radiance. However, after entering the ground, it turned into a scarlet color. That was a blood moon, emitting an extremely keen and soft aura. The more one looked at it, the more horrifying it became. Underground, what is there? Li Daxing asked with a trembling voice. Yifan didn't answer. This was the famous Blood Red Moon Cave. It was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to say what was underground. The blood moon above, the divine cave below. This is a demonic land. The Blood Red Cave was described in several pages in the Heavenly Origin book. It was one of the most terrifying danger zones. I know why that terrifying creature behind us retreated. It was scared away by the Blood Red Moon Cave. Old Saber Honcho said in a low voice. Now everyone knew that they were in big trouble. They had personally experienced how dangerous that creature was. They couldn't resist it at all. That kind of frightening feeling still made them shiver when they thought about it. However, it was scared away by the Blood Red Moon Cave. The blood moon was engraved on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Taoist priest, how can we escape this calamity? Li Daxing placed all his hopes on Yifan. We can only go around it. The only fortunate thing is that we haven't entered the blood moon yet. The blood moon was several miles wide. They were standing right between the ruins and the blood moon. They hadn't entered it yet. It's impossible to retreat. That creature is behind us. We can only get closer to the ruins and then move forward, Yao Guang Saint Child said. Don't act rashly. Let me take a look. Yifan observed the ruins. Unexpectedly seeing the Blood Red Moon Cave made him restless. They were about to leave the absolute beginning forbidden zone, but there was still such a terrifying danger zone. He felt strange and had a bad premonition. Yifan's expression changed. The more he looked at the ruins, the more frightened he became. The bad premonition had come true. Fallen Sun Ridge. Fallen Sun Ridge and the Blood Red Moon Cave were equally famous. Sometimes, they would appear together. If they appeared together, it would be extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, there had never been more than 3 such places. Taoist priest, what do you see? Something's wrong. Yifan was surprised. Fallen Sun Ridge didn't have such a heavy yang energy. It was different from what he had imagined. I feel a black sun with extreme yang energy. However, it can't resist the Blood Red Moon Cave's extreme yin energy, Yao Guang Saint Child said. Yes, I can vaguely see a black sun imprinted in the ruins. Yao Qi Saintess frowned. Yao Shi felt the existence of the black sun. She asked, what kind of terrain is this? This is the legendary Fallen Sun Ridge. It's as famous as the Blood Red Moon Cave. If they appear together, they can kill gods and Buddhas. Yifan answered. Then he added, but something's not right. The extreme yang energy isn't strong enough. What? This is Fallen Sun Ridge? It's this place. Could it be Emperor Heng Yu's weapon refinement place? Yao Guang Saint Child, Yao Shi, and Yao Qi Saintess exclaimed. Old Saber Honcho was also moved. Shock was written all over his face. This is the place where Jiang family's emperor refined his weapon. Emperor Heng Yu, whose divine might shook the world, lived in the desolate antiquity era. I'm afraid it was more than 100,000 years ago. Li Daxing was also shocked. Yifan was shocked after hearing these words. A great emperor had entered the absolute beginning forbidden zone, and used the terrifying Fallen Sun Ridge to refine his weapon. This was too terrifying. Chapter 234. The crescent moon was dyed in blood and laid on the ground. It was called the Crimson Moon Cave, a land of extreme yin and gentleness. Even the great sage lords had to make a detour around it. It was an extremely terrifying land. The dark sun sank below the mountain. It was called the Fallen Sun Ridge, a land of extreme yang that could burn everything in the world. Even the emperors had to avoid it. It was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Just seeing one was enough to shock the world. 2 existed at the same time. It could be said to be an extreme demonic land since ancient times. It was rarely seen in the world. Emperor Hung Yu was refining an extreme weapon in such a place. It was unimaginable. Anyone who heard about it for the first time would be shocked. Is that emperor really so powerful? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was the absolute beginning forbidden zone. The Crimson Moon Cave and the Fallen Sun Ridge accompanied each other, making it even more powerful. The Jiang Emperor's actions were truly shocking. Of course. How many emperors have there been since ancient times? The founder of the Jiang clan was world-shaking and represented the extreme realm of the human race. Yi Fan was lost in thought. Such a character was indeed famous. It was unbelievable that he dared to come to the absolute beginning ancient mind to refine weapons. For countless years, the great sage lords and emperors had entered but never left. Even the Eastern Baron Divine King couldn't extend his life here. Yet, this emperor used the absolute beginning forbidden zone as a place to refine weapons. How glorious was this? Unfortunately, time passed like water. They couldn't see such a shocking character. Why would he refine a weapon here? Old Saber Honcho said. Emperor Hung Yu's cultivation is unparalleled. The entire Eastern Baron is under his control. Naturally, he wants to refine weapons in the best place. Even the absolute beginning forbidden zone can't do anything to him. As long as he doesn't enter the ancient mine, this forbidden zone can't harm him. Legend has it that he was a person with great luck and obtained a divine phoenix bone. If he wants to refine it into a peak Dao weapon, he needs a special place. Only Fallen Sun Ridge fits the requirements. Li Dasheng's expression was one of fascination. Divine phoenix bone. Yi Fan was shocked. Legend had it that pure-blooded phoenixes were comparable to immortals and didn't exist in this world. How could he not be shocked when Emperor Hung Yu obtained such a thing? That is just a rumor. There is no such thing as a divine phoenix in this world. The Jade Lake Saintess shook her head and said, the Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor obtained the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold. This kind of divine item is almost as valuable as the divine phoenix bone. There is no godly phoenix in this world, but there is a divine item like the Phoenix Blood Gold. Yao Guang nodded. Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold, something that was rarely seen in thousands of generations. It was brilliant and dazzling, scarlet red like phoenix blood, beautiful to the extreme. There were innately divine phoenix patterns on it. The value of such a divine item was immeasurable. If it fell into the hands of a great emperor, it would definitely become an extreme weapon. Fallen Sun Ridge was rumored to have been formed when the sun of the heavenly sun fell to the ground. It was a land of extreme yang and extreme hardness. Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold, blazing with extreme yang, indestructible, tough to the extreme. If one wanted to turn it into an extreme Dao weapon, Fallen Sun Ridge was undoubtedly the best choice. Boundless celestial being, what does the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold look like? Have you seen it before? Yi Fan asked Yao Shi and the Jade Lake Holy Daughter. The two stunning beauties looked at each other in dismay. This kind of thing only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Who would be able to see it? Otherwise, why were there only a few extreme Dao weapons in the Eastern Baron? A great emperor could only make one extreme Dao weapon in his lifetime. It was not only because it was too difficult, but also because the divine item needed was hard to find. It was difficult to gather such materials, even if one searched the entire Eastern Baron. Now only the Jiang family's direct descendants have seen the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold. It has been 4,000 to 5,000 years since that extreme Dao weapon appeared, Yao Guang Saint answered. Hung Yu Great Emperor is too terrifying. Yi Fan could only sigh. The Scarlet Moon Cave and Fallen Sun Ridge existed side by side. It could be said to be the most dangerous place in the ancient times, but he used it as a sacrifice weapon. It was unimaginable. It was obvious that Fallen Sun Ridge lacked yang energy and was sucked dry, resulting in an extreme Dao weapon forged from the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold. Hung Yu Great Emperor is so elegant. If I had such cultivation. Yi Fan was in a daze. If Taoist priest has such divine might, what do you plan to do? Yao Shi looked at him expectantly. Of course, to create an immortal dynasty. He almost spilled the beans, but he changed his words halfway. In fact, what he really meant was that he wanted to visit the great sages' land and take a look at their ancient scriptures. He wanted to test the power of their extreme Dao weapons. Let's leave quickly. We can't stay here for long. Old Saber Honcho's expression was solemn. Yi Fan's group of 6 moved away from the Scarlet Moon Cave and slightly closer to Fallen Sun Ridge. They prayed in their hearts that no misfortune would befall them. Otherwise, no one would be able to save them. The cold moonlight elongated their shadows. Li Dusheng's netherworld eyes emitted an eerie light. He nervously scanned the surroundings, feeling as if something was lurking in the dark. Don't be so alarmed. You're making us jumpy too. Old Saber Honcho glanced at him. I really feel that something is wrong. It's like there's a pair of eyes peeking at us in the dark, but we can't see its figure. Li Dusheng was restless. There's no need to think too much. As long as it doesn't appear, we'll treat it as nothingness. Yao Guang's expression was calm. The 6 of them scanned their surroundings as they moved forward. In this evil land where the sun and moon intertwined, one wrong step could cost them their lives. Why is the moon so bright tonight? It's not a full moon. Old Saber Honcho muttered. There's indeed something strange. The moonlight is like ripples on water, and the ground is silvery white. Yao Shi also nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan suddenly stopped and looked up. Something's wrong. What did you find? Jade Lake Saintess asked softly. It's not the moonlight that's brightening. There's something wrong with the Scarlet Moon Cave. Yi Fan frowned and looked at the blood moon not far away. Yao Shi was puzzled. There's nothing wrong with the Scarlet Moon Cave. How could it be the problem? Let's go further away. If there's no other way, we'll enter Fallen Sun Ridge. In any case, it doesn't have enough yang energy. This Scarlet Moon Cave is very unsettling. Yi Fan said in a deep voice and led the way toward the ruins. The others guessed that Yi Fan must have learned some profound Genesis techniques. Perhaps he had obtained some bits and pieces left behind by a Yuan Taoist master. Seeing him like this, they naturally followed. Not long after, the sound of sand rising and falling could be heard. The Scarlet Moon Cave glowed red like a surging tide. Blood-colored ripples appeared and swept up some sand. This is the Scarlet Moon Tide. Yi Fan's expression changed drastically. He turned into a shadow and rushed toward Fallen Sun Ridge, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Seeing this, the other 5 used their respective techniques and rushed toward the ruins. Li Dusheng was the slowest and lagged behind. The blood-colored tide swept over in an instant. He cried out in fear, "No!" The blood-colored ripples were very gentle, but they exuded a terrifying aura. Li Dusheng's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and summoned a god's will from his Dao palace to block behind him. Swoosh! Without a sound, the god's will turned into a puddle of blood. He fell into the ruins with a pale face. It was too dangerous. If he hadn't been decisive at the critical moment and abandoned a god's will, he would have been gone. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. This is the Scarlet Moon Tide. It gushes out from the Scarlet Moon Cave and can melt all things. It is impossible to resist. The softest can break all laws. The Scarlet Moon Cave was clearly visible. There was a blood-stained crescent moon on the ground that attracted the moonlight in the sky. The red tide was like water, sweeping through the void. We should thank Hengyu Heavenly Emperor. If he hadn't destroyed Fallen Sun Ridge and caused yin and yang to rise, we would have been dead. Yi Fan observed from the ruins. Scarlet Moon Cave and under Fallen Sun Ridge, could there be something? Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself. Old Master, don't talk to yourself. Once you talk, something bad will happen. It will definitely become reality, Li Dusheng said with a sobbing tone. The 6 of them walked forward. They only had one thought, and that was to leave the forbidden area of absolute beginning. At the same time, they prayed that Hengyu Heavenly Emperor had dealt with Fallen Sun Ridge. These ruins had long since decayed. The walls were in ruins, and a light touch would turn them into dust. Even the stone pillars were the same. In front of them was a peaceful scene. The ruins had turned to dust, and with their minds, they could see a blurry black sun on the ground. It was only a few hundred zhang in radius, much smaller than the Scarlet Moon Cave. After more than 100,000 years, there was still not enough yang energy. What surprised them was that there was an ancient building beside the black sun. It was towering and hadn't collapsed. There was an inscribed board with the 2 words Hengyu engraved on it. This is Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor's weapon sacrificial ground. The others were shocked and carefully observed. This was not an archaic ruin, but an ancient building left behind by Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor. Legend had it that he spent several years alone in the forbidden area of Absolute, beginning to refine extreme weapons. This was his residence in the past. Even though it was covered in dust, it still stood tall and had Tao rhythms circulating around it. What kind of spirit was this? When others entered the forbidden area of Absolute beginning, they would tremble in fear, and even the Emperor's corpse would be buried. Yet he lived here in seclusion for several years. The others didn't say anything, but they all made the same choice and walked towards the ancient building. The former residence of Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor might have some unusual things left behind. This building was built from enormous origin stones and was extremely grand. It gave people a feeling that the great Tao was like the heavens and unreachable. This was Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor's Tao. So many corpses. The others' expressions changed. They were blocked by the building just now, so they couldn't see it. Now that they got closer, they discovered that on the other side of the ancient building, there were corpses piled up into a small mountain. Even though more than 100,000 years had passed, these bones were still flickering with specks of light. There were more than 100 of them, and most of them were humanoid, but they clearly weren't humans. These bones are all shining, so one can imagine how terrifying their strength was. Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor was too terrifying, worthy of being one of the strongest humans since ancient times. He alone killed so many terrifying creatures. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake the world. Judging from these corpses, they were definitely peak existences. The 6 of them were all stunned, running into Origin Ancient Mind to unleash a massacre. Only an ancient great emperor would dare do this. Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor is too shocking. Slaughtering here over 100 in one go. These are all peak experts. Even their bones are flickering. Everything was for the sake of an extreme Tao weapon. Old Saber Hancho sighed. The ancient great emperors were extremely talented. They established ancient scriptures that had been passed down to this day, bringing prosperity to several great sages' lands. Apart from this, every single great emperor would think of ways to leave behind an extreme Tao weapon. It was because this was equivalent to an extension of their life, able to display their unmatched divine might. From a certain perspective, extreme Tao weapons were even more important than ancient scriptures. For the sake of refining Phoenix Blood Gold into an extreme Tao weapon, Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor truly displayed his emperor's might. Yao Guang's holy child sighed with emotion. His current life's goal was to become a great emperor. What kind of weapon was refined from Phoenix Blood Gold? Yi Fan asked. He didn't know much about Jiang family's matters. Divine Sun Furnace. Jade Lake Holy Girl replied. What? Yi Fan was shocked. Don't tell me you're thinking about that broken furnace of yours? Old Saber Hancho took a puff of his pipe. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly and took out the leaf-fire Divine Furnace. Although the 1-inch tall furnace was sparkling and translucent, it was crooked like a squashed persimmon. Although it had recovered a lot, it was still full of potholes. It hadn't completely recovered. Don't think too much about it. How could Jiang family's extreme Tao weapon be lost outside? Besides, apart from being a bit sturdy, there's nothing special about this broken furnace. Old Saber Hancho said. The Divine Sun Furnace hasn't appeared for 4,000 or 5,000 years. The world has almost forgotten its appearance. Yao Guang's holy child said. How frightening is an extreme Tao weapon? Yi Fan asked. Unimaginably frightening. The stronger the caster's divine power, the greater the power they can display. At the peak, they can display the supreme divine might of a great emperor. Old Saber Hancho answered. They didn't stay here. While talking, they entered the ancient building to see if Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor had left anything behind. Yi Fan was shocked. Didn't that represent the strongest divine might of the human race? It could easily sweep the world and meet no worthy opponents. Unfortunately, an extreme Tao weapon consumes too much divine power. Ordinary people can't use it. Jade Lake's holy girl shook her head and said, After all, it's an exclusive weapon of the Desolation Heavenly Emperor. If someone of the same level wields an extreme Tao weapon, what kind of effect would it have? Yao Guang's holy child smiled and said, "Just take the divine sun furnace as an example. In the past, divine King Jiang Taishu fought against a peerless figure of the central prefecture who was not weaker than him. Once the divine sun furnace appeared, his opponent was annihilated." "That's too frightening." Li Dasheng felt a chill down his spine. "The divine king of the eastern wasteland is too far away from us. It's impossible to guess. Just take the great sage lords as an example. If they use an extreme Dao weapon, they can easily kill an invincible almighty," Jade Lake's holy girl answered. "Unfortunately, the extreme Dao weapons of your great sage lands can't be used. They're all used to suppress the so-called resources." Old Saber Honcho shook his head. "You know about this." Yao Guang's holy child's eyes flashed with a golden light. Yao Shi changed the topic and said, "The seventh bandit, Tu Tian, and the Green Flood Dragon King joined hands and took out a weapon of the extreme path, almost causing our Yao Guang's grand elders to suffer grievances. Moreover, that wasn't a complete weapon, so the might of the extreme path was evident." Yi Fan knew about it. He had seen it with his own eyes. After the Peacock King stopped the Yao Guang Holy Lord, Tu Tian and the Green Flood Dragon King joined hands and used an earthen jar. It almost killed the Yao Guang Holy Land's old antiques. That's an ancient demonic jar, devouring heaven. Unfortunately, it lacks a lid and can't display the extreme Dao's power. Old Saber Honcho shook his head. At this time, they had already entered the ancient building. The main hall was very old. It was tall and spacious, giving off a feeling of endless Dao. There were many ashes on the ground. It was pitch black. They moved separately and began to search. Yi Fan used the observation method and looked around the main hall. Suddenly, he was shaken and his heart was beating wildly. The observation method could clearly understand the great secrets of the mountains and rivers. It could also find the source and distinguish objects. At this moment, he felt his eyes burning. There was a dazzling object that was even more resplendent than a real sun. He couldn't look straight at it. Could it be the divine source? Yi Fan was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Beside the ashes, there was a pitch-black stone. It was only the size of a fist. The divine light was so dazzling that it made his eyes tear up. Yi Fan quickly put away the observation method. Otherwise, he was worried that this divine object would burn his eyes blind. This origin stone was extremely ordinary. If he didn't use the observation method to examine it, he wouldn't be able to see anything. This is simply a divine sun. It's so resplendent that it's unbearable. It must be the divine source. Yi Fan walked over and wanted to pick up the black stone. However, he was shocked. He actually didn't pick it up the first time. Clang! The black stone fell to the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble. This was only the size of a fist, yet it weighed over 10,000 jin. Everyone looked over. The black stone surface was shaken, and a bit of it actually peeled off. A dazzling scarlet light shot out. It was brilliant like a rainbow and extremely dazzling. There was no way to look at it directly. Phoenix blood scarlet gold. Heavens, it really is Phoenix blood scarlet gold. Several people cried out in alarm at the same time. Yi Fan exerted force, grabbing the black stone in one go. He took a few steps back. The stone's surface wasn't the divine source, but rather the Phoenix blood scarlet gold that only appeared once in 1,000 generations. Chapter 235. Scarlet Phoenix blood gold was an extreme sacred object that rarely appeared even after thousands of generations. Since the Desolate Era until now, it had been more than 100,000 years, and only Emperor Heng Yu had ever obtained it. Its rarity was simply unimaginable. This was a sacred object that belonged exclusively to great emperors. Forget about obtaining it, ordinary people couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. It had been like a dream for tens of thousands of years. Its value was immeasurable. There were many great emperors since ancient times, but only one had the fortune to obtain the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold. This was something that ancient emperors yearned for even in their dreams. Many sages could only look at it but could not obtain it. With such a rare object in his hands, Yi Fan was excited at first, but then he felt that it was like a hot potato. This black stone was too precious. It contained a priceless treasure, but whether or not he could keep it was a serious problem. Why was it so heavy? He complained inwardly. If he didn't accidentally drop it and put it away, he wouldn't be in such trouble. On the side, 5 pairs of eyes were staring at the black stone in his hands. Its heat could melt even refined vajra. A halo appeared behind sacred child Yaoguang's head. Divine light covered his body, and auspicious lights fell down one after another. He was a heaven-warping genius who had aspired to become a great emperor since childhood. How could he not be moved when he saw this kind of sacred object? This was like the embryo of an extreme weapon. It was something that could make people go crazy, a sacred object exclusive to great emperors. Normally, he always had a gentle smile on his face, but at this moment, it was difficult for him to calm down. His eyes were surging with passion. On the battlefield, Old Sword Hancho was the most direct. He took a few steps forward before stopping. There was a heart-palpitating aura around him, completely different from the usual messy old man. Right now he was many times more powerful than usual. He was like a hibernating flood dragon leaping out of the water, giving others a feeling of extreme danger and terror. Yao Shi's exceptional immortal face could not hide the great waves in her heart. Her eyes flickered with a misty radiance. Her slender jade-like hands formed an immortal imprint. The scarlet phoenix blood gold made her unable to calm down. Even though she did not move forward, she was standing in the most advantageous position. Once someone took action, she would be able to make the best choice. Whether to fight or retreat, it all depended on a single thought. The one who posed the least threat was Li Dasheng. Even though his eyes were burning with passion, he wisely retreated a few steps, quickly expressing his decision. He was born with the underworld eye, which was rarely seen in this world. It could be said that he was gifted with a rare power, but it wasn't displayed in battle. He was the weakest here, so he had no choice but to retreat. Comparatively speaking, the Jade Lake Saintess was the calmest among them. Although her beautiful eyes sparkled and her emotions fluctuated, she didn't intend to attack. She stood there quietly, her clothes fluttering in the wind. She looked like an immortal. The Jade Lake stood aloof from worldly affairs. The disciples of this sect were very indifferent, and they rarely fought with others. Yi Fan saw all of this and complained in his heart. These people were like tigers eyeing their prey. It was too difficult for him to protect the phoenix blood scarlet gold. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? He had no choice but to speak. This stalemate was not a solution. Scarlet Phoenix blood gold is something that even ancient emperors might not necessarily be able to obtain. We are tempted and wish to take a look. The Jade Lake Saint stepped forward. His body was shrouded in light, and an unparalleled pressure emanated from him. Yao Shi's jade-like face revealed an alluring expression. She smiled faintly and said, "Taoist priest, don't you want to say something else?" "I want to say, why is this stone so heavy?" Yi Fan still had resentment in his heart. The black stone was only the size of a fist, but it weighed 10,000 kilograms. It was precisely because of this that it revealed the fact that it contained a rare treasure. Old Saber Hancho also took a few steps forward, and his aura became even more imposing. He said, "The divine material belongs to those who are fated to obtain it. Since it's already in your hands, we won't snatch it, but we really want to take a closer look." Just now, Yi Fan felt that the one with the strongest killing intent was this rotten old man. Now that he said this, he was deeply surprised. "Taoist priest, please be at ease. Although we are tempted, we won't go so far as to kill and snatch the treasure. If Taoist priest is willing to part with it, I'm willing to pay any price in exchange." Yao Guangsain's face was radiant. It was impossible for Yi Fan to exchange it. He wanted to use it to forge a cauldron. It was a holy object that even ancient emperors desired, and nothing could be exchanged for it. Yao Shi's eyes flickered. She smiled flirtatiously, and her lips and teeth shone brightly. She said, "Taoist priest, don't worry. Show us the rare treasure." At this time, Li Dasheng saw that they weren't fighting, so he also came over. The Jade Lake Saint stepped forward and said, "Taoist priest, don't worry. No one will fight." Yi Fan thought that most likely no one would fight for it. After all, they were still in the absolute beginning forbidden area, and he was proficient in original techniques. If they fought, both sides would be injured, and these people were counting on him to lead the way. However, Once they left the absolute beginning forbidden area, everything would be hard to say. Everyone, please take a look. Yi Fan held the black stone in his palm, no longer sealing it. A coin-sized piece of the stone had already fallen off, revealing the divine object inside. It was scarlet like a ruby, and dazzling brilliance shot out in all directions. It was dazzling and beautiful to the point of intoxicating. There was a divine brilliance flowing within the sparkling and translucent object, making it impossible to look at it directly. Indistinctly, one could see the divine phoenix pattern engraved on it, mysterious and magnificent. This is the phoenix blood gold. They all exclaimed in admiration, and their eyes burned with even more passion. It only has a thin layer of stone, so this piece of phoenix blood gold should be about the size of a fist. It weighs more than 10,000 kilograms, enough to be refined into a weapon, old Saber Honcho said. A fist-sized piece of material could indeed be used as an offering weapon, but no one knew how many divine materials were needed for an extreme weapon. Apart from the great emperors, it was hard for others to say. Yi Fan did not peel off the stone skin. Instead, he sealed back the old skin that had fallen off. This was to prevent the holy item's essence from leaking out. If it was not turned into an extreme Dao weapon, it would easily lose its essence without the stone skin sealing it. The dazzling brilliance faded away, and the main hall became dark once again. Yi Fan put away the phoenix blood gold. Unless he used ancient scriptures to exchange for this divine object, it would be difficult for other things to tempt him. If you want to refine an extreme weapon, I'm afraid it's far from enough. This is most likely the leftover material after Emperor Hung Yu sacrificed his weapon. Sacred Child Yao Guang speculated. The phoenix blood gold is a holy object comparable to the divine phoenix. There aren't many things in this world that can compare. Old Saber Honcho sighed and said, the Eastern Wasteland's holy objects have almost all been used up by the great emperors. If there comes a day when another great emperor descends upon the world, I'm afraid it will truly be difficult to find divine materials. Yao Shi also said like this. The few of them searched the main hall, and found a few lines of words left behind by Emperor Hung Yu. The general idea was that the phoenix blood gold was left for the fated one. Emperor Hung Yu was a heaven-warping genius, and his cultivation was world-shaking. At the same time, he was a person with great opportunities, but he would never take them all. He would always leave some for later generations. The 6 of them searched carefully, but there was nothing else in the main hall. There weren't any secret techniques, only the ashes left behind by refining an extreme weapon. It recorded the glory of the great emperor back then. After everyone walked out of the ancient building, they all looked back at the horizontal board. The 2 words Hung Yu on it were bold and powerful, and it had the aura of breaking through the heavens. Everyone stood in place and quietly observed, hoping to comprehend something. This wasn't a specific method imparting, but rather the concept of the great Tao. Sometimes it could trigger enlightenment. Yi Fan sensed something, and his heart became empty. He was moved by the 2 words, and wanted to use the battle saint technique. However, he could only suppress it and form seals in his heart to fight himself. It had to be said that Yao Guang's Saint Child was indeed an extraordinary person. He was trapped in an ethereal state, and the holy light was like the sky. He actually drew out a trace of the great emperor's divine might from the ancient building. Under the heaven-like concept of the great Tao, he moved his arms. His magical body was like an abyss, drawing out indescribable trajectories. He had comprehended something in his heart. The Jade Lake Saintess and Yao Shi were also extraordinary people. They also gained something and silently comprehended. As for old Saber Honcho, he was very quiet and motionless like a dead tree. Li Dusheng found it difficult to calm down. His netherworld eyes flickered as he said, I feel something spying on us in the dark. Not long after, everyone recovered from the ethereal state. Their divine senses spread out in all directions, but they didn't find anything. Sunset Ridge was quiet. There was nothing except for the blurry black sun on the ground. Yi Fan was moved. He took out the leaf-fired divine furnace. The pockmarked body of the furnace had recovered a lot. He opened the lid and took out the inch-tall crystal furnace. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the leaf-fired divine furnace sank into the black sun on the ground. Immediately, black flames danced. Taoist priest, what are you doing? Li Dusheng cried out in alarm. The ancient great emperor chose to sacrifice his weapon here, which is enough to prove that the yang energy in Sunset Ridge is the most prosperous place in the world. I will also take some of it and refine an extreme weapon in the future. Li Dusheng was tongue-tied and speechless. Apart from the ancient great emperor, who could refine an extreme weapon? This was obviously nonsense. They knew that Sunset Ridge contained the world's extreme yang fire. The divine fire buried underground was also a kind of spiritual object. If they could obtain it, it would be very useful. The leaf-fired divine furnace sank into the black sun and went underground to collect the black flames. Don't be reckless. Old Saber Hancho frowned and reminded him. He was worried that he would provoke something underground. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yi Fan nodded. He cultivated the original technique, so he knew his limits. Taoist priest, your broken furnace is about to melt. Li Dusheng's netherworld eyes flickered and saw through the void. He wanted to laugh out loud. Yi Fan frowned. The furnace was really out of shape from the heat. He hurriedly took it back. The deeper underground, the higher the temperature of the fire, and the more extraordinary the flames were. He could only collect the part on the ground and fill the furnace with black flames. He sealed the lid and stored it inside his body. The Yaoguang Saint, Old Saber Hancho, Yao Shi, and the Jade Lake Saint all took action. They took out their mysterious weapons and collected the black flames. However, they only took a little bit and immediately stopped. They felt that the temperature was too high. Since this kind of flame is so extraordinary, I'll take some too. Li Dusheng took out his silver gourd. Crack! Something shocking happened. The silver gourd was instantly melted and destroyed in the blurry black sun. This, the weapon of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, is destroyed just like that. My treasure! He screamed in pain. Yi Fan secretly estimated that the black sun on the ground contained terrifying flames. Even the black flames on the surface were almost as strong as the purple flames of the 6th level of the fire domain. Not to mention the part underground. The fire energy was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Emperor Hung Yu chose to sacrifice his weapon here because it was a place of extreme yang. He felt that the part of the flame he collected from underground was weaker than the one he used to burn the great elder of the Ji clan. This was a good thing. Yi Fan didn't say anything. They would leave the absolute beginning forbidden area in a while. Once they made a move, he felt that it would be better to start a fire first. Following that, the few of them proceeded carefully. Under Yi Fan's lead, they slowly left this dangerous place despite the daunting experience. There was a vast expanse in the distance. They were almost out of the absolute beginning forbidden area. We're really out. There are two things behind us. Li Dusheng's expression suddenly changed. Let's go. Everyone was no longer afraid. They all shot up into the sky and flew into the distance. The 6 of them came to the outside of the absolute beginning forbidden area. They no longer had any scruples and finally left the Devil Land. At this moment, it was already after midnight. The world was quiet and the moonlight was like water. It was very cold. Taoist priest, please wait. Yaoguang's saint smiled gently and blocked Yi Fan's path. Yao Shi also smiled faintly and looked very charming. She stood on the other side. Old Saber Hancho and the Jade Lake Saint were not far away. There was killing intent in the air, but they couldn't tell who was releasing it. Yi Fan understood. The Phoenix blood gold was tempting. It was the exclusive item of the great emperor. How could there be no disturbance if they wanted to take it away? Chapter 236. The night moon was clear and cold. The reddish-brown earth stretched as far as the eye could see. What are you guys doing? Yi Fan looked at them, and held the inch-tall leaf-fired divine cauldron in his hand without batting an eye. Yao Guang's smile didn't diminish. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. I just want to discuss something with you. Discuss what? I want to exchange for the Phoenix blood gold, Yao Guang answered. What will you give me? Yi Fan stood under the moonlight and asked calmly. I can make the decision. I want the treasury of the Yaoguang Holy Land for you to choose, Yao Guang said. Such a condition was shocking. The Yaoguang Holy Land had been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Since ancient times, it had always been prosperous. It had accumulated so much that it was unimaginable. with hundreds of thousands of years of collection. Who knew how many treasures there were? For Yi Fan to choose, it was indeed tempting. However, Yi Fan couldn't agree. How could other treasures compare to the phoenix blood gold? It was a holy item that belonged to the ancient emperors. What do you think is as valuable as the phoenix blood gold? Yi Fan asked. The value of the phoenix blood pure gold is indeed immeasurable, but I will never force someone against their will. I wonder if an ancient scripture will be able to move you? The night wind blew, and Yao Guang's entire body shone. His entire body seemed to be inlaid with a golden edge. An ancient scripture? Yi Fan was shocked. Next to him, Old Sword Hancho and the Jade Lake Saint were also shocked. Even Yao Shi looked surprised. She didn't think a saint would agree like this. I see that you are in the Holy Ji Palace secret territory. I want to give you an ancient scripture of the Four Extremes secret territory. Are you satisfied? Yao Guang asked with a smile. So it's not an ancient scripture, but a scroll of a secret territory. Yi Fan didn't deny it. Yao Guang shook his head and said, Sir, you are greedy. Even though the phoenix blood gold is rare, it is only the size of a fist. It is too little. Is it the ancient scripture of the Yaoguang Holy Land? Yi Fan asked. Yao Shi had been watching from the side. She believed that although Yaoguang's status was very high, it was impossible for him to show the scriptures of the Holy Land to outsiders. The old antiques in the sect would definitely not agree. The Alcade Saint shook his head and said, This is not my Alcade heart technique. This is an incomplete scripture that I found by accident while traveling. Everyone's expression changed. The Yaoguang Saint child was indeed lucky. He had cultivated one of the most profound ancient scriptures in the eastern wasteland, and he had even obtained an incomplete scripture when he traveled outside. Can it compare to Yaoguang's celestial canon? Yi Fan asked. He was indeed somewhat tempted. Definitely not inferior. Yaoguang Holy Sun answered with certainty. Yi Fan sighed. This was the disparity between them. The other party had learned an ancient scripture, and even had an incomplete scripture to refer to, but he was worried about the subsequent cultivation methods. Actually, I want the cultivation methods of the Holy Ji Palace and the Four Extremities secret realms. I wonder if you can provide them? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Sir, you cannot be too greedy. This scripture is incomplete, and there is no chapter of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realms, Yaoguang Holy Sun answered. Sigh, this is really difficult. Speaking of this, Yi Fan looked at Old Saber Hancho and smiled. Sir, I see that you have a divine aura within you. One look and I can tell that you are a person who has become a spirit. What do you want to exchange with me? You can't be thinking of stealing it, right? You should know that the elites of the Holy Lands are here, and they will not sit idly by. Since Yaoguang Holy Sun did not directly steal it, Yi Fan was much more relaxed. He used words to test Old Saber Hancho. I am just an old man with one foot in the grave. How could I be like this? What do you want? Old Saber Hancho responded lightly, appearing mysterious. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that this old man did not fear the presence of the Holy Land's heirs. This old man seemed to have hidden himself very well. I have already said that I want a mental cultivation method recorded in an ancient scripture. There are only so many ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory. I can't take them out. Old Saber Hancho shook his head. Yi Fan looked at Yao Shi and the Jade Lake Saint and smiled. Goddesses, are you interested in the phoenix blood pure gold? Yao Shi suddenly laughed and said, Why do I feel that you are tempting me? Although she was the Yaoguang Saint and was holy and otherworldly, there was a hint of flirtatiousness when she smiled. Her neck was snow white, and her face was delicate and beautiful. It was very tempting. I am just asking casually. If Goddess Yao does not mean it, then forget it. He did not tease her. The Yaoguang Holy Sun was at the side. If he teased the future wife of the Holy Lord, it would give him another reason to attack. The Jade Lake Saint thought for a while and said, Maybe the Jade Lake can also take out a scripture. Is that true? Is it the Western Emperor scripture of the Jade Lake? Yi Fan was tempted. His main purpose in coming to the northern region was to see the ancient scripture passed down by the Western Empress of the Jade Lake. That is not it. The Western Emperor scripture cannot be taught to outsiders. But the Jade Lake also has half of it, the Jade Lake Saint answered. Yi Fan was indeed shocked. There were only a few ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory, but the Jade Lake actually had half of it. However, he was interested in the Western Emperor scripture. The scriptures of the Holy Palace's secret realms were most likely not comparable to the Western Emperor scripture. I can think about it. He did not refuse because he did not want these people to lose hope. Otherwise, they might directly attack him. Among the five, he trusted the Jade Lake Saint the most. This holy land had a very good reputation, and its people did not care about fame and fortune. Since ancient times, he had never heard of any evil deeds. He was the most wary of the Yaoguang Saint. This person was indeed a genius, and he gave him a very dangerous feeling. Yi Fan did not believe that he would really take out an ancient scripture in exchange. At the same time, he was also very afraid of old Saber Honcho. This old man was somewhat unfathomable, and he could not feel at ease. Sir, let's not talk about the phoenix blood and the pure gold. Just based on your original arts. You are also an honored guest of the Jade Lake, the Jade Lake Saint said with a smile. At this moment, she spoke like this, without a doubt, to help Yi Fan. She had indirectly made her position clear. We walked out of the absolute beginning forbidden area together, and we are friends in adversity. Of course, we will not harm our friendship. Whether you are willing to exchange or not, we are friends. The Yaoguang Saint smiled, and his hair shone with a golden light. Not good, they are coming. Li Dushing was trembling, and his voice was very unnatural. He had been watching from the side and did not participate. Now that he suddenly spoke, everyone was shocked. At the edge of the absolute beginning forbidden area, two figures stood side by side like two tombstones, tall and terrifying, strong and powerful. One creature had gray hair that reached the ground, covering its entire body. It had a horrifying aura, giving people an extremely frightening feeling of danger. It had appeared before, and only stopped after chasing them all the way to the Scarlet Moon Cave. The other creature's entire body was covered in deathly white hair, and even its face was like this. Its human form was upright, and it was currently staring straight ahead. Its pupils were a deep green, and a bitter aura pounced over. It was like a primordial vicious beast, making people shiver. The two creatures did not chase after them. When they reached the edge of the absolute beginning forbidden area, they stopped and coldly looked at them. Even though there was a great distance between them, they still gave people a fearful feeling. They immediately flew away, no longer mentioning the phoenix blood and the pure gold. If those two creatures chased after them, they might all die here. They had gone through so much trouble to escape the absolute beginning forbidden area. If they died outside, they would truly die with everlasting regret. Suddenly, a dozen or so figures appeared in front of them, quickly coming over to greet them. Junior brother, junior sister, is it you? Those people transmitted sound from far away. Yi Fan cursed inwardly. The light-shaking realms people had appeared, blocking their way. The Yaoguang Saint and Yao Shi walked forward and met with those people. They inadvertently blocked Yi Fan's path. In the distance, dresses fluttered in the wind as a group of fairy-like figures flew over. The Jade Pool's disciples had also hurried over and found their way here. Thank heavens you are safe and sound. Those young disciples surrounded them, asking them what had happened. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's leave this place first, Yao Guang said. He had great prestige. Even though many of the people here were his senior brothers, they all wore respectful expressions. After all, he was the future Divine Lord. Taoist, please come with us. Yao Guang invited him with a smile. I think we should forget about it. Since we've already escaped danger, let's go our separate ways, Yi Fan replied. How can we do that? Taoist led the way in the absolute beginning forbidden area, and I owe him a favor. Let us send you on your way. Yao Guang smiled. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He had a bad feeling. If he walked with Yao Guang, there might not even be ashes left. Sir, where are you going? Yi Fan asked Old Saber Honcho. I want to go alone. Do you want to come with me? Old Saber Honcho said. Forget it. Your path is too desolate. I'll go with the Jade Pool's fairies. Yi Fan walked directly to the Jade Pool's disciples. Yao Shi smiled sweetly. She walked over and said, Taoist, why are you doing this? Do you think I Yao Guang will eat you? The Jade Pool Saintess walked over and said with a smile, since you're willing to go with me, let's go together. We were just about to invite you to the Jade Pool. The Stone Appreciation Festival is about to begin. That's exactly what I wanted. Yi Fan nodded quickly. Yao Shi smiled like a flower and said, Yao Guang and Jade Pool have always advanced and retreated together. Let's go together. In the end, everyone went together. Old Saber Hancho didn't go alone. More than 1,000 miles away was the Sacred Lands mining area. There were many people there. After they arrived at the mining area, they didn't stop for long. They directly climbed onto the mysterious jade platform with Tao patterns carved on it, and started to travel through the void to Origin City. A black whirlwind blew out of nowhere in the absolute beginning forbidden area. We'll temporarily leave this place to avoid any accidents. This was the explanation of a Jade Pool elder. Origin City was located in the middle of the mining area. It was about 30,000 miles away from the absolute beginning ancient mine. After entering the pitch-black void, it didn't take long for them to finish traveling through the void. When they entered Origin City, the eastern sky was already turning white. The sky was gradually brightening. Yi Fan actually wanted to leave alone, but he couldn't. He noticed that the people of the Yao Guang Sacred Land were looking at him from time to time. He had no choice but to follow behind the people of the Jade Pool. He didn't want to walk with the people of the Yao Guang Sacred Land. Soon after, Yi Fan was arranged by the women of the Jade Pool to rest in a small courtyard. Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold, you're too attractive. Yi Fan made up his mind. This time he was going to enter the Jade Pool and obtain the Tao Palace section of the Western Emperor scripture. You guys are aiming for the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Gold, a sacred item exclusive to ancient emperors. I only want to see your ancient scripture. Chapter 237. Not long after they safely arrived at Origin City, Old Saber Hancho disappeared without a trace. Li Dushing didn't leave. The people of the Yaoguang Holy Land tried to persuade him to stay, and the woman of the Jade Pool also invited him. The netherworld I couldn't be cultivated. It was an innate talent that was rare in the world. It could see things that ordinary people couldn't see, so all the major forces wanted to rope him in. In the afternoon, Yi Fan took a nap and then walked out of the house. Li Dushing also opened the door, and the two lived in a quiet small courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a cluster of rockery with spring water gurgling on it. Next to it was a grape trellis full of purple agate-like fruits, and the green leaves scattered on the ground to provide shade. There was a stone table and stone chairs under the vine trellis for people to sit on. The fragrance of tea wafted in the air. The two sat under the shade of the grapevines and chatted casually. Taoist priest, your Genesis technique is really amazing. Such methods are amazing. You can go to any dangerous place in the world. Li Dushing's face was full of yearning. Forget it. I was lucky this time. Except for the Emperor, anyone else who entered the absolute beginning forbidden land by mistake would have died. Yi Fan was telling the truth. If the fourth-generation patriarch hadn't opened a path in the pine forest, and if the Eternal Universe Emperor hadn't broken through the fallen Sun Ridge, they would have died. There must be other demonic lands that they hadn't seen. If they went in again and fell into an unknown and strange land, they would be doomed, not to mention the real ancient mine. Taoist priest, how did you cultivate your Genesis technique? Li Dushing was very envious. What, are you interested as well? Yi Fan's lips curled up into a smile. Li Dushing nodded and said, I'm looking forward to it. If I can learn a little, I'll do anything. That's nothing. I'll teach you a few things in the future. Can you really teach me? You're very talented. The netherworld eye is rare since ancient times. Searching for the source and locking the dragon vein is mostly done underground, so you're very needed. Taoist priest, please accept me as your disciple. Li Dushing was a little excited. There is no need to take me as a disciple. You and I have gone through trials and tribulations together. Teaching you a few moves is not a problem. Which sect are you from? Asked Yi Fan as he took a sip of tea. The netherworld, I was naturally suited for this line of work. In the future, when he was searching for the source of the dragon vein, if he had the help of such a person, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Li Dushing wanted to learn Genesis techniques, while Yi Fan wanted to find free labor. The more they talked, the more they got along. I'll look for you when I'm free in the future. Finally, Yi Fan stood up with a smile. The Jade Lake's members rested here, and didn't want to leave. They wanted to return to the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Yi Fan learned that the Jade Lake had found an abandoned mine at the edge of the absolute beginning realm. They had transported some strange stones out of it, and were going to continue their work. In the evening, Yi Fan met with the Jade Lake Saintess and learned more about the situation. Fairy, why are you digging up abandoned mines? What's so special about those stones? Since you are proficient in Genesis techniques, you must have heard of Genesis suppression. The Jade Lake Saintess stood by the rockery. Under the sunset, her whole body was dyed with a layer of golden red holy light. Of course I know. Do you need to seal some Genesis stones? Yi Fan was moved. The mine stones weren't necessarily cut open. Some sects would store them. However, as time passed, the stone's outer layer would slowly fall off after leaving the origin vein. At this time, ordinary people would directly peel off the outer layer and take out the Genesis stone. However, there were special times when people didn't want the Genesis stone to see the light of day. They would find a way to seal the Genesis stone. Of course, these were all Genesis stones. According to past experience, the ancient stone's outer layer in the absolute beginning Forbidden Land was the best material to seal the Genesis stone. What kind of Genesis stone is it? Ordinary people rarely use the Genesis suppression technique. Yi Fan didn't understand. The outer layer would fall off so they could just take the Genesis stone. Why did they need to seal it again? This is a batch of stone left by our predecessors. It's very important, so we can't cut it open casually. This time, we invited all the experts in the world who are proficient in Genesis techniques to find a way to seal it safely, the Jade Lake Saintess answered. Standing by the rockery, she looked like an orchid in an empty valley. The Genesis suppression technique doesn't work? Yi Fan was surprised. The Jade Lake's delicate head shook slightly. Her voice was like the sound of nature. The effect is very poor. It can only solve a temporary problem. What kind of Genesis stone is it? Even the Genesis suppression technique can't seal it. This is too strange. Suddenly, Yi Fan thought of the 9 pieces of stone that the Jade Lake had displayed. One of them seemed to be a sea of blood, and the other contained a demonic power. Yi Fan was frightened. These were only 2 of the stones from that batch. They were most likely the most ordinary ones. What would the core of the stone be like? He thought that this batch of stone must have a great background. Even if he went to the Jade Lake Sacred Land, it wouldn't be safe. The waste or in the absolute beginning forbidden area contains the oldest outer layer of stone. It's the best sealing material. It shouldn't be able to seal it, right? He looked at the Jade Lake Saintess, puzzled. It's useless. We transported many strange stones from the absolute beginning forbidden area, but they couldn't seal it. The Jade Lake Saintess shook her head. How could it be? Yi Fan frowned. This kind of stone was beyond his imagination. Years ago, a predecessor left these stones. He said that if we needed to seal it one day, we could only use the 6 ancient stones from the absolute beginning forbidden area. However, we've only found 2 of them. What? Yi Fan was startled. He thought of a possibility. The legendary 6 seals for immortals was a top Genesis technique. It needed 6 kinds of divine origin stone skins as its materials. It could seal not only the Genesis stone, but also the mountains, rivers, and the earth. It could seal powerful experts. The 6 seals for immortals was recorded in the Book of Source Heaven, but there were only a few sentences. It was extremely difficult to understand. The Book of Source Heaven had a note that it was a hypothetical Genesis technique. It might not be able to be used successfully. Fairy, can I ask where those stones came from? Yi Fan was surprised and puzzled. Actually, there's no harm in telling you. Those stones were left by an extraordinary person with unparalleled Genesis technique, the Jade Lake Saintess answered. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of someone, Zhang Lin, the 5th generation Yuan Taoist master. In the past, this Yuan Taoist master had a special relationship with Jade Lake. The Jade Lake Saintess was his confidant, and he was an honored guest of Jade Lake. There was even a legend that said he was the outer law protector of Jade Lake. The Yuan Taoist master represented the peak of Genesis technique. The stones left by such a person were unimaginable. There are 7 stones in total. 3 of them were left by that extraordinary person. The Jade Lake Saintess said slowly. They were indeed left by the extraordinary person, Zhang Lin. The 9 strange stones on display at Jade Lake were just the crust of one of the stones. Yi Fan frowned. The origins of the 9 pieces of stone materials were too great, making him suck in a cold breath of air. One of the stones on display that day weighed 2,000 kilograms. It was just the crust of a stone and not the main stone. How big was that stone? He didn't say anything. He listened quietly. He would enter Jade Lake soon, so he had to understand this clearly. Zhang Lin was a person full of legends. He traveled deep into the mountains and ancient lands, exploring countless dangerous places. He had collected many stones all his life. Among them, there were 3 that he couldn't figure out. Even in his later years, he couldn't figure out what was in them. He didn't cut them open and gave them to Jade Lake. Aren't there 7 stones in total? What about the other 4? Yi Fan asked. The other 4 are mysterious. They were found by the queen mothers of each generation. They are very special. They are even older than the other 3. Unfortunately, there are no records of them. Zhang Lin had once marveled at the 4 pieces of stone, because the stone skin of the 4 pieces of stone had fallen off. They had been sealed by a method similar to the 6 seals for immortals, but it was definitely not the 6 seals for immortals. Other than the Yuan Taoist master's disciples, there is someone else who knows the most profound Genesis technique? Yi Fan was confused, but he couldn't say it out loud. Senior Zhang studied it for more than several months and praised it. He said that all methods are connected, the Saintess of Jade Lake said. The 4 stones were ancient. They were dug out by the ancient people tens of thousands of years ago. They were all sealed and then obtained by the Queen Mother of Jade Lake. This was the conclusion of the Zhang family's first ancestor. Those stones are probably not good stones. The ancient stones sealed by the 6 seals of prohibition for immortals must have a terrifying origin. I feel that these 7 stones together are like a dangerous place. How dare you keep them in Jade Lake? Those stones are indeed terrifying. If we didn't have the ultimate weapon to suppress them, we wouldn't be at ease, the Saintess of Jade Lake answered. Why don't you find a way to cut them open? What's the use of keeping them? Yi Fan didn't understand. With Jade Lake's resources, it wouldn't be a problem to break them open, because there isn't a suitable person in Jade Lake. It's a kind of opportunity. The Saintess didn't continue. Yi Fan knew that Zhang Lin must have seen something and pointed it out. He was even more curious. He wanted to see what was so special about those ancient stones. We can find some special bloodlines and use them with a powerful Genesis technique. If there is a suitable person in Jade Lake, we can cut the stones open. About to enter Jade Lake, Yi Fan learned about these things, which were very helpful to him. In the end, the Saintess of Jade Lake left without mentioning anything about the Phoenix Blood Gold. The night was hazy, and the courtyard was very quiet and peaceful. It was already night, and the Origin City was ablaze with lights. A miserable scream came. It was so abrupt. The screams were very fast, as if a demonic saber was killing people continuously. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. What's going on? The courtyard was in chaos. It should be noted that people from Yaoguang Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land lived here. Who dared to kill them? Not good. An elder was killed. Shouts, and shouts came from the courtyard of Yaoguang Holy Land. After a short while, more than a dozen people were killed. The shouts were unceasing. Yi Fan was startled. What was going on? Although they didn't come for Jade Lake, it's not right. Are they here for the Phoenix Blood Gold? Yi Fan's heart sank. He dashed out of the courtyard like a ghost, disappearing into the darkness. Almost instantly, he saw a tall figure with gray hair that reached the ground disappear into his house without a sound. An unknown creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area? It shouldn't be. Screams arose from time to time. Some disciples of Jade Lake were also killed. Chapter 238. Yi Fan was in the dark, quietly watching everything in the yard. That tall, gray-haired figure was as strong as an iron mountain, but he was silent and swift like a ghost. He's going straight to my room. His purpose is clear. The front yard was filled with shouts and screams. Many figures flew up into the sky, but they were mercilessly chopped down, blood splashing everywhere. Yi Fan was frightened. The intruder was too strong. He held his breath and hid in the dark, quietly observing. Footsteps were heard. The female disciples of the Jade Lake rushed into the yard. The door next to them opened with a squeak. Li Dasheng's face was pale. He rushed inside as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He lived in the same yard. Bang! Yi Fan's room was smashed. The window was smashed, the pillars were broken, and the tiles were flying everywhere. A gray figure stood in the smoke and dust like a demon wall. "Who are you?" A female disciple of the Jade Lake shouted. "Fairy sister, he's not a human. He's a monster from the absolute beginning forbidden area. Run away quickly." Li Dasheng cried and ran away hurriedly. The gray hair on the head of the tall creature fell to the ground, covering its face. Strands of moonlight seeped through the hair, and into the pair of black holes in its eyes, making it look especially terrifying in the night. The disciples of the Jade Lake retreated. This creature was too dangerous. It gave them a feeling that they couldn't resist. They wanted to run away, but they were locked on. They felt that if they made any big movements, they would suffer a thunderous attack. A dull roar came, which made people feel cold from head to toe. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The gray-haired creature dashed over with one step. Clang clang. Celestial light flashed, and 6 weapons were smashed by its bare hands. The ground was covered with broken copper and iron. Puff. At the same time, it emitted a thick gray fog. As soon as it dashed over, the 6 disciples of the Jade Lake didn't even have time to scream. They were smashed into pieces. Blood splashed everywhere, and their clothes were covered in blood. Yi Fan was alarmed. The gray-haired creature was too tyrannical. In just a single exchange, it had ended 6 fresh lives. A man and a woman descended from the sky. One was a light-shaking realm elder, while the other was a Jade Lake elder. They attacked the gray-haired creature at the same time. Roar! A low roar sounded, muffled like thunder, shaking everyone until their blood and chi surged. An enormous blood sword had unknowingly appeared in its hands. It was 2 meters long, a foot wide, the scarlet red almost bewitching, as if immortal blood was flowing within it. Pooh! Its power was unmatched, and vicious flames overflowed into the heavens. With the blood sword in hand, it rushed forward. Its gray hair danced about, covering the entire sky in a gray color like a waterfall. The blood sword in its hand shattered the Yaoguang elder's weapon and tore open his body. It charged through, blood splashing everywhere. This kind of power was unrivaled. When the 2-meter-long blood sword swept across, the elder of the Jade Lake couldn't escape, and was chopped into pieces. It was simple and direct, violent and effective, cruel and merciless. Yi Fan's life force was reduced to its lowest level, and his bodily functions had almost stopped. This gray-haired creature was unrivaled. It was a living demon king, so he had no choice but to hide well. The bloody light was several hundred meters long. As it streaked across the sky, the creature disappeared into the darkness and flew towards the main street. Is it really a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area? Yi Fan quickly rushed out and dragged Li Dasheng out from the fake mountain in another courtyard dozens of meters away. "Don't kill me. I have thick skin and thick flesh. I don't taste good." Li Dasheng hugged his head, his entire body trembling. "It's me." Yi Fan slapped him to wake him up. He asked, "You have innate underworld eyes. Was that really a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area?" "It definitely was. Didn't you see what it looked like?" Li Dasheng calmed down slightly when he saw that it was Yi Fan, but his eyes were still filled with fear. "Are you using the eye of the netherworld?" Yi Fan shook his shoulder. "How could I care about that? I didn't even have time to run for my life. Could it be a fake?" Li Dasheng looked around in panic and said, "Taoist priest, we should leave quickly. It was less than 10 meters away from you, but it didn't kill you. You don't need to worry." "Here," Yi Fan said in a low voice, "you hide in the dark and see if it's a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area or someone pretending to be one." After saying this, he disappeared into the night. The gray-haired creature had gone straight to his house. They couldn't stay here anymore. The great elders of the Yao Light sect and the Jade Lake weren't here, so they couldn't stop it. Yi Fan didn't believe that it was a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area. He had a feeling that it was coming for his pure phoenix blood gold. He couldn't stay here for long. The people of the Jade Lake couldn't protect him either. Yi Fan wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. There was no one to stop him now, so he might be able to escape. He found a place, and the bones in his body crackled. He threw the gray Taoist robe into the fire divine furnace and burned it to ashes. He turned into a young man wearing purple clothes. The heaven and earth-changing great art had reached the initial level. Not only could he change his appearance, but even his spirit and aura could be completely different. No, he stopped again. If it wasn't an unknown creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area, and came for the pure phoenix blood gold, it must have thought of all kinds of possibilities. Maybe it was already waiting outside. If he went out rashly, he would most likely attract the attention of that pair of eyes in the dark. It wasn't good to run now, so he hid himself. In the front yard, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. A creature with white fur all over its body rushed into the air, holding a pitch-black iron sword in its hand. Almost every time the sword slashed out, a large string of blood would splatter. It was unstoppable. Even the elders of the 4 extreme secret realms couldn't stop it. This terrifying creature killed without blinking an eye and swept everything in its path. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? Is it really a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area? But why did the gray-haired creature sneak towards my residence? Yi Fan carefully thought about it. He took out a green tortoise from his body. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other reason why this creature would be attracted to him. Kill. The Grand Elder has returned. Someone yelled. Everyone was no longer afraid. At the same time, the other large factions in Origin City also came to help. Battle cries shook the sky as many figures rushed over. Yi Fan once again turned into a Taoist priest and rushed over, dragging Li Dushing out. He barked. Take a good look at that white-haired creature for me. Is it a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area? Li Dushing trembled as he gazed into the sky. The white-haired figure was about to disappear at such a speed that even Yi Fan was stunned. Even the Grand Elder of the light-shaking realm hadn't been able to catch up. Is it a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area? There's a mysterious mist on its body. I can't be sure. Li Dushing's voice trembled. Yi Fan pushed him away. Without any delay, he rushed into the darkness, once again turning into an unfamiliar youth. Then he took advantage of the large factions in Origin City to escape the courtyard. Even if that gray-haired creature was spying on him in the darkness, he didn't need to worry. It was chaotic now, and there were many people coming in and out. He wasn't the only one. The sacrificial weapon that the great ancient emperors yearned for even in their dreams. It's really unsettling. Yi Fan felt that it wasn't a creature from the absolute beginning forbidden area. It was possible that someone was impersonating it to start a massacre for his phoenix blood scarlet gold. He couldn't stay here any longer. Not even the Jade Lake could protect him. Old Saber Honcho, the light-shaking realm saint child, or... Yi Fan thought back. That gray-haired creature had wielded a 2-meter-long, foot-wide blood sword. It had slashed apart the light-shaking realm and Jade Lake elders with a single slash. That kind of power made one's heart go cold. Old Saber Honcho hid his strength very well, and his true strength was unfathomable. The light-shaking realm saint child was in the 3rd secret realm. He was extremely talented, and his combat ability was comparable to a divine king of the same level. In the 4-level secret realm, he was almost invincible. As for splitting into 2, it wasn't a problem at all. Other than Yi Fan, any other cultivator who entered the peak of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm could split into 5 gods. That night, the entire Origin City wasn't peaceful. 27 people from the light-shaking realm died, including 4 elders from the 3rd secret realm. 18 people from the Jade Lake died, including 2 elders from the 4-level secret realm. A total of 45 cultivators were killed, all with a single slash. No one could withstand the power of the blood sword, and no one could resist the power of the iron sword. The 2 creatures rushed over, and the two great sages suffered heavy losses. When the sky brightened, the news shook the entire region and spread to all the mining areas. Several great elders from the light-shaking realm and Jade Lake rushed over. Someone dared to attack a holy land and wave a blood-colored butcher's knife. This was definitely shocking news, and many forces in the northern region were alarmed. So many people from the light-shaking realm have died, so it's most likely old Saber Honcho. Yi Fan was shocked. When the sky brightened, he came to the southern part of the city. 5 low, blue-tiled houses were dilapidated, and everyone was gone. It was quiet. Was it really that old thing who did it? Yi Fan rubbed his chin out of habit. He stayed in Origin City and quietly observed the storm. Large numbers of powerful cultivators from the two great sages' lands rushed over. This region was very turbulent, and it wasn't peaceful at all. 3 days later, Yi Fan left Origin City. He didn't want to stay any longer, and it was best for him to leave this troublesome place. He had other ways to enter the Jade Lake, but he couldn't use his identity as a Taoist anymore. He had the Phoenix Blood Gold, a sacred item exclusive to the great ancient emperors, and it was enough to shake the world. He would definitely die if he saw the light of day. Half a month later, Yi Fan passed through a large area of Scarlet Land and left the vast mining area. He walked towards the oasis and returned to the stone stronghold next to the Purple Mountain. As soon as he got close to the stone stronghold, a huge black shadow pounced over. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast, and he was unparalleled in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, but he still couldn't dodge. He was pushed to the ground, and a large, sharp black claw pressed down on him. It was extremely thick. Yi Fan slapped out, stopping the black claw. He flipped over and sat up, riding on the black shadow. It was actually a large dog, much larger than a common dog. It was like a cow, and its body was as black as ink. It had a square head and large ears, and it was even larger than a tiger. Bang! The large black dog was extremely strong and agile. With a fierce fling, it sent Yi Fan flying, which surprised him greatly. The large black dog was drooling at him in an extremely exaggerated manner. It continuously licked its tongue, making him a bit speechless. In a moment of anger, he slapped out. Whoosh! He didn't expect the large dog to be so fast. It dodged to the side like a black bolt of lightning, and then opened its bloody mouth, biting towards him. Bang! Yi Fan slapped out, and the large dog staggered. It was completely unharmed, and instead, a large piece of his clothes was bitten off. He was extremely shocked. Had this dog become a spirit? But even if it was a dog spirit, it couldn't stop him. Where did this wild dog come from? I don't believe that I can't smash you to pieces. Yi Fan pressed forward, and his palms and fingers turned golden. He pressed forward, and unknowingly, he used a sliver of the battle saint technique. You're the wild dog. The large black dog suddenly spoke human language. This time, it was Yi Fan's turn to stagger. He was shocked. This dog could actually speak. It really had become a spirit. Dog spirit. No ivory comes out of a man's mouth. Do you know how to speak? The large black dog ferociously pounced over, and its teeth were as white as blades. It aimed a deadly bite at Yi Fan. Little brother Yi, you're back. Wang Shu came out of the stone stronghold, and just happened to see him, revealing a joyful expression. There's a wild dog spirit here. Don't come over, it's a bit strange. Wait until I take care of it, and we'll eat black dog meat tonight. It's still uncertain who'll eat who. The large black dog roared, pouncing forward again. Little brother Yi, don't attack. That's Zhang Wuya's pet, you can't eat it. Wang Shu shouted loudly, and at the same time, shouted at the large black dog. Black Emperor, don't bite people. That's the benefactor of our stone stronghold. The people of the stone stronghold were alarmed, and many people ran out. Little brother Yi is back. Black Emperor, don't bite randomly. It was brought back by Zhang Wuya. It's called Black Emperor, and it has already gained intelligence. A large group of people enthusiastically surrounded them. When Yi Fan heard that this large black dog was brought back by Zhang Wuya, he was very surprised. At that moment, it was impossible for him to kill it. However, this large black dog was unwilling to let him go. It bared its teeth, and continuously bit down on him, biting off a large part of his clothes. F***ck, you're even fiercer than a bald-tailed dog. Yi Fan slapped it a few times and felt as if he was hitting an iron wall. Clanging sounds rang out, and if he didn't use the battle saint technique, he wouldn't be able to move it at all. The large black dog bared its teeth and let out a series of hoarse sounds. However, it didn't bite down on his body and merely tore apart his clothes. F***ck, it really is a bald-tailed dog. No wonder it's so fierce. Yi Fan was a little speechless. This large black dog's thick tail was really half-bald, and almost all of its fur had fallen off. Little brother Yi, you've returned. You weren't bitten by that bald-tailed dog, right? The idiot Leibo's feet didn't touch the ground, and he ran over from afar. His speed was very fast, and his cultivation level had increased again. However, when he came closer and saw the large black dog in the crowd, his face instantly paled, and he said, I called it wrong, it's the Black Emperor. Wait a moment. What's with this bald-tailed dog? Yi Fan called Wang Shu and Leibo over. Before the two of them could speak, the large black dog bared its teeth and said, If you dare call me a bald-tailed dog again, this emperor will destroy you. You black dog spirit, really boast shamelessly. Yi Fan looked towards Wang Shu and Leibo and said, The stone stronghold wouldn't have been occupied by this dog spirit, right? Don't worry, you guys don't have to be afraid. I can burn him to death with a fire and let you guys eat dog meat. There's no such thing. The Black Emperor is really very good. With it here, the safety of the stone stronghold won't be a problem in the future. Little brother Yi, don't misunderstand. The Black Emperor is really a good dog. Everyone explained together. Yi Fan quickly understood that this dog was the Black Shadow that had once snatched the whole roasted lamb at the bonfire banquet. Later on, it appeared a few more times, and in the end, it stayed at Zhang Wuye's house. Speaking of which, this large black dog didn't just eat and drink for free. It had once brought back a few pieces of origin source. Yi Fan suddenly felt a wave of horror. This large black dog couldn't be the thing that followed him out from the Purple Mountain, right? Black Emperor, don't hurt people. Little brother Yi is a good person. At this time, Zhang Wuye received the news and walked out of the stone stronghold with the help of a cane. The large black dog was bigger than a fierce tiger and stronger than a big bull. Wagging its tail, it arrived in front of Zhang Wuye. Is this really the creature that walked out from the Purple Mountain? Yi Fan was bewildered in his heart. He went up to Zhang Wuye and said, Fifth Master, this bald-tailed dog. Brat, you're tired of living, right? Who's the bald-tailed dog? The large black dog bared its teeth, its canines glaring, and its large eyes that were like copper bells. You said you're the Black Emperor? Yi Fan asked. That's right, you can call me that. The large black dog had a proud look on its face. My ass, Black Emperor. Do you really think you're an ancient saint emperor? Yi Fan swept a glance at it and said, For the sake of the elders of the stone stronghold, I won't call you bald-tailed dog. I'll call you Big Wolf. The large black dog flew into a rage and said, Why can't this emperor be comparable to an ancient saint emperor? I can't help but want to destroy you now. Chapter 239. The large black dog was as strong as a bull. He had a square head and large ears, and his teeth were snow-white like daggers. They were extremely sharp, and he stuck out his bright red tongue. His tone was very forceful, and he considered himself to be the Black Emperor. Yi Fan stared at it, but he really couldn't see anything wrong with it. This big black dog didn't have any demonic chi, and it also didn't have any fluctuations of godly power. However, its muscles and bones were like copper and iron, and it couldn't be moved at all. Let's go back to the stone stronghold and eat a whole roast lamb, Zhang Wuye called out, leaning on his walking stick. In the scarlet earth of the northern region, beef and mutton were the most common meats. It was very difficult to eat delicacies from the mountains and sea. Yi Fan pondered. Was this big black dog really the creature that had followed him out of the Purple Mountain? But it was completely different from what he had imagined. No one from the surrounding villages went missing, right? Yi Fan asked. Wang Shu shook his head and said, Ever since Qing Xia was breached, the bandits within a circumference of 500 li all disappeared without a trace. There are no more bandits. This region is very peaceful. What do you mean? Do you think that I will stir up trouble here? The large black dog was indeed very intelligent, and he instantly understood what Ling Han was trying to say. Yi Fan ignored it. This large black dog had an extraordinary background, so it wasn't wise to get into a conflict with it. The banquet was very lively. A large group of people, men and women, young and old, sat on the ground in the open air. The flames danced, and the roasted meat made sizzling sounds. Oil drops continuously fell into the fire, and the fragrance wafted in the air. The big black dog wolfed down its food, staying far away from the bonfire. Yi Fan asked Zhang Wuye, "Elder, do you know its origin?" "I don't know. Speaking of which, the first time I saw it, it really gave me a fright." Zhang Wuye said slowly. It would be a wonder if ordinary mortals wouldn't be frightened when they saw a big black dog speaking in human language. However, the big black dog didn't hurt anyone, and was very friendly towards Zhang Wuye. "I saw it near the Purple Mountain. At that time, it was wandering around. Leibo immediately recognized it as the black shadow that took away our roasted lamb." "Is it usually in the stone stockade?" Yi Fan continued to ask. "Every morning, it runs to the Purple Mountain for a spin. The rest of the time, it spends most of its time swallowing the sun jewels and moon radiance." Yi Fan nodded to himself. This big black dog really did have some sort of connection with Purple Mountain. It was almost certain that it was the creature that had followed him out. It really didn't eat any other livestock. It didn't do anything bad. Yi Fan was still worried about this black dog. The impression that the primordial race had left on him was too deep. In this world, he had come into contact with more unknown life forms than any of the great sacred lords. That was because it was rare for someone to see one even after thousands of years. He had once entered deep into the Purple Mountain and awakened several creatures, personally encountering them. As for the absolute beginning forbidden area, everyone knew about it, but no one dared to enter it. Only the emperors who were at the end of their lifespans could enter. And it could be said that they couldn't leave. They were lucky to be able to escape this time. It really hasn't done anything evil. I've touched its bones before. It's a big domestic dog that has turned into a spirit, not some other race," Zhang Wuye answered with certainty. "Wang Shu, what do you think of it?" "I can't say. It doesn't feel like a big dog. Its personality is no different from a human's." Wang Shu shook his head. "This bald-tailed dog is too unreasonable." Leibo mumbled at the side, afraid that the big black dog would hear him. The first time they met, he had been pounced on. His experience was much worse than Yi Fan's. He had been torn apart and bitten, and he had also been ravaged on a daily basis. This bald-tailed dog is very vengeful. Didn't I just chase it? However, it's really strange. It taught me and Wang Shu some special cultivation techniques, Leibo said. It taught you cultivation techniques? Yi Fan was surprised. It always thinks of itself as the Black Emperor. If we make the slightest mistake, it will wave its dog paw, Leibo complained. Yi Fan almost spat out the wine in his mouth. This big black dog was really strange. What techniques did it teach you? Let me see. Yi Fan indicated for Wang Shu to use the mystical technique, and placed his hand on his body. This was a very strange mystical technique that was specially targeted at Leibo and Wang Shu's special physique. It drew out the mysterious energy within their frontal bones and tempered every inch of their flesh. This bald-tailed dog really does have some skills. Yi Fan was a little surprised. He nodded and said, "You two should learn from it. There's no harm in it." "Little brother Yi, you must not call it a bald-tailed dog. Leibo was often bitten by it because of this reason." Wang Shu reminded in a low voice and said, "It's coming over. You must call it the Black Emperor." Black Emperor, this big dog really boasted shamelessly. Did it really think that it was in existence like the ancient Saint Emperor? The big black dog ate a whole 2 goats. Its head was raised very high, and the black fur all over its body was very long. It was as glossy as silk, and its eyes were as big as copper bells. The only thing that was not in harmony was that bald tail. Is the Black Emperor full? Zhang Wuye patted the soft blanket beside him. The big black dog lay down and lay comfortably beside him. Such a ferocious big dog was indifferent to everyone except Zhang Wuye. It was still relatively docile. "Little brat, why are you always so unkind to me?" The Black Emperor glanced at Yi Fan arrogantly. Yi Fan really wanted to give it a slap. This was really a vicious dog biting back. It had pounced on him the first time they met, and it still had the same attitude now. What kind of mental cultivation technique did you teach Lei Bo and Wang Shu? Yi Fan asked. It's naturally the supreme ancient scripture that this emperor created. The big black dog had a proud expression on his face. Supreme ancient scripture? What name does it have? Yi Fan asked as he clinked cups with the people around him and drank. It's called the Black Emperor Scripture, and it's a supreme secret technique that reigns supreme in both ancient and modern times. Black Emperor? You named it yourself, right? I flipped through all the ancient books in the Eastern Wasteland, and there's no such name. There are only a few ancient emperors whose names have shaken the world. The big black dog roared in a low voice and said, This emperor disdains leaving his name in the annals of history. You're so arrogant when I say you're fat. Even if your tail is bald, how long can you live? 300 years? 1,000 years? Or 1,500 years? The big black dog hated it the most when people said that it was bald. It stood up with an unkind look in its eyes, and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to pounce over. Zhang Weya hurriedly comforted it, stroking its glossy fur with a coarse old hand, and said, Don't be angry, Black Emperor. Little brat, watch your words. The big black dog threatened. It lay there unhappily and said, This emperor has traveled through the ages, and even I can't remember how long I've lived. Yi Fan sneered and said, I've heard of the Eternal Universe Emperor, the Void Emperor, and the Empress of the West, but I've never heard of the Black Emperor. Can you compare to them? The big black dog wanted to retort, but even though countless years had passed, the names of the three emperors still possessed supreme divine might. It bared its teeth, but didn't dare to profane them in the end. The moonlight was gentle, and the bonfire danced. The young women and young men in the stone stronghold were singing and dancing to each other. It was a very joyous occasion. Yi Fan nibbled on a leg of lamb, drank over a dozen cups of wine, and said, There are only so many ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wasteland, and I know one of them. Why don't we have a spar? You want to fight with me? The big black dog tilted its head and looked at him, revealing its snow-white teeth. As a dog, don't be so savage, okay? Let's have a civil battle. And we'll each recite an ancient scripture to see who's better. The big black dog chuckled coldly and said, You want to swindle my supreme scripture? You're still far from it. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile and said, I only want to have a spar. How about this? Since you're so guarded, I'll recite a scripture first. There are only so many ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wasteland. Which one do you know? The big black dog obviously didn't believe him. To the extreme of emptiness, keep quiet. Yi Fan's expression was solemn, and he recited a scripture. This scripture was indeed an ancient scripture. Of course it was incomplete. It was the void ancient scripture of the Ji family. Apart from the Great Void technique, he only obtained a few parts of the mental cultivation method. This was a supreme scripture created by the Void Emperor of the ancient void to observe all things and capture the eternal and unchanging laws. I didn't expect you to know a bit. At least you didn't try to trick my supreme scripture for nothing. The big black dog's eyes flashed, and he said, Listen carefully, I'll recite a part of my Black Emperor scripture for you. Okay, I'm all ears. Yi Fan's heart was calm, and he listened carefully. Swallow the sun and moon, illuminate the gods. The big black dog recited a scripture. It was indeed extremely profound and difficult to understand. However, the more Yi Fan listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. This wasn't something a human could cultivate. This was a demon saint's technique. Wait, I can't cultivate this scripture at all. There's no point in having a spar like this. Yi Fan stopped him. The ancient scripture that I created naturally has to be suitable for me to cultivate. It's not like I created it for you. The big black dog glanced at him disdainfully. My ancient scripture is famous throughout the ages. There are only a few in the Eastern Wasteland that can stand side by side with it. Even a demon saint can use it as a reference. However, your so-called Black Emperor scripture is far from enough. Yi Fan shook his head. Don't brag. Little brat. You want to trick a wolf for nothing and get other ancient scriptures from me? How can it be so easy? The big black dog looked as if he had seen through him. You're trying to trick a black dog for nothing. Leibo muttered at the side. Woof! The barking of the big black dog caused Leibo to immediately shut up. My scripture is famous throughout the ages, and it was created by the Eternal Universe Emperor. I disdain to obtain your scripture. Yi Fan shook his head, sighed, and said, At the end of the celestial path, who is the peak? You're full of nonsense. Your scripture is clearly the Void ancient scripture of the Ji clan, and it was created by the Void Emperor. Why did you drag the Eternal Universe Emperor into it? The big black dog seemed to be very agitated and said, Moreover, why is it Eternal Universe Emperor emptiness? I admit that the Eternal Universe Emperor is one of the strongest people since ancient times, but that sentence isn't directed at him. Then who is it directed at? Yi Fan laughed. It's naturally a peerless figure that surpasses the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries, one of the emperors. The big black dog suddenly fell silent. After a series of probing, Yi Fan finally obtained some information. This big black dog wasn't an ancient being, and he had cultivated the Demon Saint Heart technique. Moreover, he was close to Emperor Wu Shi. Little brat, you're still far from being able to play tricks with me. You don't even have ancient scriptures to think about. The big black dog calmed down and said, I indeed know the whereabouts of several ancient scriptures. Do you want to know? Yi Fan was speechless. This big black dog was clearly messing with his nerves. What does an old black dog like you know? The strongest ancient scriptures are in the hands of the great sage. The big black dog revealed a disdainful expression and said, I know where the Eternal Universe Emperor comprehended his Tao, and I also know which precipice the Western Emperor scripture was inscribed on by the Empress Mother of the West.